In the long stretch of the night, history settles into something softer. The noise fades, the distances widen, and what remains are the outlines of people moving through storms they never asked for, across front lines that shifted beneath their feet. Tonight, you'll drift through hours carved from the fire and the silence of war. Stories told at the edge of endurance, where courage wasn't loud and survival wasn't guaranteed. You'll begin inside a plot woven in secret rooms and careful glances, where a handful of men dared to alter the course of a collapsing world. A moment when defiance took the shape of signatures, briefcases, and a single attempt to break the spine of tyranny. From there, you'll move into the shadows where women were taken, erased, and silenced, yet whose stories refuse to disappear. Their resilience holds a gravity all its own, echoing across decades with a quiet that demands to be heard. Then you'll follow the roar of engines over a segregated sky, where pilots fought two wars at once, one against the enemy and one against the limitations placed upon them. Their flight paths trace courage in arcs of fire. You'll roll forward with a tank battalion built from men who were never expected to succeed, yet pressed through Europe with steel, grit, and a determination no one could deny. And finally, you'll glide into the night air with the pilots who flew without lights, without hesitation, and without fear, cutting through darkness with nothing but intuition and nerve. Let the lights dim. Set the day down gently. Before you drift deeper, take a moment to subscribe, but only if stories told in low voices and long shadows are your kind of thing. And if you'd like, tell us where you're listening from, or which moment stays with you the longest. You're listening to Echoes of War. Part 1. Operation Valkyrie. The plot to kill Hitler. The air is thick with dust and disbelief. You're standing in a forest that shouldn't be this quiet, a place where pine needles should whisper, where summer should smell of resin and rain. But here, in the still heart of East Prussia, the world has stopped breathing. The wolf's lair lies hidden among the trees, concrete bunkers wrapped in moss, wires coiled like veins through the soil. A fortress built for a man who trusts no one, yet believes he can command the earth itself. From the air, it looks like a scar, grey blocks stitched into green wilderness. From the ground, it feels like a heartbeat that's lost its rhythm. You taste metal on your tongue. Smoke hangs low, curling from a building that once hummed with orders. Inside, the air trembles with the aftertaste of an explosion. Brief, brutal, impossible to undo. Papers flutter across the floor like frightened birds. A table lies broken, its legs bent like wounded soldiers. And on it, the faint shape of a briefcase, scorched into the wood. You hear footsteps, hurried, uncertain. Men shouting names, counting survivors, swearing oaths to a man they think might be dead. The scent of burned leather mixes with pine and fear. Somewhere, a telephone rings, unanswered. Somewhere else, a motor starts, because the world refuses to stop. Outside, the forest holds its breath. Flies gather around the cratered sand. A soldier stumbles out of the smoke, his face streaked with ash and disbelief. He has seen death, but not the one he was promised. They say time slows during an explosion, but after it, time shatters, pieces falling out of order. You feel that now, the confusion of a plan half fulfilled, the terrible clarity that follows failure. The blast was meant to end an empire, but empires don't die in a single breath. They linger, bleeding through their own myths, pretending to live a little longer. In Berlin, hundreds of kilometers away, a radio operator leans forward, waiting for a signal. The code word is simple: Walkja. If the Führer is dead, the reserves will move. If not, the same word will mean treason. In that hesitation, that heartbeat between faith and fear, the fate of Germany trembles. You don't yet know who placed the bomb, or how long he stared at the ticking clock before he walked away. You don't know about the men who helped him, generals and clerks, aristocrats and idealists, men who had seen too much and could no longer obey. All you know is this silence, the kind that feels too large to last. A single leaf drifts down from the pines. The sunlight catches on glass and twisted steel. Somewhere, an officer lights a cigarette with shaking hands, the match burning too close to his skin. He inhales once, deeply, as if the smoke could hide his thoughts. You think about the weight of choices, about how rebellion doesn't always roar. Sometimes, it whispers from inside the uniform of obedience. Sometimes it hides in a folded document, in a signature written too carefully. Sometimes it carries a bomb in a briefcase and a prayer in its pocket. The wolf's lair stands like a monument to control, walls thick enough to survive nearly anything except the truth. And today, truth has tried to break through. Far away, the radio crackles. Static. A voice, cautious, trembling. The Führer has survived. The words fall heavy, like stones into still water. Hope collapses inward. The forest exhales. But you stay a moment longer, because even in failure, there is something human here, a heartbeat that refused to follow orders. You think of the man who carried that briefcase, how he walked into this place knowing he would likely never walk out again. How, in the final seconds, he must have felt both terror and peace. A soldier not killing out of hate, but to free his country from madness. A thin wind moves through the trees. It sounds almost like applause. Or maybe it's just memory, echoing through the years, refusing to fade. Now, close your eyes. Let the smoke settle. Let history whisper its unfinished sentence. Chapter 1. The Roots of Rebellion. Shadows in uniform. The war did not begin with noise. It began with silence, the kind that follows obedience. You can almost hear it now. Boots aligned, breaths held, the faint rhythm of a nation convinced that order is safety. Berlin, 1933. The streets hum with banners and songs. Men in grey uniforms march beneath a sea of flags, their faces shining with conviction or fear, sometimes both. You stand among them, and the air feels heavy with a strange kind of faith. A faith that confuses unity with surrender. In offices and barracks, oaths are spoken, not to a country, but to a man. The ink on those papers glistens like fresh blood. And somewhere, in that ocean of signatures, the first cracks begin to form. There were officers who saw too much. Men trained to follow orders, but cursed with eyes that still noticed the human cost behind them. They watched books burn, churches emptied, neighbors vanish into silence. And though their mouths stayed closed, something inside them began to stir. A quiet rebellion, still without a name. At first, they told themselves it was only politics. That loyalty required patience. That soldiers must not think too much. But conscience, once awake, does not go back to sleep easily. You imagine them now, young captains staring too long at the map, tracing the lines of lost morality with their fingers. One of them is named Claus von Stauffenberg, tall, brilliant, aristocratic, his uniform immaculate, his faith unshaken. For now. He believes in Germany, not yet understanding what that word has come to mean. He believes in honor, in duty, in the poetry of sacrifice. And he will learn, slowly, painfully, that poetry can lie. The weight of loyalty. Years pass. The songs turn darker. The parades grow louder, then thinner, then desperate. By 1942, the world has seen what those signatures in 1933 truly meant. You're standing in Tunisia. The air burns with sand and aviation fuel. The desert is indifferent. It swallows glory and defeat with the same hunger. Stauffenberg, now a colonel, watches his men die under a sun that feels like punishment. He has lost comrades, then hope, then pieces of himself. In April 1943, during a low sortie, Allied aircraft strafe his convoy. Shrapnel tears through his vehicle. A white flash, then nothing. When he wakes, his right hand is gone. 2 fingers on his left, gone. 1 eye gone. A soldier reduced to fragments, but not broken. From that hospital bed, wrapped in white sheets that smell of disinfectant and morphine, he begins to see everything clearly. The illusions burn away with the fever. He sees that loyalty without conscience is only cowardice, that obedience, when it serves evil, becomes its own form of betrayal. Lying there, he whispers something only to himself. Germany must live, even if the Führer must die. The thought is treason. But treason, in times like these, is another word for courage. The faith of doubt. You walk through the corridors of the German army's high command. The walls smell of ink, sweat, and anxiety. Every officer you pass carries 2 faces, one for the war, one for the truth. Files are copied in secret, words are coded in glances. The conspiracy grows like mold in the dark. They are not revolutionaries in the usual sense. They are bureaucrats, generals, theologians, men who quote Goethe in the same breath as God. And yet, together, they dream of murder, not for revenge, but for redemption. At its heart, this is not a plan of ambition, but of absolution. A desperate attempt to restore meaning to uniforms soaked in complicity. In a dimly lit office, a man named Henning von Treschow rewrites a report. The pen trembles in his hand. He has already tried once to kill Hitler, a bomb hidden in a bottle of Cointreau on a plane. It failed. The fuse froze in the cold. But Treschow smiles anyway. Failure, he believes, is proof that God still gives them time to try again. Outside, the rain taps against the glass like Morse code. Each drop seems to spell the same message. Not yet. Not yet. Doubt becomes a kind of faith. A belief that even if they die, something sacred might survive in their place. The idea that Germany is more than one man's madness. You can almost hear them whisper it to each other in passing, over cigarettes, over maps. We are not killing the Führer. We are saving the soul of our country. Seeds beneath the iron sky. By 1944, the sky above Europe hums with defeat. Bombers cross the night like moving constellations. Cities glow in ruin, and yet the radio still insists on victory. Inside Germany, people cling to the fantasy of control, to the same old promises, now spoken through trembling lips. But beneath that iron sky, the seeds of rebellion are ready. Messages travel through couriers and code words. Meetings take place in borrowed apartments, behind locked doors, under portraits of the man they plan to kill. The plan is given a name that sounds bureaucratic enough to hide its purpose. Operation Valkyrie. Originally, it was an emergency protocol, a system to mobilize the army if chaos erupted. But in the hands of men like Stauffenberg, Treschow, and Olbricht, it becomes something far more dangerous. A weapon made of paperwork. A coup disguised as order. You picture Stauffenberg again, his glass eye reflecting the lamplight, his remaining fingers tracing the curve of a detonator. Each movement is precise, ritualistic, holy. He believes the time has come. He believes history has chosen him. Outside, thunder rumbles over Berlin. The city doesn't know it yet, but its own pulse is about to change. In the distance, church bells ring for evening prayers. The sound echoes through the empty courtyards, over the cobblestones slick with rain, into the dark rooms where men whisper of destiny. You can almost hear their voices overlapping with the storm. Faint, steady, unafraid. They are not dreaming of glory. They are preparing for consequence. And somewhere deep within that night, beneath the weight of uniforms and oaths, the first true breath of rebellion fills the air. The sound of a pen signing an order, the rustle of a map unfolding, the click of a clock being wound. Small sounds, but every revolution begins quietly. Chapter 2. The Web of Conspiracy. A room without windows. The meetings never looked like meetings. No flags, no speeches, no gestures of defiance. Only silence carefully arranged into conversation. You're standing in one of those rooms now. A modest apartment in Berlin, its curtains drawn even at noon. The table is bare except for coffee cups, an ashtray, and a single folded map. 3 men sit in a triangle of caution. Their uniforms are impeccable, their words not. The air smells of tobacco and dust, a mix that clings to guilt. Outside, trams rattle past, and the city pretends to be ordinary. Inside, the air is dense with thought, the kind that changes history only if it dares to be spoken aloud. Henning von Treschow breaks the silence first. He doesn't speak of Hitler, not directly. The name is too dangerous. He speaks instead of the patient, of the illness, of the necessary operation, the language of medicine used to describe murder. Friedrich Olbricht listens, his hand tapping lightly against the table. Each tap marks a heartbeat, his, or the Reich's, or both. He has spent months reworking the Valkyrie plan, reshaping it into a legal mask for a coup. Every comma, every clause, another shield against suspicion. And then there is Stauffenberg. His eye, the one that remains, glints in the half-light. He does not smoke. He listens. When he finally speaks, the others fall still. "We will act," he says, voice calm, almost priestly. "Not if, not when. Will." The word settles in the air like dust, slow and final. The sound of paper. There is a certain rhythm to conspiracy. It moves not in gunfire, but in the whisper of paper. Typed orders, copied lists, folded letters passed between gloved hands. In a small office at the Bendler block, a secretary types under dim light. The document in her machine reads like any other. Emergency deployment of the Home Army in case of internal disorder. No one would guess it hides a revolution. Each copy becomes a seed, a plan within a plan. Distribution lists are drawn, officers replaced with trusted names. But trust is fragile in a country where words can hang you. Every courier risks exposure. Every delay invites suspicion. You imagine the sound, keys clicking, the faint hum of the machine, a soldier's boots passing in the hall. And beneath it all, the unspoken pulse of fear. At night, Stauffenberg reviews each document in his study. His left hand moves slowly, each turn of a page deliberate, reverent. He knows the price of imperfection. A missing date, a misplaced seal. These could mean death not only for him, but for everyone he loves. Some nights he stares at the clock longer than he reads. Tick, tick, tick. The same rhythm that will later echo from a briefcase under a table. Circles of silence. They called themselves the Circle, though no one ever said it aloud. It was not a club or a movement, but a confession shared in fragments. No one trusted anyone completely, not even those they planned to die with. At one edge of the web stands Ludwig Beck, the old general, the conscience of the army. He is weary, his face drawn by years of compromise. Once a supporter of Hitler, now a quiet prophet of his downfall. He writes long memoranda no one will read, calling for reason in a world deafened by shouting. At another edge stands Karl Gordeler, the former mayor of Leipzig, a man of laws and belief, who still hopes that Germany might return to decency through order, not chaos. He keeps lists of ministers for the post-Hitler government, names that will never sit in any cabinet, except in memory. Between them, couriers cross like ghosts, a whisper here, a nod there. The Gestapo senses something but cannot find its shape, because the shape keeps changing. The resistance is not a single plan. It is a breath shared among the few who have not forgotten how to breathe freely. The Oath Rewritten. One evening, a storm moves through Berlin. Rain lashes the windows of the Bendler block, thunder echoing down the marble halls. In an empty conference room, Stauffenberg stands before a portrait of the Führer. He studies it without expression. The eyes in the painting stare back, unblinking, omnipresent. Once, he might have saluted it. Now, he simply lowers his head, not in respect, but in grief. He whispers something, almost inaudible. It could be a prayer, or an apology, or both. Then he turns away. Later that night, he meets with Ulbricht again. They talk in short sentences, never finishing them. To speak too long is to risk discovery. To say too little is to risk misunderstanding. Between them lies a single sheet of paper, the order that will set Valkyrie in motion. Outside, lightning flashes, illuminating their faces for a heartbeat. For that brief second, they look less like conspirators and more like mourners. They know they are not only plotting a death. They are rewriting the oath they once swore, not to a man, but to something older, purer. The belief that obedience must end when conscience begins. The candle flickers. The ink dries. The rain softens. In the quiet after the storm, a new line is drawn across history, thin as a thread, invisible to most, but strong enough, perhaps, to pull a nation back from the edge. Chapter 3. The Mechanics of Betrayal. The Language of Machines. Every rebellion begins with words, but to move from belief to action, words must become objects. Metal, wire, and weight. You're standing in a small workshop, hidden inside the German Army's supply division. The air smells of oil and cold iron. On the table before you lies a device that could change the course of the war. A British-made plastic explosive, disguised within a wooden box, its detonator shaped like a pencil. The irony is quiet but cruel. A German officer using the enemy's weapon to save his own country. Stauffenberg studies it as if it were a relic. His remaining fingers trace the contours of the mechanism with reverence, not curiosity. He knows this language now, the fragile dialect of resistance written in circuits and silence. Trescow's old attempts echo through his mind. The bomb in the plane that never detonated, the clockwork that froze in the cold. This time, there will be no mistakes. Everything must be precise, down to the second, down to the breath. He rehearses the motion again and again. Insert, crush, arm, close. Each gesture a prayer in metal form. When he finishes, he places the device back into its casing, smooths the paper around it, and exhales, a sound that almost resembles peace. The Couriers of Doubt. The journey of betrayal begins with a handshake, one that lingers just a little too long, the way all secrets do. The conspirators move their messages through ordinary men, adjutants, clerks, drivers. They don't always know what they carry. An envelope that feels slightly heavier than it should. A case that smells faintly of chemicals. A letter folded twice, then once more, as if to fold the truth itself. Every mile traveled by train or car is a risk. Each border, each checkpoint, another heartbeat skipped. You follow one courier now, a young officer with clear eyes and shaking hands. He carries a parcel labeled documents for the general staff. Inside, a bomb without a fuse. A tool of faith disguised as obedience. He walks through the Berlin Hauptbahnhof, the sound of trains echoing through steel arches. Loudspeakers call out destinations. Königsberg, Warsaw, Paris. The world still moves, unaware that history itself sits beneath his arm. He boards a carriage and sits by the window. Rain traces lines down the glass. He looks out, not realizing this simple act, the refusal to look away, will be remembered by no one. When he reaches his destination, he delivers the parcel and salutes. The man receiving it nods, says nothing. In silence, another link is forged. A map of fear. In the Bendler block, the conspiracy has grown so complex it resembles an organism. Arteries of information branching through departments, feeding on courage and secrecy. But every living thing needs air, and this one is suffocating. Gestapo surveillance tightens around them. Every telephone call feels like a confession. Every knock at the door, a verdict. Ulbricht begins to burn notes as soon as they are read. He memorizes names, destroys papers, and still, the fear remains. You can almost feel it, the tension that hums between the walls, an invisible current connecting men who cannot sleep. The irony is cruel again. They are plotting to restore order, yet their lives are now governed by chaos. At night, in his study, Stauffenberg unrolls maps across the table. Berlin, Munich, Rassenberg, each point marked with quiet intent. His glass eye reflects the lamp's glow, making him look almost otherworldly, half man, half mission. He studies the routes to the wolf's lair. He measures not distance, but destiny. Somewhere in the dark, a church bell strikes midnight. Each toll sounds like a heartbeat counting backward. The weight of timing. Time is the last enemy, and it is everywhere. In July 1944, the war machine groans under its own weight. Cities burn, armies retreat, and yet the Reich still believes in miracles. Inside that delusion, the conspirators find their narrow window. The meeting at the Wolf's Lair is set for the 20th. Hitler will gather his officers, review reports, speak of counterattacks that no longer exist, and Stauffenberg will be there, summoned as part of the general staff, the perfect disguise. He prepares his uniform the night before, brushes the dust from his medals, adjusts the straps over his missing hand. Each motion is slow, ritualistic, a soldier dressing for death. On his desk lies a small notebook. Inside, his final notes, the sequence of events, the code words, the names of men who must act once he does. At the top of the page, a single word written twice, Hoot. Today. He closes the book, stands, and looks out the window. Berlin sleeps under a grey sky, the kind that promises neither rain nor mercy. In the distance, the first tram bell rings. It sounds almost like a warning, or perhaps an answer. Tomorrow, he will carry the bomb himself. Tomorrow, the world will hold its breath again. And somewhere, deep in that silence, the mechanics of betrayal will finally move. Chapter 4. The day of the bomb. Morning. The weight of today. Dawn comes thin and uncommitted over Berlin, a grey ribbon unspooling above rooftops slick with last night's mist. You're standing at a window that refuses to warm, glass cold against your breath. The city moves as if it doesn't yet know what date it is. On the desk, the uniform waits, pressed into silence, seams like fault lines, medals arranged with a priest's precision. The room smells of wool and ink and the clean edge of metal. A pencil detonator sits in a small pouch, unremarkable to any eye that does not understand time. Klaus von Stauffenberg dresses like a man choosing his last words. Each buckle, each strap, each careful adjustment over absence. The missing hand, the missing eye, is a litany of acceptance. He is not afraid of dying. He is afraid of failing. He reads the sequence one final time, the handwriting steady, unadorned. Travel, proximity, arm, place, leave, call Berlin, walk here. 6 steps and a heartbeat. Outside, a tram bell rings, small and ordinary, a sound that insists on the continuity of life. He pauses over a photograph tucked into the notebook. Not for long. Long is dangerous. Then he closes the book and slides it into his pocket. Across the city, other men rise into the choreography, Ulbricht checking distribution lists, from calculating survival in the currency of minutes, Beck smoothing the front of his jacket like one more attempt at dignity, Mertz von Quernheim standing too still under a lamp that hums like a tired wasp. The sky lightens by degrees. Today is ordinary, and it is not. The clock does not know the difference, but everyone who matters does. You listen to the breath in the room. Slow, measured. He reaches for the case. The hour is set in motion. Flight. The narrow corridor through air. The airfield breathes diesel and distance. Propellers carve the morning into a steady thrum. The fuselage shudders with waiting. On the tarmac, salutes feel like punctuation marks at the end of prayers. Stauffenberg boards with his adjutant, Werner von Haften, young, grave, and already older than his years. The briefcase is just a briefcase, brown leather, scuffed edges, the kind of object that moves through offices like a second shadow. Inside, a molded charge, a pencil fuse with a brittle glass vial, a cautious equation of chemistry and faith. The plane lifts, Berlin shrinking into a grey geometry. Clouds close around them like a confessional. Between them on the seat, the case rests with the calm of an object that has not yet become destiny. You sit with the silence of the cabin, the engine's constant sermon, the occasional cough of static in the radio, the dry rustle of papers that do not need to be read again. Across the aisle, another officer dozes with his cap tilted low. An unguarded mouth, a soft snore. There is always something human nearby, even at the edge of catastrophe. Stauffenberg's thoughts do not wander. They circle. Trescow's failures. The weather. The schedule in Rassenberg, shifting like an animal. The essential paradox. To save the army, he must betray it. To save Germany, he must kill the man he once swore to serve. He rests his left hand, 2 fingers and a thumb, lightly on the case. Not possession. Recognition. Below, East Prussia approaches. Forests like dark handwriting, lakes holding the sky in shallow bowls. The wolf's lair waits within it, a hive of concrete and habit. When the wheels kiss the runway, the decision is no longer philosophical. It is procedural. The wolf's lair. Heat, pine, paper. Rassenberg breathes warm pine and wartime theatre. Guard posts, wires, maps, dogs and cigarettes. The hum of a place that has normalized paranoia. They are late. The heat has pressed the day forward. The meeting has been moved from the bunker to a lighter wooden hut, a decision in service of comfort that will rewrite the physics of the blast. Checkpoints measure identity in fragments. Passes, faces, the grammar of posture. Stauffenberg's wounds read as loyalty. His rank reads as access. The case reads as work. Inside a small preparation room, he asks for a moment to freshen up before the briefing. No one refuses a wounded colonel's request. The door closes. Time contracts. On the table, the charge, the pencil fuse, the pliers. The ritual is practiced, but practice cannot account for fingers that are not there. Von Haften stands near, attentive without words. Crush the vial. The copper wire inside will begin to burn, soundless, invisible, eating its way toward the ignition like a patient animal. Measure the interval. Estimate the walk, the greeting, the placement, the exit. He fits the pencil. The glass resists, then yields with a small surrender. A breath catches. A breath is released. Sweat beads under the collar. The room smells faintly of vinegar and cordite, like a promise made in a different language. There should be 2 charges. There will be 1. Time and hands and interruptions. They simplify choices with cruelty. He closes the case. It looks unchanged, which is the point. In the corridor, footsteps pass. Hurried, then ordinary again. The world is an accomplice and a distraction. The table. Wood. Maps. Breath. The briefing room is bright in the way danger often is. Sun angling in through open windows, the air high with heat and the thick smell of resin. There is a long table. There are officers arranged like punctuation around a sentence that still believes itself coherent. Maps huddled together, a geography of insistence. Hitler stands at the far side, face waxy with fatigue and certainty. Generals lean forward to pour their fears into his narrative until even their doubts sound obedient. The wood under their hands is thick and confident, built for permanence. Stauffenberg enters with the case and the cultivated humility of a man bringing facts to power. He places the leather near the leg of the table, on the inside of the circle, among briefings and compasses and the detritus of war. The fuse burns somewhere nobody can see. He excuses himself. The phone, he says. Berlin waits for figures only he can supply. A staff officer, impatient with clutter, nudges the case to the far side of the leg, a minor gesture to clear space for his own papers. It is a practical act. It is a historical act. Stauffenberg steps into the corridor. The light there looks different. The air tastes freer by 1 degree only. Von Haften is already moving, already counting seconds without moving his lips. Between the room and the car is a narrow universe. Gravel, glare, guards, the brassy squawk of a distant loudspeaker. It feels like a corridor through which fate must pass to become past. Detonation. Sound becomes silence. The explosion is not cinematic from outside. It is a violent breath, a heave of air and light, splinters and heat, a bark that chases itself into echo. Birds tear free of the pines, black punctuation thrown against the sky. The ground gives a short, hard shudder, and then remembers itself. Men run. Alarms start speaking in their single language. Stauffenberg does not run. He moves with the measured urgency of the only man who knows what the sound means. He looks once across the compound, not at the smoke, not at the people, but at the pattern of movement, the choreography of shock. Then he and Von Haften reach the car. There is a gate to pass, and another, and another. Each saluted permission is an absolution they have not earned yet. Behind them, the hut burns into a grey, angry cough. Inside would absorb the blast like a shield. The table leg kept a man alive. Survival has many collaborators, some of them furniture. For a few exquisite minutes, the lie is true. The Führer is dead. In those minutes, history breathes a different future. Slender, upright, possible. The call. A voice across wires. On the road away from Rassenberg, the car collects speed as if speed were belief. Wind scrapes the face. Dust climbs into the mouth. The engine sings the song of anonymity. They stop at a field post. A phone. A line. Berlin on the other end, like a room you can step into with your voice. Walk here. The word moves out and down, switching yards and human ears, through operators and neutral tones. In the Bendler block, Ulbricht hears it as a key turning in a long-awaited lock. Orders begin to unfurl like blinds snapping open. Arrest the SS, secure the radio, hold the ministries, wake the reserves with the language of legality. The plan is elegant in its theft. Use the regime's own reflexes against itself. The reserves will act because papers tell them to, stamped and proper, signed by men whose signatures still carry weight. Every plot trusts paper longer than it should. Berlin. A building wakes to itself. The Bendler block is a hive stirred with a spoon. Typewriters clatter into a nervous chorus. Couriers move with the dignity of people who refuse to run. From's face is a mask searching for the right expression to survive the day. Beck closes his eyes as if to reopen them on a different Germany. Merz von Quernheim drafts the teleprinters with a precision that feels like mercy. Reserve units receive orders that sound like duty and are, in fact, revolt. In the halls, the air is different. Charged, fragile, purposeful. You can hear a future walking toward them, boots soft on marble. Then the rumor arrives, tentative, then eager, then insistent. He lives. The table, the open windows, the accident of placement, all the small details that history hoards like a jealous collector. From becomes definite at once, choosing allegiance like a man choosing a coat in sudden rain. Ulbricht doubles down. Beck remains still. Stauffenberg, not yet back in Berlin, exists as a necessary certainty in their sentences. He saw the blast. He saw the chaos. He knows. Belief has its own physics. It holds until it doesn't. Return. Twilight on stone. Evening finds Stauffenberg back in Berlin, the day's heat loosening into a tired dusk. The courtyard of the Bendler block drinks the last light in long rectangles. Windows show rooms of men writing history into and out of existence. He climbs the stairs with the steady exhaustion of someone who has already died in all the ways that matter except one. His presence stiffens spines, retunes the building. He is the proof he brought with him. Walkure continues. The phrase moves like a metronome, obedient, insistent. Units in Paris, Vienna, Prague receive the pulse and begin to move, the world briefly tilting toward an alternate alignment. Then the radio speaks with the authority of a man who has not died. The voice is unmistakable, weary, nasal, triumphant by the mere fact of being. He lives. Orders collide in the wires. Some detach from the coup like leaves in an unexpected gust. Others cling in stubborn courage. Truth and command fight inside sentences. The Bendler block shifts from cathedral to battlement. The outer corridors fill with hesitation. The inner rooms with resolve. Nightfall. The edge of consequence. Night gathers with the simplicity of a closing book. In the courtyard, shadows arrange themselves into listening shapes. Inside, corridors narrow into choices that will not open again. From returns with the momentum of the official world behind him. He orders, he threatens, he offers survival as a service he can still provide. Ulbricht refuses the old gravity. Mertz backs him with the stubborn clarity of men who no longer fear being misunderstood. Stauffenberg stands like a man who has consumed his fear and found calm beneath it. He speaks softly, as if volume could break the fragile arc of meaning they have labored to make all day. The building divides itself. Doors quietly locked, phones quietly cut, loyalties quietly counted. Out in the city, Berliners eat late dinners under dim bulbs, unaware that their future is being measured in the width of a corridor and the steadiness of a hand. Shots will come later. For now, there is only paper being signed with hands that shake and the low murmur of men saying each other's names in the past tense. You feel the night enter the rooms, cool, unjudging. The war beyond the walls continues its colossal, indifferent work. Inside, a few human beings try to redirect it with the smallest levers available. Word, will, breath. A clock somewhere strikes the quarter hour. It sounds like the last calm thing in the world. Interlude. The city that listened. The frequency of hope. The city does not know yet. Morning bleeds into afternoon, afternoon into heat. Somewhere, the bombs are still falling, but not here, not right now. Berlin breathes in that fragile pause between alarms, a pause that feels like mercy. You're standing in a small apartment, 5th floor, near the Tiergarten. The wallpaper peels a little near the stove. A kettle hums, a child hums with it. In the corner, a radio whispers. Its voice is the voice of the nation, calm, distant, trained never to shake. It speaks of the Eastern Front, of heroic defense, of enemies repelled and victories certain. But between the sentences, something trembles. A delay, a skipped word, a human breath the script forgot to hide. An old woman at the table lifts her head. She has learned to hear truth in the spaces where the broadcast falters. She glances toward the window, half expecting someone to knock and forbid her from noticing. Then, a new tone. A bulletin. Unscheduled. Words wrapped too tightly. An explosion occurred today at the Führer's headquarters. The Führer is alive and well. Alive and well. 3 words meant to comfort, but they fall like stones into the small quiet of her kitchen. She looks at the photo on the wall, her son in uniform, frozen in youth he no longer has. She touches the frame, as if reassurance could travel backward through glass. Outside, a tram clatters past, wheels shrieking like something trying to wake. For a moment, the city listens not to the radio, but to itself. Between static and silence. Across town, in a cafe that pretends not to be empty, a few patrons gather under the spell of caffeine and denial. The air smells of burnt chicory and damp wool. Every table holds the same props: a folded newspaper, a cup, a fear. The radio there crackles, half sentences cutting through the static. Someone coughs. Someone whispers. They say there was a bomb. No one answers. Questions are the new currency of suspicion. A young soldier on leave stares into his drink. He does not look like belief anymore. His eyes are fixed on nothing, perhaps on a thought that has nowhere safe to live. When the broadcast repeats, the Führer has survived the assassination attempt. Something inside him exhales, not in relief, but resignation. He had not wished for death, only for an ending. Now both are denied him. Outside, the street vendors shout softer than usual. The air feels like an afterthought. The city carries on because it doesn't know how not to. A house with the curtains drawn. Elsewhere, a young mother stands at the sink, hands in cold water. She is not thinking about politics. She is thinking about soap, and the price of milk, and whether the sirens will come again tonight. But she listens, because everyone listens. Even silence in this city has the texture of listening. The radio hums beside her, low, insistent. She has grown used to the sound of certainty. It fills the air like wallpaper. But now it wavers. A phrase repeats. The Führer, unharmed, immediate justice, traitors within the army. Her hands still. The word traitors moves through the room like a draft. She does not know names. She does not know the faces of the men who tried. But for one long second, she feels the weight of all those unseen lives pressing against the fabric of her own. She dries her hands slowly, quietly, as if afraid the sound might betray her thoughts. Outside, a neighbor slams a window shut, too quickly. Inside, the clock keeps time like a heartbeat refusing to die. The city after the pause. Night comes earlier now, not by the clock, but by consent. Streetlights stay dim, conversations shorter. The city has learned that survival lives in silence. But somewhere, through a crack in the blackout curtain, moonlight still dares to look in. It touches a stack of newspapers, a sleeping child, a glass of water half full, a radio still whispering to itself. The bulletin changes tone. No longer calm, but sharpened. Arrests, names, warnings, a roll call of ghosts in waiting. In the distance, church bells ring, not for victory, not for loss, but because time still moves even when courage is crushed. You imagine all of them now. The woman, the soldier, the mother. 3 small lives unaware of each other, connected by one thread of static. Each will sleep tonight beneath the same hum of authority. Each will dream, perhaps, that the sound cuts out for good. The city exhales. Smoke rises somewhere, unseen, and the air settles again into that familiar rhythm, obedience disguised as peace. Chapter 5. The Bendler Block Night. Thresholds. Night gathers like cloth laid gently over stone. You're standing at the entrance to the Bendler Block, where lamps turn the courtyard into a shallow pool of yellow. Footsteps pass through it and leave no ripple. Inside, doors are half closed, an architecture of hesitation. Teleprinters clack in another room as if some neutral guard was still recording events without favor. On a wall, a clock refuses to rush or pity. It only keeps. Stauffenberg moves through the corridors with a quiet that seems to draw silence around him rather than absorb it. Ulbricht carries papers that feel heavier than paper. Mertz von Quernheim tends to orders like a gardener who knows the frost is coming. Beck sits for a moment in a chair by the window, eyes lowered. He is thinking not of victory but of proportion, how a life should meet its end with a shape that fits. From returns like weather, cold front, pressure line, a change that will be felt in bones. Authority walks before him. Fear follows after. He surveys the room and chooses a mask, and behind that mask a conclusion. The regime lives, so must he. A telephone barks a sentence none of them want. Confirmation, iron and nasal, of the voice that did not die. The sentence has the weight of a door shutting, softly but completely. The plan has become past perfect. Now comes consequence. Reversals. A corridor turns into a boundary. On one side, men who have already crossed out their own names. On the other, men who intend to remain legible to history as survivors. From calls for order, which is to say surrender. He speaks the language of tomorrow, courts, directives, the reknitting of obedience. Ulbricht answers with the language of tonight, necessity, honor, the last intact bridge. Words do not touch. They collide and drop to the floor between them. In the room with the teleprinters, a sergeant pauses with his hands above the keys. He is not thinking of treason or loyalty. He is thinking of instruction. If told to type, he will type. If told to stop, he will stop. Most lives are this simple until history arrives and complicates them. Dispatches arrive like tides turning. Paris, a unit moves, then hesitates. Vienna, arrests begun, then untied. Prague, confusion, then clarity of the worst kind. Radio denial becomes street certainty. Men who were brave at 5 are uncertain at 7 and obedient by 9. Outside the building, the city puts away its evening. Plates washed, slippers found, blankets lifted to chins. Somewhere a child wakes and cries. Someone shushes gently, with a reflex of kindness that survives systems. Inside the building, mercy has a smaller vocabulary. From orders, arrests. He says the names as if he were reading from a ledger. Ulbricht, Mertz, Stauffenberg. Names that fit easily in a mouth until the mouth must answer for having shaped them. A handful of officers seize the moment like a rope thrown over a moving train. They take control of rooms, not history. They point pistols with hands that tremble not from fear, but from the realism of proximity. The gun room. The place is small and practical. A room chosen not for ceremony, but for convenience. Its walls smell of oil and usage. A bare bulb rests above like a tired eye that will remember without preference. Beck asks for a revolver. He is granted the courtesy of rank and age. He lifts the weapon with hands that tremble as little as possible. The first shot surprises him by not being the last. He sits again, as if returning to a thought. Someone steps forward to complete the answer he began. Dignity, here, is not a shield. It is a shape. Ulbricht stands, spine finding its old discipline. He looks at no one in particular. A man who spent months turning paragraphs into instruments of rebellion now meets a sentence that contains no comma, no appeal. Schatz. After, a silence that is not peace, only arithmetic. Mertz von Quernheim steps forward with the look of someone who has entered a room he has entered in his mind 100 times. He is tidy even now, collar straight, chin level. He does not flinch. The report is dull in this small space. The sound has nowhere to travel and returns at once. Stauffenberg waits with the patience of someone whose fear has been used up elsewhere. He thinks of the blast, of the minute when possibility stood upright and breathed. He thinks, perhaps, of his children, not because he is sentimental in this moment, but because love and duty are finally unable to pretend to be different things. Von Haften moves with him, the smaller orbit of a star pulled toward its sun. Loyalty, here, is not performance. It is gravity. From watches the proceedings with an air of stern housekeeping, distaste for disorder, pride in efficiency, the quick arithmetic of self. He will later speak of courts and law. Tonight he prefers a speed that makes records unnecessary. The courtyard. They move the condemned outside. The night has grown cooler, and the stones keep the evening's heat like a memory. A rectangle of light falls from a window onto the gravel, fragile as paper. An officer reads something brief, a shape of words that allows this to be called what it is not. No one listens for content. Rhythm will do. Pistols are checked by touch. Stauffenberg stands very straight. It is not pride. It is a habit of bone. He looks once at the sky. It contains nothing for him, and that is a comfort. Von Haften steps between him and the muzzle before anyone can prevent it. A small mercy taken by force, one body offered into the path intended for another. The shot is close and immediate. He folds not like a flag, but like a man, which is to say without drama. A pause. No speech now, only fragments, breath, step, alignment. Stauffenberg's face is calm, not because he has no fear, but because he has placed it on a table and walked away earlier in the day. When the volley sounds, it is as workmanlike as any order fulfilled. The courtyard receives the sound and returns it to the night, softened. Somewhere a dog barks once, uncertain which world it belongs to. The recording angel. Down the hall, a clerk writes. Ink scratches the paper with the hush of modest rainfall. He records names, times, phrases such as carried out and by order of. His hand is steady. Tomorrow another hand may copy his neatness into another neatness. There will be no room for adjectives. On the desk beside him, a cup cools. Coffee gone to the taste of pennies. He does not drink. He does his work with an efficiency that neither honors nor damns, merely proves. He stops once to blow upon the page, drying the words so they will not blur. It is a small tenderness toward permanence. Echoes in the building. The Bendler block settles back into itself like a lung after a held breath. Doors that had been watchful become only doors. Steps resume their usual size. A janitor collects spent casings and puts them in a tin. Work to be done, even where endings have occurred. In the teleprinter room, the sergeant returns to the chair. He looks at the keys as if expecting them to object to his hands. They do not. He resumes. Words spool out. Communiques, clarifications, the official story picking up its coat. On a stairwell landing, a young officer sits with his head in his hands. He is not crying. He is adjusting to the new shape of the world, which is to say the old shape renewed. Adjustment takes time. The clock does not offer any. The night walks away. Close to midnight, a wind slips through the courtyard and lifts the smell of cordite and dust into thinner air. Windows darken one by one. The building becomes exterior again. Inside, pockets of wakefulness persist. Guards at posts, a telephone that refuses to sleep. The city beyond resumes its own concerns. Trains arriving late, a bicycle chain catching on its sprocket, someone laughing too loudly in a doorway and then stopping. In a room whose purpose is to hold maps, a map remains. Pins mark fronts that are already moving beyond the pins. The lamp is left on. Moths come. They beat themselves gently against the shade until the beating is its own lullaby. The smallest sound. Somewhere, a drawer closes. Somewhere else, a boot is set carefully beside its mate. These are the survivals. The gestures people can still control when everything else has been taken or chosen. In the gun room, echoes thin. A dark patch on the floor looks like shadow and is not. By morning, it will be scrubbed until it becomes shadow again. The night does not end. It recedes. What remains is the memory of it, folded and tucked away, carried by those who saw and those who didn't but know. Memory weighs almost nothing and cannot be confiscated at a checkpoint. You stand for a moment at the threshold where you began. The lamps throw their careful circles onto gravel. Within them, nothing dramatic, only pebbles, cigarette ends, a thread of paper twisted by wind. The building exhales, unremarkable as stone. Inside it, somewhere, an ink line dries. Outside it, somewhere, a mother turns down a radio and pulls a blanket to a child's chin. The hour has no need to announce itself. It passes, and the night, in its tidy, administrative way, finishes what the day began. Chapter 6. The Net Tightens. After the door closes. The morning does not announce what it has taken. It simply arrives, pale and dutiful, and lays its light across floors that remember the night. You're standing in a corridor where the air still smells faintly of oil and cordite. The building has learned to behave as a building again. Yet outside its walls, something moves with purpose. The state's reflex, automatic, unembarrassed. Lists are drawn. Names are underlined. Phones ring with the efficiency of a heart that will not stop. In offices where yesterday's sentences were doubts, today's are decisions. A pen descends. A warrant rises. The authority of paper continues its quiet reign. You can feel it in the city. Doors open too early. Questions asked in the official tone. Footsteps that do not hurry because they do not need to. The net is not loud. It is thorough. At the edges, the first threads tighten. A colonel's home is searched with courtesy that feels like contempt. A housekeeper is asked to sit, as if hospitality was still the currency of human contact. A drawer is opened. A letter is found. A history becomes a charge. In attics and basements and stairwells with weak bulbs, men fold themselves into silence that has nowhere to go. The conspiracy, once a breath passed from mouth to mouth, is now a list passed from desk to desk. Tuskegee Road. The wind on the eastern front tastes of smoke and resignation. You're standing on a track road whose ruts hold last week's rain like dull mirrors. Henning von Treschow walks there, not quickly, not slowly, precisely, as if moving at the speed of conscience. He has long believed that failure is not the end of duty. Now he believes its opposite, that duty is not the end of failure. He has seen the war strip men to bone and belief. He has seen belief turn to habit and habit to horror. Each step is an inventory he no longer needs to keep. A messenger brings the news he expected. The coup has failed. The circle is breaking. The files will be read. Treskow's face does not alter. Inside him, a decision finishes growing. Something planted long ago, watered by the knowledge that to wait is to give the devil more rooms. He turns into a copse of small trees whose leaves clap softly at nothing. He borrows a grenade with the manners of a guest. To a companion he speaks a sentence that lives like a psalm. A man must do what is right, no matter the consequences. The words are not for comfort. They are a shape he steps into, like a uniform that still fits. The sound that follows is small beside the ongoing sky. Birds rearrange themselves on a wire. A few leaves float down as if time had exhaled. Treschow returns to the silence he kept. The road keeps its dust. On a desk far away, his file will be stamped and re-stamped until his name becomes an instrument. But this moment, bare and private, will not be found by the stamp. Gordeless rooms. Carl Gordeler moves from room to room the way ideas move, quietly, stubbornly, believing indoors. Former mayor, patient architect of a Germany that might have been lawful again, he keeps a notebook of ministries for a republic that exists only in the subjunctive. Now he moves in the indicative. Hidden, hunted, here. You find him in a friend's spare room whose wallpaper repeats a flower like a prayer. The window is shuttered. The air smells of soap and damp paper. He writes names on a scrap and then folds the scrap into his shoe. A man who trusted lists to save a country now hides his own list from a country. The knock, when it comes, is polite. Politeness is the state's preferred costume for certainty. Gordeler straightens his jacket and meets it like a civic duty fulfilled. Downstairs, the stair treads count his steps with the same arithmetic that has counted everyone's steps since the building was built. On the landing, He pauses, not to pray for rescue, but to align himself with what he has always believed, that decency is not improved by fear. The corridor is narrow, the officers courteous, the handcuffs unnecessary. He is brought not to a place, but to a process. Interrogations will come like weather systems, changing nothing essential. He will be made to speak, and he will speak as a citizen who refuses to give language to betrayal. A system that despises law will still pretend to use it to end him. He will remain a man who thinks laws can be repaired. The sound of lists. Berlin learns to listen for a new sound, the reading of names. On radio and poster and whispered rumor, syllables become boundaries. People step across them or do not. A neighbor notes the absence next door and says nothing because saying something is now a kind of invitation. A baker hears that a colonel's wife has been taken for questioning. He wraps bread in paper with unusual care. A priest decides which homily can survive in the open air and which must remain a thought. In the chancery of despair, Roland Freisler rehearses his theater. He will stage trials in a room stifled by lights and vanity, and call it justice with the zeal of a vandal claiming ownership. The camera will be present, its lens uncomplicated by shame. Men will be brought there to be shouted at into smaller versions of themselves, and then removed to be made smaller still. But not yet. For now, the net converts suspicion into appointment. Summons, interrogations, the mechanical courtesy of a chair and a pencil. Confessions are catalogued. Silence is punished. The state collects gestures. Who saluted? Who didn't? Who paused too long? Who met whose eyes? In back rooms, functionaries smoke and do their sums. How many today? How many tomorrow? The math is easy. The result is always the same. Plots and See, August. There is a place where night is asked to do more than it should. Plots-and-See prison sits with the posture of a thing designed for waiting. Its corridors hold echoes the way a sea cave holds tide, predictably, voraciously. On certain evenings in August, the work is increased to satisfy a need called order. You're standing in a chamber whose air never changes. Iron, damp stone, disinfectant, the tin-penny taste of electricity. Hooks line the beam like punctuation marks for a sentence that refuses to end. Men arrive by van, step down, line up. They still have their faces, which is important. Faces are the last jurisdictions in which the state has no written law. Some pray, some do not. Most keep their mouths closed because breath is a small, sovereign thing worth guarding. A list is read. The list has the calm of a grocery receipt. The guard's voice does not search for meaning. It locates bodies. The method is chosen not for efficiency, but for example. The regime prefers its endings to instruct. It believes that humiliation educates more thoroughly than death. It is wrong about almost everything, including this. The rope is ordinary. The beam is not. A switch clicks somewhere. Air thickens. A few words are spoken, not loudly. The officials present are doing a job, and jobs in this system ask that the heart be placed in a drawer with the other tools. Outside the walls, the evening continues as if evenings were renewable. Plates washed, windows latched, a tram sighing to a stop. Inside, time counts in brief, terminal measures. It is efficient, then it is complete, then it is recorded. In a ledger, names that built a different Germany on paper are reduced to the date and the hour. A clerk blows on the ink to dry it. The gesture is almost tender. Crosscut. 3 rooms. Room 1. A kitchen, late. A woman stands at a sink and does not move. The radio has said nothing specific, which is how the radio says everything. On the table, a letter lies face down, its fold lines like scars. She knows not to turn it over in front of the window. She thinks of the last day her husband spoke without watching the door while he did it. She imagines him walking into a room he will not walk out of. She dries a cup. She sets it upside down. She rearranges the ordinary until it looks like control. Room 2. A barracks, somewhere west. A conscript sits on the edge of a bunk and ties his boot with the thoroughness of poverty. He has heard about the plot in the way soldiers hear, through the practical poetry of rumor. He respects courage. He fears irregularity. He believes both belong to other men. Lights out approaches. He lies back. Sleep collects him with its usual indifference. Room 3. A cell. Near midnight. A man who once wrote memoranda that could have changed the direction of a country if anyone had read them sits with his hands quiet on his knees. He recites a poem silently, not because poems save, but because they hold. Footsteps approach. They pass. He leans his head back against the wall and imagines a field where nothing is measured, not even time. The People's Court. The hall is hot and crowded, designed for the comfort of the judge's voice. Roland Freisler enters with the momentum of a man certain that sound is a form of truth. He speaks as if interruption were justice. He interrupts as if it were proof. The defendants stand in uniforms rearranged to humiliate them, belts removed, suspenders denied, dignity edited for the camera. The nation will be shown this theater as if it were a sacrament. Questions are asked that cannot be answered because answers are not the purpose. Every sentence becomes an exhibit. Names become accomplices. A cough is taken down for the record. To watch this is to feel a particular exhaustion, the fatigue of witnessing a performance where meaning has been evicted and the props pretend to speak. But beneath the script, something stubborn remains, the shape of men who will not edit their eyes. In the back, a stenographer bends to the keys with a devotion that would honor a better world. The roll of paper curls at her feet like a sleeping animal. She records. She does not endorse. The regime cannot tell the difference. History can. Letters not sent. Somewhere in a ministry office, a basket holds letters that will never be delivered. They are inspected, copied, censored, filed, then kept. The system dislikes movement it did not authorize. You read one without opening it, because the paper itself says enough. The crease where a hand pressed too hard, the blot where a pen paused, the faint scent of soap and something like pine. A sentence begins. If this reaches you, and then the corridor outside makes a sound that belongs to keys and boots, and the sentence waits in its envelope for a future that will not include it. In another place, a librarian wraps banned books in plain brown paper and moves them into a back room not because she expects to save a civilization, but because she refuses to let a single sentence vanish without needing to be carried. Small resistances are not measured in outcomes. They are measured in refusal. August's inventory. By the end of August, the net has done its work with a precision that admires itself. Arrests extend outward like ripples that never reach shore because the lake is the state and the shore is gone. Some names have been spoken in public. Others disappear into the practiced discretion of bureaucracy. Families learn new vocabulary. Protective custody, interrogation, remand. The phrases are clean and leave no bruise on the tongue. The body records what the words do not. The war, indifferent to drama, continues to carve Europe down to the bone. Cities lose their edges. Roads become theories. Maps are revised with straight rulers and unstraight intentions. And through it all, The echo of a failed future moves among the living, a perhaps that once stood up and was asked to sit down forever. The executions at Plotsonsea multiply. Some nights too many to list with the dignity of space between lines. Names become columns. Beck already gone, Ulbricht gone, Mertz gone, Stauffenberg gone. Others follow, Witzleben, York, Oster in time, an index of courage, an alphabet of consequence. The regime believes this is conclusion. It is only accumulation. The edge of autumn. September approaches with the tired luxury of cooler air. Leaves begin to practice letting go. You stand in a street where the light slants differently, and the buildings look briefly like themselves before they resume being addresses. A woman pins a sheet to a line and watches it lift, a fragile flag of a country that exists entirely within a yard. A boy, not seen, only heard, counts to 20 and starts over because he enjoys the order of numbers. A tram bell argues softly with distance. The net, having tightened, now holds. It does not need new movement to prove its strength. It prefers the display of stillness. But even in stillness, currents remain. The things people do when no one is looking, the sentences they rehearse and never speak, the prayers they say without words. If you listen closely, you can hear the country breathing under the weight placed upon its chest. Slow, shallow, determined to remain a body. And you remember that courage does not end where punishment begins. It changes rooms. The chapter closes not with a verdict, but with a street at dusk, windows lit like quiet promises, a bicycle leaning against a wall, and the faint, persistent sound of someone turning a page by a lamp. Interlude. The quiet profession. The corridor of keys. You're standing in a corridor that smells of wet stone and tired light. The hour is somewhere between night and morning, the air between purpose and regret. Your hand moves through its small collection of keys, each one familiar as a name you don't want to remember. The work is simple, which is what makes it difficult. Doors, papers, voices low enough not to echo. In this place, everything must be efficient, even the silence. Sometimes you think the building dreams. Pipes knock like slow heartbeats. Doors sigh when closed. You tell yourself it's only the draft, but the walls here listen, and sometimes they whisper back. At the end of the hall, a bulb flickers. The light has learned to stutter politely, as if not to interrupt. You stop and wait. It steadies. You continue. Your shoes make a sound the ceiling memorizes. The chaplain. He wears the collar of ritual, but not the comfort of certainty. By the time they call him, the words he's supposed to say have already wilted on his tongue. He sits beside men who no longer need language, men who already inhabit the distance between breath and memory. He listens more than he speaks. Sometimes they want confession. Sometimes they want silence. Most want neither, only to be looked at by someone who doesn't avert their eyes. In his pocket, the little book of Psalms grows thinner, its pages soft with use and sweat. The words are supposed to comfort the dying. He wonders if they also keep him alive. He has learned not to promise heaven, only to remind them that the night is almost over. That dawn, in this place, is not metaphor. When they lead one away, he keeps the chair warm for a while, a courtesy to absence. He used to count the names. Now he counts the pauses between them. Each pause feels heavier. When he prays, it is no longer for souls, but for silence to mean something. The doctor. He signs the forms. That's his work. Confirmation, not healing. Ink where blood used to be. He once believed that a pulse meant life. Now it means paperwork. He has learned to check quickly. Touch. Nod. Record. The living and the dead differ less by temperature than by permission. Sometimes, afterward, he stands by the sink and washes his hands until they sting. Not for cleanliness, for memory. He fears forgetting what human warmth feels like. He never looks up when officials speak. Their voices are made of politics and fatigue. He answers with nouns only. Yes. No. Completed. Adjectives have gone out of season. On his desk, a stethoscope sleeps like a relic. Once, it was his ear to the world. Now it is just metal and rubber, waiting for a quieter century. The guard. He's not cruel, and that makes it worse. Cruelty is easier. It's clean, decisive, satisfied. But he feels too much, too often, and each feeling is a small betrayal of his uniform. He used to hum when nervous. Now he breathes instead, shallow, controlled, invisible. He avoids mirrors. They keep asking the same question. Who are you serving tonight? When the van doors close, he waits until the sound fades before lighting his cigarette. It's not respect. It's superstition. He exhales smoke that tastes like apology. Once, he saw a scrap of paper left behind in a cell. A prayer written in pencil. The word Germany smudged into something that looked like forgive. He didn't report it. He folded it and carried it in his pocket for weeks until the letters wore away. Now he carries nothing. Even pockets have become dangerous. The corridor again. Later, when the building sleeps, if stone can sleep, he walks the corridor once more. The bulb still flickers. The walls still breathe. He stops by the heavy door and listens. Nothing. He tries to imagine the sound of a world outside this one. Wind through trees. Distant laughter. The clatter of dishes in some kitchen where light doesn't apologize for shining. He can't quite remember the smell of daylight. It's been too long. He turns, locks the door, and places the keys back in his pocket. Somewhere far away, another dawn begins. It will not reach here, but he stands a moment longer, letting the idea of it settle on his shoulders like grace. Then he exhales, a sound small enough to hide in the dark, and continues walking. Chapter 7. The Theatre of Justice. Stagecraft. The hall is bright in the way performance demands. You're standing beneath lamps that turn air into something hot and obedient. The ceiling hangs low with the weight of watching. Even silence has an audience here. Rows of benches, a dock, a raised bench, the geometry of judgment. The wood smells of polish and sweat, a mingling of preparation and fear. On the wall, an emblem that once meant law, now merely means volume. People take their places the way actors do, pretending to be ordinary as they enter a scene they cannot rewrite. Clerks stack folders with the careful indifference of stagehands. A camera is rolled in on little wheels, its metal calm, its glass untroubled by conscience. Someone checks a cable, taps a microphone, tests the range of humiliation. The room relocates itself from Germany to theatre in the time it takes to say, "All rise." The entrance. Roland Freisler arrives like a verdict trying to walk. His robe moves as if it were also a mouth. He sits with the authority of a man who believes thunder belongs to him. Faces tilt upward. Air tilts with them. Freisler has learned how to make a name into a weapon, how to pronounce syllables as if they were crimes, how to stop a sentence with laughter that does not understand what laughter is for. The gavel is unnecessary. His voice will do. He clears his throat. The room learns to flinch before the sound arrives. Costume and prop. The defendants enter without belts or braces, trousers sagging, dignity edited by design. It is not enough to condemn. The theater demands exposure. Their uniforms have been rearranged into apology. Their names will be dragged by the fabric that fails to hold. A clerk notes the time. A bailiff stands with posture so correct it looks like fear. The camera's lens narrows to attention, a single unblinking pupil in a face that never learns. You can smell metal in the air, tripods, rails, a plate of bolts that was left on the floor and then remembered. Justice has become a set. Truth will not have lines today. Language on trial. Freisler speaks the way a storm catalogues trees, quickly, with satisfaction, convinced that breakage is logic. He is not asking. He is erasing. Questions arrive already answered. Words swing like doors that never lead outside. Name, rank, affiliations, confess. His sentences are machines, loud, confident, designed to process flesh into silence. He demands that the accused participate in their own diminishment, finish the line, confirm the insult, perform contrition for the lens. Grammar becomes a weapon, interruptions as indictments, adjectives as chains. He calls them cowards for their calm and traitors for their courage. The contradiction pleases him because it is his. A stenographer's keys ripple like rain. Her face has the patience of stone. She records everything, including the absence of meaning. Faces. You look at the men, one by one, because the room does not. Ludwig Beck is not here. His ending chose another door. But others are. Witzleben, York, Hopner, Labour in Time. Faces unsoftened by the costume of humiliation. There's a way the eyes remain themselves even when the rest of the body has been edited. Steady where steadiness matters. Refusing to plead in the dialect the judge demands. Hands hold the rail, knuckles pale, but not in petition, in anchorage. Sometimes a lip trembles and then corrects itself, not out of vanity, but to ensure that courage does not spill into panic. The camera appreciates this involuntarily. It was designed to love light and edges. It does not care what they signify. Years from now, people will watch and wince, hear the judge's voice like a torn sail, and study the stillness of the accused as if it were a map back to decency. Cross-examination as theatre. Freisler performs volume. He mistakes it for force. He flings documents the way a child flings stones, delighted by the splash, uninterested in the depth. What did you say? When did you meet? Who wrote this? Each demand a hammer. Each silence he calls guilt. When an answer arrives measured and sane, he interrupts. Reason is a foreign language he refuses to learn. He stages traps that require the defendant to invent cowardice in order to escape, not for mercy, but for spectacle. A word like Germany appears, and he tries to confiscate it. A word like conscience appears, and he sneers as if someone had used cutlery at the wrong place in the setting. Somewhere in the row behind, an officer coughs into his fist and memorizes the cough in case it is needed as proof of loyalty. Interlude in the lens. For a moment, the camera catches something it was not asked to. A defendant glancing toward the window where light sifts in tiredly, dust turning in it like slow snow. Outside there is a leaf. the kind that trembles even when the day is still. It flutters, holds, flutters. The man looks at it as if it were a word he once knew. The shot keeps rolling because stopping would be an admission. A technician scratches his neck. Another adjusts a cable with careful fingers. Work continues because work was ordered. In the years ahead, that leaf, that small, indifferent movement, will make the footage unbearable to some and necessary to others. Proof that even here, something remained unowned. Witnesses and wire. Witnesses are brought in like props that can speak. Some have learned the lines the state prefers. Some speak truly and do not notice their words being fed into a grinder. A man mentions a conversation near a stairwell, the date uncertain, the tone certain, and the judge pounces on the uncertainty as if truth were a calendar. Another recalls a signature. Another a nod. Another the way a door was closed quietly where it might have been closed loud. Behavior becomes evidence. Composure, conspiracy. The court is a sieve calibrated to retain only what confirms itself. A wire crackles to the side where a microphone has been placed too close to a coat button. Sound scrapes the room in a brief metallic itch and then resolves. It is nothing. It is everything. The court announcing itself as a device, not a mind. The plea not entered. The judge demands repentance as punctuation. The accused decline to supply it. Not with drama, with a simplicity that does not perform. A man explains, not to persuade Freisler, but to tell the room the shape of a fact. That a soldier's oath is to the country, not the ruin of it. That to stop a criminal is not a crime. That failure does not dissolve the duty that produced it. Freisler laughs the way a door slams. He paints words like coward, miserable, pitiable across the air, and the air does not accept the paint. A clerk scribbles faster to keep up with the noise. Ink blots gather like small, dark birds along the margin. Verdict. The gavel is used now, not because it is needed, but because theatre requires props. Verdicts are intoned the way trains are announced. Destination certain, passengers interchangeable. Death, death, death. Each word lands with a bureaucrat's precision, a priest's cadence, and a vandal's joy. There is no applause. The room has been taught to be efficient. The camera lingers because it understands that faces after verdicts contain the footage editors like. The men stand a little taller without meaning to. Not defiance. Alignment. A body arranging itself for the last duty it can perform. To be itself where it cannot win. A guard touches a shoulder. Not roughly. It is a choreography learned over many evenings. The door opens onto a corridor that smells of stone. Aftermath in paper. The room exhales. People move again in the language of task. A bailiff extinguishes a light, then relights it because someone asks for one more angle. A clerk gathers exhibits, numbers them with a pencil whose point breaks and must be mended with a pocket knife. In a smaller office behind the chamber, files are compiled. Staples are pressed through pages with a muted click of inevitability made domestic. A rubber stamp darkens a corner. Final. Another. To plots and see. Ink dries without ceremony. The state prefers ink to blood because it stores better. Crosscut. 3 silences. Silence 1. The cell. A bench, a wall, a cup. A man sits with his hands open on his knees as if he had been offering water. He breathes as practice. He remembers a hill from childhood, a lark that would not stop singing. He does not ask for time. time has already given him its last polite nod. Silence 2. The clerk's desk. A woman rubs at the heel of her palm where the pen has left a dent. She flexes her fingers, looks at the stacks still to be copied, and for a second lets her eyes unfocus until the pages become a white sea. She blinks, returns, continues. She will sleep tonight without dreaming because there is no room. Silence 3. The hallway. Freisler moves down the corridor with a speed that mistakes itself for purpose. An aide tries to keep pace, nodding at words he will not remember. Behind them, the door to the courtroom swings on its hinge with a soft, reluctant sigh. Objects here have learned to express what people cannot hazard. The camera's gift. Later, when the reels are stored, someone labels them with tidy script. Date, docket, names. The boxes are stacked like small coffins of sight. They will not be burned. They will wait. The camera did not know it was collecting evidence against noise. It only knew light. And light, once stored, is stubborn. Years will turn, a regime will end itself, and the footage will return to air that isn't hot with intention. Viewers will hear the judge's voice arrayed against men who did not perform the repentance he needed. They will hear the men's calm as the only argument that mattered. The camera will have done, by accident, what courts are supposed to do on purpose: show what happened without owning it. Exit. Evening outside is cooler than the courtroom suggests. The city moves with a tired competence. Trams, footsteps, small bargains between hunger and money. Someone leans a bicycle against a wall with care because care is a ritual that proves the world has not entirely fallen apart. Inside, the courtroom is tidied into forgetfulness. Chairs pushed in, papers squared, dust sheened into a shine with a cloth that has been dipped and wrung and dipped again. The emblem on the wall looks down with the blankness of symbols that have outlived their meaning and have not yet been told. The lights go off one by one until the room becomes shape rather than place. A window rattles a little in a draught. No one hears it ask a question. You stand a moment longer at the threshold, listening for the echo of verdicts. What remains is not the judge's voice. It is the small sound of a chair leg settling, the tired scuff of a clerk's shoe, and the memory of a defendant's eyes finding the square of daylight on the floor. The theater is closed. The sentence has been spoken. The truth has refused to leave with the audience. And when night arrives, it brings with it a quiet image. Dust still turning in that thin beam by the window. A leaf beyond it trembling in a world that hasn't learned how to stop. Chapter 8. The Aftermath and the Long Echo. The Autumn of Fear. The leaves in Berlin fall early that year. They come down not with grace, but as if exhausted, fragments of color giving up their hold. You're standing on a street where the trees lean over rubble, where air smells of smoke and rain that never seems to finish. The radio still works. It talks and talks, as if repetition were proof. Every broadcast repeats the same story. Traitors discovered, punished, expunged. The words are clean. The world is not. People move slower now. They walk as if sound could break. Every conversation is a calculation. What to say, what to omit, what silence to keep between sentences. Windows stay half open, never wide enough to invite curiosity. In the post office, a woman trembles while stamping letters she cannot read. At the tram stop, an old man holds his newspaper too tightly, as if his hands might squeeze truth from it. Every face seems to ask the same question. Who will they come for next? Somewhere, a teacher crosses out names in a register. Somewhere else, A child learns to stop asking questions at home. The air has the texture of a secret. The season itself seems cautious. Even the crows sound uncertain when they call. Families under watch. The punishment does not end with the dead. It travels outward, methodical, bureaucratic, a contagion of consequence. You're in a small apartment where curtains are kept drawn even in daylight. On the table lies a ration book, a half-eaten apple, and a folded letter stamped confidential. The envelope smells faintly of glue and fear. It tells her, the widow, the mother, that her husband has been lawfully condemned and executed, that his property is forfeited, his pension withdrawn, his name stricken from the record. The letter is written in perfect grammar, as though grammar could absolve cruelty. She reads it once, then again. Then she smooths it flat and places it under the tablecloth, where memory and dust will keep it company. Later, someone knocks. Polite, punctual, unkind. They come for photographs, for books, for anything that might remind the world of disobedience. The neighbors watch from behind the curtains, rehearsing empathy but never using it. When they leave, she sits by the window and traces shapes in the condensation. Each breath fogs the glass. Each fog clears. That rhythm becomes her prayer. The world looks in. Beyond Germany, the rumor of rebellion travels like smoke carried on rumor and code. In London, in Stockholm, in Bern, the story arrives incomplete. A bomb, a meeting, an attempt. It sounds impossible, that men inside the regime could have tried to destroy it. Newspapers call it the German resistance, a phrase both hopeful and tragic. Hopeful, because it proves conscience can bloom even in poisoned soil. Tragic, because it has bloomed too late. In Allied offices, analysts underline names on intercepted lists. They argue whether mercy should be measured or deferred. Politics overtakes empathy. Wars have no room for nuance when the guns still speak. Still, in quiet conversations, the story spreads that some Germans had tried and died for it. That evil had not been unanimous. That even under tyranny, there were those who remembered how to refuse. The war will grind on for 9 more months, but the rumor will outlive the Reich. Small resistances. Not everyone can carry a bomb, but resistance has smaller forms. A librarian hides banned books behind dictionaries. A priest changes names in baptism records. A nurse slips a scrap of bread to a prisoner without asking for thanks. Each gesture is a tiny refusal, not enough to alter history, but enough to remind it that not all obedience was perfect. In a printing shop cellar, someone stencils the letter V onto a scrap of newsprint. It will never be distributed, but the act itself, done in the dark, feels like keeping a candle alive. A conductor on a night train turns his face when a fugitive boards with forged papers. He does not see. He does not speak. He stamps the ticket anyway. That single click of metal against cardboard is the sound of defiance learning to whisper again. Winter letters. By December, the cold has settled into the bones of everything. Walls, rails, even sentences. Paper freezes in fingers before ink dries. Letters travel slowly, when they travel at all. A few reach the families of the condemned, sent from friends, never signed. Short, restrained, coded with mercy. He was calm. He was brave. He believed it was worth it. Some are returned unopened, stamped undeliverable, address unknown. The unknown becomes a kind of home. A chaplain still writes to no one in particular, a habit that keeps him human. His handwriting tilts, weary but steady. He writes, "They stood straight. They did not curse. They asked that their country find its soul again." The ink freezes halfway through the final word. He warms the pen between his palms and finishes. The ruins begin to speak. By early 1945, Berlin is a geography of smoke. Blocks crumble, rivers clog with debris, air whistles through shattered glass. The city looks like the inside of a memory, disjointed, colorless, drifting between existence and echo. You walk through streets that no longer have names, only directions. Toward the river, past the church, near what used to be a square. The war is almost over, though no one dares to say it aloud. On a wall, someone has chalked a line of poetry. Noch schlagt das Herz, doch lies. The heart still beats, but quietly. In that quiet, a new kind of honesty begins to breathe. Not pride, not patriotism, but the slow astonishment that survival demands more courage than dying ever did. The memory of July 20th remains. Not loud, not celebrated, not yet forgiven, just present. A rumor that refuses to die. Crosscut. 3 survivors. A widow in Berlin. She keeps her husband's fountain pen, though the nib is cracked. Sometimes she traces his signature on scrap paper, not to remember him, but to remind herself that handwriting can still be human. A young officer on the front. He hears of the plot in fragments, a rumor carried by cold wind between trenches. He does not say aloud that he wishes it had succeeded. He writes it once in his journal and then tears out the page. Even private thought feels dangerous now. A clerk in the ministry. She files away reports marked high treason. Every few pages, she hides one behind another file. A small disruption that no one will notice, but that lets her believe she is adding dust to the gears. Each one, in their own silence, keeps a piece of the rebellion alive, not as politics, but as conscience. The fading year. New Year's Eve, 1944. The sky over Berlin trembles with distant fire. Allied flares to the west, artillery to the east. The sound feels like history arguing with itself. People gather in basements, lighting small candles against drafts, pretending they are celebrating something other than endurance. Someone counts down seconds to midnight. Someone else corrects them. Midnight passed 5 minutes ago, but no one noticed. A woman whispers a prayer not for victory, but for forgiveness. A soldier hums a lullaby because it is the only song left in his memory. In a shattered apartment, a child writes with a blunt pencil, "Please, no more sirens." The year dies quietly. It has learned how to. Chapter 9. What Remains. After the fall. The war ends not with a cheer, but with exhaustion. You're standing amid the ruins of Berlin in spring 1945. The air smells of lime dust and wet brick. Smoke rises from places that have forgotten why they burned. The streets are corridors of debris and disbelief. Children wander barefoot through the rubble, searching for metal, bread, or memory. Men move like ghosts, carrying furniture from houses that no longer have walls. The city is both graveyard and beginning. a skeleton learning to stand again. The regime collapses in its own echo. The voice that once commanded nations ends in a bunker's silence. The radios go quiet, then confused, then foreign, and for the first time in 12 years, the air belongs to no one. But freedom, when it comes, feels unfamiliar. Too light, too quiet. People look around, expecting orders that no longer arrive. They do not yet know how to speak without permission. The city breathes again, slowly, painfully, like lungs learning to fill. Somewhere, a church bell rings for the first time in years. The sound is fragile and astonishing. The reckoning. In the months that follow, the reckoning begins, not as justice, but as inventory. Files are opened. Faces are examined. Everyone is asked, "Where were you? What did you know?" Everyone answers differently, and most answers rhyme with survival. Courts convene under new flags. The uniforms change. The questions do not. Names are called again, some familiar, some forgotten. The words accomplice, bystander, resistor lose their edges, blurred by necessity and fatigue. A few of the conspirators who lived long enough to be captured are tried anew, this time in courtrooms that believe themselves cleaner. But history is still learning to distinguish guilt from endurance. Henning von Treskow's family is punished in absence. Karl Gordeler's name is both cursed and mourned. 4 years, the word traitor will cling to them like dust. It will take a generation to wash it away. And yet, even in these early trials, something changes. A whisper moves through the rubble. Not all obeyed. Not all believed. It is a small sentence, but it breathes. Letters in the rubble. You find a notebook among the ruins of a bombed apartment. Its cover is scorched. Its pages smell faintly of ash and soap. Inside are fragments. No dates, no names, just words written in pencil. If we fail, may others learn that we tried. There is no courage in silence. Perhaps the only victory is to remember what right felt like. The handwriting is careful, almost calm. It's unclear if the writer lived or not, but that hardly matters now. The words survived, and that is their own kind of resistance. You close the notebook gently. It feels warm, as if someone had just set it down. The return of the dead. Years pass. The ruins become scaffolding. The scaffolding becomes streets. The streets become cities again. In the 1950s, monuments start to rise where memory had gone quiet. At Plötzensee, the walls are cleaned but left rough. Stone that still remembers. A small plaque is nailed into place. No speeches, just the sound of hammers striking metal like punctuation marks for history. Visitors come in coats and silence. Some leave flowers. Some cannot bring themselves to. A few touch the walls as if feeling for a pulse. They say little, but the air holds what words cannot. That bravery, even in failure, leaves warmth behind. The shadow of the word traitor. It takes time, decades, for the narrative to shift. 4 years, July 20th is spoken of in half sentences, as if the country is ashamed of its conscience. Schools teach obedience before they teach dissent. Only slowly, through testimony and remembrance, does the story of Stauffenberg and his circle begin to unfold without accusation. The word Verräter, traitor, is re-examined, turned like a coin to reveal its other face. What once meant betrayal now begins to mean faith. Faith in something higher than command. Old soldiers argue quietly in beer halls, their voices softer each year. Younger ones listen, unsure whom to salute in their memories. And gradually, the line between loyalty and love grows clearer. That to love one's country is sometimes to disobey it. Memory as architecture. By the 1960s, new stones rise on old foundations. Memorials, plaques, street names changing, one by one. A statue of Stauffenberg stands in the courtyard of the Bendler block, where his footsteps once ended. It is not heroic, just human. A man looking down, hands folded behind his back, as if still waiting to be asked the right question. Schoolchildren come here now on field trips. They stand awkwardly, hands in pockets, listening to a teacher explain how one can be both patriot and rebel, both soldier and conscience. Their eyes wander, as children's eyes do, but later, at home, they will remember the silence of that courtyard, and how even silence can be an answer. The echo in film and book. History replays itself not to repeat, but to remember. In later years, writers and filmmakers return to the July plot, like divers exploring a wreck, not for treasure, but for understanding. They reconstruct the rooms, the maps, the ticking briefcase, the impossible hope. Each retelling smooths one edge, sharpens another, but through them all runs the same current. That courage can be quiet, that defeat can still illuminate. A generation raised on rebuilding learns from these stories. That moral victory is not measured by success, but by refusal to submit to despair. The names become familiar again. Beck, Albrecht, Treschow, Stauffenberg, once forbidden, now spoken in classrooms and squares. Memory does not resurrect them. It lets them rest properly. The children of memory. You're standing in the Bendler block again, but it is not 1944. It is decades later. The air smells of rain on stone. A boy traces the outline of a plaque with his finger. His father stands beside him, quiet, unsure how to translate reverence into explanation. The boy asks, "Were they heroes?" The man hesitates, then says softly, "They were people who remembered what was right, when it was dangerous to." The boy nods as if that's enough, and maybe it is. Elsewhere, a woman places a small bouquet beneath the statue. The flowers are ordinary, wild, local, unpretentious. They stand for every word never said, for every thought that survived interrogation, for every pulse that refused to align. The courtyard holds them all, light, rain, and remembrance. Crosscut, fragments of the present. A teacher in Stuttgart reads aloud a letter from Treschow to his wife. The classroom is still. For a moment, the past and present share the same air. A guard at Plötzensee unlocks the memorial gates each morning. He nods to the wall. Not superstition, just respect. A historian in Munich writes by lamplight, cataloguing the names of those who signed the July Oath. She pauses after each one, whispering it under her breath, as if summoning them home. A child in Berlin draws with chalk on the pavement outside the Ministry of Defense. A crooked heart. And inside it, a word she doesn't yet understand. Mutt. Courage. The chalk will wash away with rain, but the word will stay with her. The pulse that remains. History breathes differently now. The years have smoothed the language, but not the truth. The July plot remains what it always was, a human attempt to wrest decency from the jaws of obedience, a moment when conscience spoke louder than fear, even if only for a few minutes. You can still feel it, standing in that courtyard, touching the cold stone of the wall, hearing the faint hum of the city around you. Cars, footsteps, church bells, life continuing. The one victory the conspirators asked for. They did not succeed in ending tyranny, but they succeeded in proving that tyranny can be opposed. That is what remains. Epilogue. The wind through broken concrete. The forest is older than memory and kinder than history. You're standing on a path of pine needles that hush beneath your steps, in a place where the air tastes of resin, rain, and iron long turned to earth. It is summer, but the light feels thoughtful, filtered through a canopy that learned long ago to speak softly. The ruins of the wolf's lair appear the way wrecks do in shallow water. Suddenly, then all at once, blocks of concrete lie at angles that make no architectural sense, as if a giant hand had tried to fold the past back into itself. Moss chooses what to forgive. Ferns lift from cracks where orders once traveled. The breeze moves in, moves through, moves on. You pause where a wall has fallen inward, its rebar laced like ribs. A beetle works along a seam of damp stone, patient as a scribe. Somewhere close, unseen birds trade a handful of notes, an unfinished conversation. The music of this place is all small things: wind, needles, water collecting under a leaf and deciding to drop. You try to picture a room here: the table, the maps, the heat, men leaning in, convinced that we can rearrange reality if stated with enough certainty. You think of a leather briefcase set down with careful indifference near a wooden leg, of a fuse that ate time in silence, of footsteps in a corridor where breath decided to be brave. The forest does not offer reenactments. It provides distances, colors, textures that refuse to be weapons. Even the concrete looks tired of being important. It lies back and lets sunlight find it in patches. You move along a path edged with rope, past signs that translate violence into nouns. Bunker, headquarters, meeting hut. The words feel smaller than the air around them. Nearby, a shallow pool reflects sky and leaves into an image that trembles and repairs itself, trembles and repairs, as if teaching a lesson about time. Here, the past is not loud. It speaks in drafts and shadows, in the patience of plants returning to their business after people have finished with theirs. Somewhere a guide's voice drifts and fades. Dates, ranks, acronyms. Your mind keeps what it can, not the lists, but the shapes. A doorway to nothing, a stair into grass, a pillar holding up an absence. You remember names because names are how the living talk to the dead. Beck, Ulbricht, Treschow, Stauffenberg. You say them inwardly, slowly, like pebbles placed in a palm, not to solve anything, to keep a pulse. A breeze slips through, rearranging the pine smell, carrying a faint sweetness from some low, stubborn cluster of flowers. The scent doesn't match the story and therefore belongs in it. No narrative is complete without mercy. If you listen, you can still hear the old machinery far away, the idea that obedience is enough, that noise is proof, that volume is victory. But here, the louder fact is simpler: wind through trees, light on water, the soft arithmetic of roots. You think about the men who tried to turn a nation by the hinge of a single day. About the ones who signed papers like lanterns and discovered that lanterns can be blown out by a stupid gust. About a chaplain who learned to count pauses. About a doctor who washed his hands for memory. About a guard who kept a pencil prayer until the letters wore away. Their courage did not change the summer of 1944 the way they hoped. It changed something longer. It taught the future a sentence it keeps needing. Tyranny can be opposed, even when it wins. The words do not ring. They endure. You step into a square of shade where the air cools enough to notice. It feels like the world placing a hand on your shoulder and asking you to stand still. So you do. And in that stillness, things arrange themselves. A fragment of rebar curved like a question. Two birch leaves stuck together by dew. An ant reconsidering a path that no longer exists. All around, the forest keeps working. A republic of moss and weather undoing what certainty built. There is comfort in that, and a caution. Memory cannot be left entirely to roots and rain. It needs mouths too. Close your eyes. This is how the past wants to be visited. Not as spectacle, but as breath shared across time. You don't have to approve or absolve. You only have to attend. Think of the rooms afterward. The Bendler block at night. The courtyard's measured geometry. The pen scratches that made sentences permanent for people who were not allowed to continue. Think of the apartments where radios hummed and hope tried on its own voice, uncertain of the pitch. Think of Plots and Sea, where the air learned more sorrow than it should have been asked to carry, and yet carried it. And then think of the small lights that did not go out. A librarian's drawer, a conductor's stamp, a widow's careful smoothing of a letter so it would lie flat. These are not triumphs. They are proofs, and proofs can be enough to survive a night. When you open your eyes, the same ruin is in front of you, but it looks less like an argument and more like a sentence that found its period. The forest has the last word and doesn't raise its voice to claim it. You turn to go. The path back is nothing special. A track of flattened needles, a low rope, a sign pointing to a car park where people will open doors and speak in the relieved tones of those returning to weather and errands. One of them will check the time. Another will ask what anyone wants for lunch. This, too, is an answer. History bargains for your attention. Life collects it. At the edge of the trees, you look back once more. It is not for drama. It is to make a promise so quiet you barely hear yourself keep it. To remember that conscience is not a mood, that courage is not loud, that obedience is not a virtue when it kneels before harm. Wind moves, and the needles answer with a sound like handwriting. For a moment, you imagine the air itself taking notes. Before you go, leave something behind. Not flowers, not a flag. Leave a breath. Leave the steadiness you brought with you. Let the place keep a little of your attention the way a sea keeps a pebble. Not as treasure, but as acknowledgement. Now, step back into the daylight. Let the noise of the present find you. Carry what matters where noise can't change it. Aftermath. The quiet courage. The war moves on, as wars always do. The headlines fade, uniforms are folded away, and the world pretends to breathe again. But here, in the quiet that follows the blast, something lingers. Not smoke, not fear, but a question. What does it mean to do what is right, when obedience has become the only language left? You walk once more through the forest at Rassenberg. The trees have grown thicker now, their roots drinking from the same earth that once trembled with defiance. The bunkers still stand, heavy and grey, swallowed slowly by moss and time. Somewhere beneath them, the ghosts of men still argue with their own hearts. History remembers the attempt as failure. But failure is too small a word for what happened here. because for a few brief hours, courage dared to rise against certainty. For a moment, the machinery of terror hesitated, and in that hesitation, in that trembling breath between life and death, humanity showed its face again. You imagine the conspirators waiting in Berlin, watching the clock tick toward a future that would never come. They had rehearsed a Germany without fear, a morning where the flags would mean something clean again. Instead, they found themselves betrayed by survival itself. The Führer lived, and so hope was declared treason. One by one, the arrests came. The same offices where plans were whispered now echoed with boots and questions. In dim cells, men who once wore medals wrote their final letters, to wives, to children, to God. They did not ask for forgiveness, only for remembrance. The war would continue for 9 more months, claiming millions more lives. But somewhere inside that endless storm, something had shifted. The illusion of invincibility was cracked, and through that crack, light entered, faint but undeniable. You stand in that light now, listening to the forest breathe. The wind moves gently through the pines, the same wind that once carried the sound of an explosion meant to change the world. Perhaps it did, in ways no victory ever could, because it reminded us that even inside darkness, there were those who refused to surrender their soul. History will always debate motives, duty, pride, desperation. But in the end, it is the human heart that endures beyond analysis. A single man carrying a briefcase into a room of power, with nothing but conviction in his hands. That, too, is a kind of heroism. The wolf's lair is silent now. Tourists walk where soldiers once stood guard, their footsteps soft against the moss. The air smells of pine and rain again, and somewhere, perhaps, the echo of that briefcase still lingers, a pulse beneath the soil, a whisper in the leaves. You close your eyes. For a moment, you hear them, not as villains or martyrs, but as men who could no longer bear the weight of obedience. They failed to kill a tyrant, but they proved that conscience still had a voice. So remember them, not for the explosion, but for the silence that followed it, for the courage to act, even when the world stood against them, for the truth that morality does not always win, but it must always be tried. The echoes of resistance fade, leaving only the trace of footsteps down a long corridor. As the last doors close behind you, the air shifts, becoming heavier, quieter. Ahead lies a different kind of battlefield, one shaped not by explosions or gunfire, but by silence, and by the lives caught within it. Take a slow breath. The next story begins in the shadows where memory often trembles. Part 2. Comfort Women. Voices the war tried to silence. The air moves first, a thin, hesitant current that passes through wooden slats and makes the paper walls tremble. Somewhere, a lantern breathes with it, a small flame quivering, painting slow amber waves across the floor. Outside, the jungle waits in its own silence, a distant hum of insects and the shuffle of soldiers changing shifts. You hear boots on gravel, then water dripping from a bamboo pipe into a bowl, the rhythm of a night that refuses to sleep. Inside, a woman sits on the edge of a narrow bed. Her hair is braided loosely, dark against the white of her undershirt. She's not moving, only listening, to the lantern, to the footsteps, to the murmur of a world that has forgotten her name. You can almost smell the room, oil, sweat, soap that never quite removes the day. The air is heavy, not from heat alone, but from what it carries, the ache of waiting. The walls know this waiting. They've absorbed it into their grain. Somewhere outside, the officer clears his throat, a polite sound rehearsed. The door slides open a fraction, and the lantern's shadow trembles across the woman's feet. She stands slow, as if her bones must remember how. This is not a home. It is one of hundreds scattered across occupied Asia, buildings of borrowed names and vanished addresses. They call them Ianjo, comfort stations. And she, one among tens of thousands, is what the Empire calls a comfort woman. But the word is a disguise, a clean bandage over something infected. It hides what the night cannot, the deliberate machinery of violation, organized by military need and bureaucratic precision. You might imagine war as chaos, but here it is schedule, it is roster, it is ledger. Her story began far from here, in a Korean village beneath snow. A promise of work, perhaps in a factory, perhaps in a restaurant. A signature, a seal, a journey that ended not in wages but in silence. She was 16, and tonight she is neither alive nor gone, only waiting again for morning. The lantern flickers lower. Outside, the soldiers laugh. The sound is normal, almost tender, like any group of young men far from home. They do not see the line between orders and conscience, that thin filament that snaps quietly, without sound. You might wonder what courage feels like in a place where names are forbidden. It doesn't roar. It persists, in the way she hides a scrap of paper under the floorboard, a date written in smudged pencil, proof that she once counted the days. Or in how she whispers to the girl beside her, teaching her how to breathe through pain without sound, so the guards won't come back sooner. Outside, a truck engine starts, deep, heavy, echoing across the compound. The jungle answers with wind. Somewhere, dawn begins its crawl, a pale seam of light climbing through the mist. By morning, she will wash the sheets in a tin basin. She will hang them where the sun can see, and for a few minutes they will look almost ordinary, white, clean, unbroken. And you, standing quietly at the edge of history, might think, this is how the century learned to hide its crimes, behind routine, behind uniforms, behind words like comfort. The story that follows moves through those hidden rooms, across Korea, China, the Philippines, and Burma, through memories carried by women who were told to forget. Some never returned. Some lived long enough to speak. And when they did, the world flinched, as if truth itself were indecent. Chapter 1. The System of Silence. The paper trail. The sound is small at first, the brush on paper. Ink glides over the fibers, leaving strokes as thin as veins. A clerk straightens the stack of forms, coughs once, and dips his pen again. Outside, the ministry courtyard smells of winter. Coal smoke, damp wool, inkstone dust. Inside, history is being written in bureaucratic handwriting. Tokyo, 1938. Maps bloom across the table like blue-gray flowers. China, Korea, Burma, the Pacific. The generals do not talk of conquest tonight. They talk of logistics. How to move men, feed them, keep them calm. How to keep the empire functioning without pause. They speak of morale the way accountants speak of balance sheets. Someone mentions disease. Someone else, discipline. No one mentions women. The colonel signs the final draft. Directive number 219, on the establishment of military comfort facilities abroad. The paper is thin enough for light to pass through, and yet its shadow will stretch for decades. Army Welfare Bureau, Tokyo, January 1938. Establish comfort facilities to maintain order and prevent the spread of venereal disease among troops. Civilian contractors shall recruit personnel under supervision. Local authorities to ensure hygiene and discretion. Margin note in another hand. Essential to morale. Expedite. The handwriting tilts upward, confident, almost cheerful. History, at this stage, still believes itself efficient. The promise of work. South Korea, near Mokpo. Morning fog drifts over rice paddies. Roosters call. A bicycle bell rings on the road. A recruiter in a grey coat stops at the gate of a small farmhouse. He carries a clipboard, a smile, and a government stamp. He promises work in factories, good pay, warm lodging, patriotic service to the empire. The mother listens, torn between suspicion and hunger. The girl beside her, 16 and eager, imagines herself holding a sewing needle instead of a hoe. She signs with a thumbprint. That night, the family packs rice cakes and a small ribbon for luck. When the truck leaves the next morning, dust swallows the path behind it. The sound of the engine lingers longer than the goodbyes. Weeks later, in a port city neither mother nor daughter can pronounce, the girl's papers are taken, her clothes replaced by a uniform. A metal tag hangs around her neck. The name engraved there isn't hers. Blueprint of control. In Tokyo's war ministry, engineers draft diagrams not of weapons but of stations. Floor plans labeled entrance, waiting room, disinfection, rest area. The blueprints look harmless, geometric, humane. Rectangles of order meant to contain chaos. A medical officer writes in his report, 10 women per unit, 40 soldiers per day. Rotations to maintain morale. He ends with, recommend expansion to Manchuria sector. Every atrocity begins as administration. Every cruelty starts with measurements. Across occupied Asia, warehouses, schools, even temples are converted. Cots are lined up under paper lanterns. Sheets washed, numbered, folded. No smoke, no screams, just paperwork and obedience. Field Report, Shanghai 1939. The comfort stations operate efficiently. Morale has improved. Incidents of misconduct among soldiers reduced by 40%. Annotation by later historian. Improved morale measured against the destruction of human will. The recruiters. In Seoul's Namdaemun market, posters promise employment abroad. Women crowd around, tracing the printed characters with their fingers. No one notices the small kanji in the corner. Military contractor authorized. The ink smells of new beginnings. Beneath the bridge, men with trucks wait, smoking, impatient. They call the girls by numbers, not names. Each signature is a disappearance recorded as opportunity. By the time trains cross into Manchuria, windows are nailed shut. The air inside smells of sweat and disbelief. Someone hums an old song to keep the others from crying. Outside, snow keeps falling, indifferent. The machine without smoke. The Empire's machinery is invisible but precise. Weekly reports travel through military mail. Health inspections conducted. Morale satisfactory. Supplies delivered. Behind every statistic stands a body. Behind every euphemism, an absence. At headquarters, officers congratulate themselves on order restored. Charts rise. Disease falls. Soldiers obey. Numbers never blush. Voices between walls. Inside one such station, a single candle burns between two beds. The women take turns whispering to it, as if the flame could carry messages home. One recites a psalm, another recites multiplication tables to stay sane. Outside, boots stamp in rhythm, the Empire's heartbeat. The older women keep a secret code. If you leave a comb on the windowsill, it means I can still fight. If you move it to the floor, it means pray for me. Small languages of survival blooming in captivity. You might wonder what courage looks like under fluorescent discipline. It looks like this. A breath held until morning. A name remembered only in silence. Recovered ledger. Yangon 1942. Inventory. 12 sets uniforms, 6 lanterns, 1 record player, 22 women. Condition. Adequate. The page is creased from folding, the ink still legible. No one signed it. Perhaps shame had no signature that day. The echo of orders. When reports reach Tokyo months later, they are summarized into a single sentence. Welfare operations functioning as intended. The officers nod. The war machine hums on. But cracks form quietly, in a clerk's conscience, in a nurse's glance, in a soldier's dream that smells of home and guilt. One young clerk keeps a page he was meant to burn, a half-filled roster. He doesn't know why. Maybe some part of him understands that the opposite of obedience is memory. Paper and smoke. By 1945, the empire begins to erase itself. Files burn in metal drums. Ash settles on parade grounds. The handwriting of guilt curls upward in grey spirals. A witness later says the sky over Tokyo smelled of paper and soap that summer. But fire is a poor eraser. Ink turns to smoke, yet meaning clings to the air. Even now, in archives around the world, fragments remain. Receipts, reports, and the ghost outline of red stamps still visible under ultraviolet light. The system was built with ink and logic, maintained with silence, and destroyed with smoke. Yet it survives in whispers, in the edges of maps, in the margins of ledgers, in the stories of those who refused to remain statistics. It began as order. It ended as ash. And in between, it wrote the darkest chapter of efficiency ever recorded. Chapter 2. The Taken and the Trapped. The Morning Ritual. Before dawn, the bell rings, thin, metallic, familiar, a sound meant for order, not awakening. In the courtyard, the mist still clings to the ground like cloth left out overnight. The women gather by the well, buckets clanging softly, breath pale in the morning air. They move in rhythm now, their bodies remembering the tasks before their minds do. Washington fold, sweep, line up. The rituals of captivity. Steam rises, mingling with the smell of soap and iron. Somewhere a rooster calls, absurdly ordinary, as if the world beyond the fence continues. A guard yawns. A dog barks. The sun lifts its edge over the horizon. The women's faces catch the light, calm, expressionless, disciplined by necessity. They have learned that motion without hesitation earns quiet. Quiet, here, is the closest thing to safety. You can almost hear the rhythm of their thoughts. One breath for endurance, one for memory, one for forgetting. The numbered hours. Each soldier carries a ticket, stamped and timed. 15 minutes per soul. The arithmetic of possession. Inside the rooms, the air barely moves. Lanterns flicker. The smell of medicine and dust lingers. Afterward, when the door closes, a girl sits in stillness, eyes fixed on nothing. Her pulse slows. She counts heartbeats, always the same number before she stands again. On the floor, shadows overlap like dark maps. Every step, every sound, becomes a landmark in her inner geography. Places where the mind hides when the body cannot. Between rotations, the women whisper about things that do not exist here. Markets, festivals, rain on tiled roofs, the taste of sesame oil on rice. Memory becomes a contraband currency passed hand to hand. In one room, a Chinese woman named Liang hides a peach pit in her sleeve, the last thing she took from home. She rubs it between her fingers when she needs to remember sweetness. The girl from Cebu. From the Philippines came a girl named Amelia, taken from a fishing village where the sea smelled of salt and coconut husks. She spoke little Japanese, even less Korean, but she sang. In her language, singing was prayer. At night, after the guards passed, she hummed softly, low enough that only the beds beside hers could hear. Heaven, take this body. Let the tide wash it clean. The others called her La Sirena, the mermaid. When she sang, the walls seemed to breathe differently, as if sound alone could bend metal. Years later, one survivor would remember that voice and say, it wasn't that she believed in freedom. She just wanted the stars to know her name. The Hidden Journal. One evening, during cleaning duty, a Korean woman named Soon. He finds an old accounting notebook under the floorboards. She tears out the pages of numbers and begins to write her own. Dates, dreams, fragments of poems she half remembers from school. She writes in pencil, pressing so lightly the marks are almost invisible. Today, I saw the sky through the cracks in the shutters. It was enough. Every night she adds a line, sometimes two. When the guards burn the rubbish, she hides her pages in the lining of her mattress. By the end of the war, there will be more than 100 of them. The quietest rebellion imaginable. A woman refusing to vanish from her own story. The Small Mercies. There are small mercies that survive even empire. A guard who forgets to lock the gate to the well. A nurse who smuggles soap. A few stolen minutes before inspection when the women wash their hair in rainwater, laughing under the eaves. They laugh not because it's funny, but because the sound feels unfamiliar. Something human breaking through the machinery. One woman, Hannah, carves tiny birds into the wooden post beside her bed. Every day she adds one more. When she's caught, she says they are tally marks for laundry duty. The officer believes her. By the time liberation comes, the post will be covered in wings. The fear of forgetting. Memory itself becomes dangerous. Some women decide to stop remembering their families, not out of betrayal, but to stop the ache that comes with each thought of home. They rename each other with gentler nicknames. Sun, Peach, Rain. Names that sound like weather, not history. At night, when sleep refuses, they whisper their real names anyway, quietly, into their hands, as if releasing them into air. The wind carries the syllables through the cracks, into the jungle, into tomorrow. You might wonder how long a person can live with that kind of silence. The answer: long enough to teach it to others. The Day of Inspections. Once a week, a doctor visits with a clipboard. The women line up under a bare bulb. The floor is wet. The air stings with disinfectant. The doctor speaks without looking up. The nurse records results. Numbers replace names again. The sound of the pen is louder than the voices. When it's over, the women return to their rooms and wash themselves in the same water they used for cleaning floors. Then they sit in a circle and share what little food they have left: a slice of orange, a crust of bread, one spoon of jam. They eat slowly, savoring what tastes like defiance. The Whisper Line. One night, Leong discovers that voices carry through the pipes connecting the barracks. If you whisper into the drain, Someone 2 rooms away can hear you. They use it as a secret network. They call it the pipe of breath. Are you still there? Yes. Is the moon out? Yes. Then we are still alive. Each whisper crosses metal and distance, turning captivity into communication. It's not much, but for them, it's proof that sound can still travel freely, even when bodies cannot. The Quiet Rebellion. By 1944, rumors seep through the walls like humidity. Defeats in the Pacific, bombs on Tokyo, retreat. The officers grow pale. The guards drink harder. The women start to sense something shifting, the world cracking just beyond their fences. In one camp near Rangoon, they refuse the morning bell. They stay inside and sing in their languages, a patchwork chorus of Korean, Tagalog, and Mandarin. The guards shout, but the voices only grow stronger, a hymn of defiance carried through wooden walls. When silence finally returns, they smile faintly. No one calls it rebellion, they call it breathing. The Shadow of Tomorrow. Sometimes, during rainstorms, the women dream of escape. They imagine the world beyond the fences. Wet grass, empty roads, the smell of pine. Some imagine they are already ghosts, watching themselves from above, invisible, untouchable, finally free. And when the rain stops, they open their eyes to the same walls. But the dream lingers long enough to make endurance possible. For in this place, survival is not an act of hope. It is an act of quiet insistence, a way of saying, you may forget my face, but not my existence. Each dawn, the bell rings again, and each dawn they rise, not because they believe in rescue, but because standing is the only freedom left. They were the taken and the trapped, but even inside the Empire's machinery, they found ways to be human when humanity was forbidden. Chapter 3. The war turns and the walls collapse. The air changes first. It begins with the air. Even before the radio crackles, before the shouting in barracks, before the first rumor finds its way through whispers, the air itself changes. The mornings are cooler now, the wind less obedient. The guards no longer polish their boots. The sergeant stops shaving. Somewhere beyond the jungle, thunder rolls that isn't weather. The women sense it in the pauses, in the way the officers speak less, in the sudden shortage of rice, in the silence that follows every radio transmission. No one says the word defeat, but the sound of it hangs like humidity. When the trucks arrive late, dust clings to their tires like guilt. When they leave again, no one waves. You can almost taste it in the air, that flavor of endings, metallic and strange. The unraveling. Across the Empire, discipline begins to bleed at the edges. Mail stops coming. Paydays are postponed. Orders arrive without signatures. In Rangoon, a comfort station receives no supplies for 2 weeks. The officers improvise. Bamboo fences for repairs, kerosene lamps instead of bulbs. The women notice the change immediately. Fewer soldiers, more nervous glances, tighter tempers. Some of the guards disappear overnight. Others pace restlessly, drunk, their uniforms unbuttoned. The Empire's neat machinery is rusting from within. The women watch carefully. When soldiers argue outside, they listen not for meaning but for tone. Tone tells them everything. One morning, a corporal throws his rifle into a ditch and walks into the jungle without a word. No one follows him. They have learned that men who leave like that are not coming back. Field note: Burma Front, July 1944. Morale declining. Troops weary. Reports of insubordination. Comfort stations remain operational but understaffed. Recommend consolidation. Written in blue ink. Corners torn. Later found in a field desk beside empty sake bottles and a map marked with arrows leading nowhere. The medic's secret. In a station near Mandalay, a young Japanese medic named Sergeant Arai has stopped sleeping. He joined the army believing in duty, in hierarchy, in clean hands. Now he treats infections he cannot name, writes prescriptions for pain that no medicine can touch. He watches the women line up for examinations and cannot meet their eyes. One day, he asks his superior if they might release the sick ones. The officer laughs. They're not soldiers, Arai. They don't get leave. That night, Arai burns half the medical records, not out of loyalty but shame. He writes one final line in his logbook. This will never be forgiven. Then he closes it forever. When the war ends, he will return to Japan, marry, and tell no one. But sometimes, when he smells disinfectant, he will remember the sound of a bell at dawn, and the women who looked at him not with hatred, but with exhaustion. The collapse of order. By 1945, rumor travels faster than orders. Some say the Americans have bombed Tokyo. Others say the emperor is dead. Others whisper that the war is already lost, and they are the last to know. The guards grow careless. Patrol schedules vanish. The gates remain unlocked for hours. A Korean woman, Soo-ni, tests the fence one night and finds it unguarded. She hesitates, her hand trembling against the bamboo. Freedom feels like an ambush. She retreats, too afraid to believe in it. Days later, planes roar overhead, silver specks cutting through blue heat. The jungle trembles. The sound is not liberation. It is terror. Bombs fall miles away, but the ground shakes like memory waking. Inside, the women huddle together, hands over their ears, eyes closed, as if silence could still protect them. Translation of intercepted message, August 1945. Begin immediate evacuation of comfort stations. Destroy all remaining records and equipment. Ensure no evidence remains. No signature. The last recorded order from an empire dissolving into smoke. Fire and flight. One night, the officers gather in the yard. Papers burn in barrels. Maps crumble in flames. The women watch through cracks in the shutters, the orange glow reflected in their eyes. The sergeant orders them to pack. Quickly, quietly, no questions. They walk for days through jungle roads littered with abandoned wagons and uniforms. Rain pours, turning paths into rivers of mud. Some collapse. Others carry them. No one knows where they're going, only that they're leaving something behind that cannot be left. Along the way, soldiers desert. When the column reaches the next village, half are gone. The officer mutters something about orders cancelled and vanishes into the night. Morning comes. No guards. No commands. Only silence so large it feels like the world has stopped breathing. The women stand there, free by accident. None of them move. Freedom, when it finally comes, feels like vertigo. The wandering. They walk, some north, some east, following roads that don't exist on maps. The sun burns, the rain returns, mosquitoes whine like ghosts. They drink from puddles, eat wild fruit, sleep under broken roofs. One woman carries a torn photograph of her parents. Another carries a spoon, the only proof that she once owned something. They follow rivers, believing they might lead home. Sometimes they pass villages and hear doors bolt shut. People stare but do not speak. The shame of war travels faster than language. In Burma, a farmer gives them rice and points toward the coast. In China, a missionary offers bandages and blessings. In the Philippines, local women weep at the sight of them, recognizing captivity's shadow in their eyes. Every step is both escape and return, a pilgrimage through the wreckage of empire. The return that wasn't. When the war finally ends, the radio says peace. But peace has no road maps. The women who survive make their way home, only to find that home has moved on without them. In Seoul, families whisper. Some mothers embrace daughters without words. Others turn away, too confused to know what forgiveness means. Priests call it sin. Neighbors call it disgrace. Governments call it classified. The women call it silence. Soon he sits in her mother's yard one evening, staring at laundry fluttering on a line. She smells the soap, hears the crickets, feels the wind. Everything is ordinary again, except her. When a neighbor greets her by her childhood name, she doesn't answer. It sounds like someone else. The Lost Ledgers. In the ruins of Tokyo, Allied investigators sift through ashes. Among the debris, they find fragments, half-burned receipts, torn photographs, a medical report that begins mid-sentence. Each piece tells the same story in different handwriting. Together, they spell out what no nation wants to read. In one file, someone has written the word comfort 15 times. Beside it, another hand has written in pencil, witness. That correction is history's first apology. The First Dawn. August 15th, 1945. The Emperor speaks through static. The women who still remain in camps listen without understanding his words, but they know by the tremor in the guards' faces that it's over. The gates open. The soldiers lower their eyes. The women walk out barefoot, some limping, some carrying the weak. Rain begins to fall, thin, endless, cleansing nothing but the air. They do not cheer. They simply walk into it, letting it soak their hair, their scars, their silence. The world has turned again, and the walls that once contained them now stand only in memory. The war is over, but its echo is just beginning, in the papers that survived, in the stories that didn't, and in the women who walked into dawn, not knowing they would have to fight to be believed. Chapter 4. The Silence After the Guns. The vanishing. When the guns stopped, the silence was almost violent. No explosions, no orders, no engines, just wind, carrying the faint smell of burned paper and rain. Across Asia, soldiers went home. Empires redrew their borders. The world exhaled, eager to rebuild. But for the women, there was no rebuilding. There was only returning, a word that sounded simple, but felt impossible. They stepped off trucks into villages where the war had already turned into memory. People gathered to stare. Mothers wept. Fathers looked at the ground. Neighbors whispered behind their hands. Some women lied about where they had been. Factories, hospitals, canteens, anywhere but the truth. Because the truth was a second exile, from the very people they had survived to see again. A nation in denial. Korea, newly liberated but divided, trembled between pride and uncertainty. The radio spoke of independence and rebuilding, not of the women who walked home barefoot through ruins. The provisional government saw them not as citizens to honor, but as stains to conceal. The nation was too busy being born to care for its wounded mothers. In Japan, the same denial took different form. Officials who once signed supply orders now called the system civilian enterprise. Bureaucrats misplaced files, historians found doors locked, witnesses discouraged. A whole empire practiced selective amnesia, the kind that passes for dignity in peacetime. In both nations, silence became policy. Truth was too fragile for diplomacy, too inconvenient for celebration. U.S. Occupation Intelligence Report, 1946. Interviews with local women indicate widespread use of military brothels. The Japanese administration denies involvement, claiming private contractors acted independently. Margin note, handwritten. Everyone denies, yet everyone knows. The weight of home. In one village outside Busan, a woman named Soon, he begins each morning by scrubbing the same courtyard stone. She says it helps her forget, though the sound of the brush, rough, rhythmic, endless, only seems to remind her. Her neighbors avoid eye contact. When she goes to the market, voices hush behind her. Children are told not to stare. Men lower their heads politely but do not speak. The worst silence, she realizes, is not from the past. It's from the present. A silence that pretends nothing ever happened, that builds walls where bridges should be. Sometimes she dreams of the sea, the waves whispering her name. In her dream, no one turns away. In her dream, the sea listens. The disappearing evidence. In Tokyo, former officers sit in polished offices, writing memoirs that omit whole years. Publishers print them proudly. My service abroad. Memoirs of duty. The words comfort station never appear. When foreign investigators ask for records, ministries shrug. We lost them in the bombings. When veterans gather in bars, the topic never arises, not because they have forgotten, but because they remember too well. And so, the machinery that once operated with clockwork precision now runs on collective denial. History becomes a fog of half-truths. But paper, like memory, has a strange persistence. A file misplaced is never fully gone. An old typist keeps carbon copies of orders in a trunk beneath her bed. A nurse, unable to sleep, writes her recollections in the margins of a medical manual. A photographer hides negatives in an envelope marked Family Trip, 1939. Years later, these fragments will surface like shells after a storm. Excerpt. Diary of a Japanese Army nurse, discovered 1961. We were told they volunteered. I stopped believing that after the first week. We sterilized instruments, not consciences. The quiet lives. Through the 1950s and 60s, the women age into ordinary invisibility. They marry when they can, work when they must. They sew uniforms, sweep factories, run food stalls. Their hands, once bound, learn to serve again, this time by choice. They raise children who never know. They smile in family photos, eyes unreadable. Their silence becomes inheritance, passed down like heirloom porcelain, fragile, untouchable. When their daughters grow old enough to ask, they answer with ellipses. Those were difficult times. There were soldiers. We survived. That's all. No one presses further. The economic miracle and the moral void. By the 1970s, Japan's economy soars. Korea industrializes. Neon replaces candlelight. History becomes inconvenient clutter. Governments celebrate modernity, steel, skyscrapers, exports, while the past rusts quietly behind them. Televisions glow in every home, broadcasting variety shows, baseball games, optimism. The women watch, their faces lit by flickering light, wondering when the world decided happiness could be built without truth. A reporter once asked an official if the comfort system had truly existed. He replied, "That was long ago. Let the past rest." But the past, like ash, never rests. It drifts until someone breathes it in again. The first cracks in silence. Late one winter in Seoul, a former nurse tells a priest a story in confession. He listens, weeps, and writes it down, not as sin, but as testimony. He shares it with a university student studying women's history. That student copies it by hand and circulates it among friends. The words spread quietly, like seeds scattered by wind. By the mid-1980s, whispers turn into meetings. Meetings become movements. The silence that lasted 4 decades begins to shake. But for now, in the stillness of these years, the women live between two worlds, the one that used them and the one that pretends not to know. The language of denial. You might wonder how an entire century learns to forget. It happens slowly, through language. Comfort woman becomes the official term, soothing, soft, harmless. It hides what the soldiers called them in private. It makes atrocity sound like service. Words can be prisons, too. They build walls around meaning until even memory begins to speak their language. That's why the survivors will later insist on new words. Slave, victim, witness. They will spend their final years replacing euphemisms with truth. Every corrected word will feel like an act of resurrection. Reflection to the listener. You might imagine peace as an ending, but for many, peace is where the hardest silence begins. The world applauds victory and reconstruction, but rarely those who must live afterward with the sound of both. Sometimes history moves so fast it forgets to look back. Sometimes people survive so quietly the world mistakes it for forgetting. But silence, carried long enough, becomes its own kind of sound, a frequency only those who have suffered can hear. And if you listen closely, beneath the hum of progress, beneath the radio jingles and city traffic, you can still hear it, the faint breath of those who survived without being seen. The war had ended, but a quieter war had begun, against denial, against memory, against the comfort of not knowing. For nearly half a century, that war would be fought without bullets, armed only with patience, and the stubborn will to one day speak. Chapter 5. The Voices Rise. The Women in the Square. Seoul, 1992. Wednesday morning. The air is bright and cold, the kind that carries sound clearly. Outside the Japanese embassy, 12 elderly women gather beneath a banner that reads, "We remember." They stand in a semicircle, wrapped in wool coats and faith. Their signs are handwritten, the letters uneven. The youngest among them is 65, the oldest 81. A few hold canes. One sits in a wheelchair draped in a blanket. Passers-by stop, unsure whether to watch or bow. Journalists shuffle, cameras ready but hesitant, the way people act when they sense history but don't know how to behave around it. The leader steps forward, adjusting the microphone. Her name is Kim Hak-soon, and she is tired of being invisible. For 50 years I kept silent, she says, because I was afraid. Afraid of shame, afraid of not being believed. But silence never protected us. So I will speak now, for those who can't. Her words fall into the crowd like stones into water. Heavy, undeniable, spreading outward in ripples of disbelief and empathy. That hour becomes the first of thousands. Every Wednesday since, through rain and heat, they have gathered in that same square. A ritual of memory, so steady it begins to feel like heartbeat. Excerpt from Kim Hak-soon's 1991 testimony. They said I was going to work in a factory. I didn't even know what a comfort station was. When I understood, it was too late. I still hear the boots. These sentences, broadcast across radio and printed in newspapers, will ignite a movement that governments can no longer hide beneath paperwork. The return of names. The news spreads quickly across Asia. Women from the Philippines, China, Taiwan, Indonesia, and the Netherlands hear it and recognize themselves in her words. Within months, letters arrive in Seoul written in half a dozen languages, each beginning the same way. I thought I was the only one. For 50 years, the world had mistaken survival for silence. Now silence has become its own rebellion, broken deliberately, word by word. One by one, the women begin to step into light, naming themselves publicly. Kim Hak-soon, Lee Yong-soo, Gil Won-ok. The list grows, each name an act of reclamation. Some speak softly, almost in whispers. Others read from notes folded and refold so many times the creases are white. Their stories are not dramatic. They are steady, told the way one might describe a storm that happened decades ago but never truly passed. I was 16. They gave us numbers. When the soldiers left, they burned the building. Each sentence is both confession and evidence. They do not shout. They do not accuse. They simply refuse to disappear. The awakening across borders. In Manila, a Filipina named Lola Rosa hears the broadcast and weeps. She is 70 now, her hands still calloused from farm work. She tells her granddaughter, "I was one of them." The girl records her on a small tape recorder bought in the market, the first time her story will ever be captured in sound. In China, Madame Xiao, who has lived for decades in the countryside pretending to be a widow, writes her testimony on rice paper and sends it to Seoul. Her letter begins, "I was told the world no longer needed my words, but now I see it does." In the Netherlands, a group of former Dutch prisoners of war who witnessed the system in Indonesia sign a petition demanding accountability. Their statement reads, "Justice does not age." The square as sanctuary. By 1993, the Wednesday protests grow from 12 women to hundreds of supporters. Students, monks, teachers, foreigners. Drums beat softly, banners flutter, candles tremble in paper cups. People call it the square that breathes. Each week, a new survivor speaks. Some faint mid-sentence. Others cry and keep talking. Their voices fill the air until even those passing by can no longer pretend not to hear. A poet standing nearby writes in his notebook, "They speak softly, but the world shakes." Children from nearby schools bring flowers, folding paper cranes that flutter in the winter wind. At first, they are shy, but soon they learn to chant with the crowd. Apologize. Acknowledge. Remember. Their small voices rise into the city's hum like bells. The government's response. In Tokyo, news of the protests reaches Parliament. Reporters confront officials with surviving documents. army memoranda, medical logs, transport records. At first, the government denies involvement, then admits partial knowledge. A formal statement follows, careful, diplomatic, vague. We express our remorse for the suffering caused. To the women, it feels like a door half opened, an apology that looks polite but weighs nothing. One survivor says on television, "They said, regret. We said, responsibility. The difference is everything." Press release, August 1993. The Kono Statement. The Japanese government acknowledges that, in many cases, the comfort stations were established under the involvement of the military authorities, and that comfort women were recruited against their will. It is the first official admission, but also the beginning of another battle. The war over what words mean when nations are afraid of truth. The Bronze Girl. Winter 2011. At first, the government denies involvement, then admits partial knowledge. A formal statement follows, careful, diplomatic, vague. We express our remorse for the suffering caused. To the women, it feels like a door half opened, an apology that looks polite but weighs nothing. A new figure appears in front of the Japanese embassy, a bronze statue of a young girl, seated quietly on a wooden chair. Her gaze is steady, her hands folded, her bare feet planted on the stone. She faces the embassy gate, silent and immovable. Beside her, an empty chair waits for whoever wishes to sit. Snow lands on her shoulders. Rain streaks her cheeks like tears that never melt. Children place flowers in her lap. Tourists take photos. Survivors sit beside her, whispering old names into the cold air. At night, when the street empties, the statue remains, a witness carved from stillness, a mirror of all those who once waited in silence. You can almost hear her breathing when the wind passes. It sounds like history refusing to sleep. The world begins to listen. By the mid-1990s, the voices reach beyond Asia. At the United Nations Human Rights Commission, the survivors testify before delegates from more than 100 countries. Their translator struggles to keep up, not with the language, but with the emotion. "We do not ask for vengeance," says one. "We ask for acknowledgement." The hall falls silent, a silence that feels different from the one they once lived through. This one is full of attention, not avoidance. International lawyers begin citing their testimonies in cases concerning Bosnia and Rwanda, recognizing sexual slavery as a war crime. What began as confession becomes precedent. The women, once treated as evidence, become authors of justice. The ripples of courage. The protests spread to Manila, Taipei, Amsterdam, Los Angeles. Statues rise near embassies and universities. Vigils bloom in cities that once knew nothing of this story. In each place, candles are lit, names are read, and new generations begin to understand that remembrance is not regional, it's universal. In a small university in Canada, a group of students host an exhibit called The Unheard Women. They play old recordings of survivors speaking Korean, Tagalog, Chinese. Languages most visitors don't understand, but everyone understands the tone. A sign at the entrance reads, "You do not need to know the words. You only need to listen." The strength of soft voices. In an interview, Lee Yong-soo, one of the last survivors, says, "We're old now, but we're louder than before." Her laughter fills the room, bright and defiant. She recalls how once, during a protest in heavy snow, she whispered to the bronze statue, "You're cold, aren't you? Don't worry, I'll stay with you until spring." That spring, cherry blossoms bloom around the square. Pale petals fall on the shoulders of both women, the living and the sculpted, making it impossible to tell which one history loves more. Reflection to the listener. You might think courage means the absence of fear, but listen closely to these women, and you'll realize courage is fear spoken aloud. Each voice that rises now carries the echoes of thousands who never returned. They are not ghosts, they are guardians of truth. Their words have crossed languages, decades, oceans, and arrived here, in your ears, asking nothing but attention. The air in Seoul, in Manila, in every city that listens, vibrates with the same sentence. We were here. The voices that once trembled in basements now fill squares, courts, classrooms, and documentaries like this one. They have turned silence into law, shame into witness, and memory into a bridge between nations. The women spoke, and the world changed its vocabulary. Chapter 6: The Weight of Recognition. The Autumn of Witnesses. Time has grown thin. The women who once marched now move slowly, their steps measured by canes and oxygen tubes. They call each other Halmione, grandmother, a title of respect that hides a shared sorrow. Every Wednesday, they still gather in the square, though now they arrive by van. Volunteers help them from the seats, unfold chairs, wrap shawls around their shoulders. The city hums around them, but the rhythm of the protest remains unchanged. 1 hour of truth carved from the noise of modern life. The statue sits in front of them, patient as always. Pigeons land on her lap. Children stroke her bronze hand. One survivor laughs softly and says, "Even the birds listen better than governments. When they sing, their voices tremble, but the sound carries farther than before." Autumn leaves fall around them, gold and red, the color of endurance, not decay. The politics of apology. Apologies come like weather, predictable, temporary, and often insincere. Each new government crafts its own version, phrases polished by diplomats, translated into dozens of languages until meaning dissolves. Deep remorse, heartfelt regret, sincere condolences, but never the word responsibility. When journalists ask the survivors what they think, one answers with weary grace. They use our pain to measure their politics. We just want them to mean it. In 2015, a new agreement is announced. Financial aid, an official statement, a promise to close the issue finally and irreversibly. The phrase feels bureaucratic, almost mathematical, as if suffering can be settled like a balance sheet. The women reject it. Our silence was forced, they say. It cannot be sold. For them, the issue is not closure, it is continuation. Memory cannot be concluded by treaty. Excerpt. Joint Announcement, Tokyo, December 28, 2015. The government of Japan acknowledges the involvement of the military authorities at that time and expresses anew its most sincere apologies and remorse to all those who suffered immeasurable pain and incurable wounds. Annotation, written later by activist Lee Yong-soo. Apologies repeated too often become weather reports. I wait for thunder, not drizzle. The hands that tremble. In a modest apartment in Daegu, Lee Yong-soo wakes before dawn. She boils tea, opens her window, and listens to the city's first buses rumble by. Her small living room is a museum. Photographs, petitions, banners folded neatly on a chair. Above her desk hangs a framed sentence in Korean calligraphy. Memory is stronger than power. She keeps a wooden box under her bed. Inside, a handkerchief embroidered with her initials, a faded photograph, and a cassette labeled First Testimony. She listens to it once a year, though her voice embarrasses her. Younger, uncertain, trembling. Now, her tone has changed. It carries not shame, but authority. Children visit her from schools, sitting cross-legged on her floor as she speaks. When one child asks if she hates the soldiers, she shakes her head. No, I hate the silence that protected them. She pauses, then adds, hatred is easy. Listening is harder. The child nods, not fully understanding, but perhaps one day she will. The war of words. Outside the square, a different kind of battle continues, fought with textbooks, museum exhibits, and diplomatic statements. Conservative historians in Japan argue for context. Activists in Korea demand truth. Publishers debate what children should read. Some textbooks erase paragraphs, others restore them. Both sides call it history. Neither calls it peace. At a museum in Osaka, a curator hangs a new sign beside a black and white photograph of a comfort station. The text reads, "Testimonies differ. Interpret with care." A survivor visiting the exhibit laughs quietly and whispers, "They are still afraid of our certainty." She leaves a small flower beneath the glass. It is wilted by the next day, but the petals leave a faint yellow stain, proof that someone, once, disagreed with forgetting. The digital afterlife. History, like breath, finds new ways to travel. Archivists digitize testimonies. Volunteers translate them into a dozen languages. Clips circulate online. A wrinkled hand trembling as it holds a microphone. A laugh breaking through tears. A long pause that says more than words ever could. Students edit short films, splice archival footage with modern protests. They upload them to social media with captions like #WeRemember and #WednesdayMothers. Algorithms carry their faces to millions who would otherwise never know their names. Even the bronze statues seem to multiply. 3D, scanned, printed, projected, replicated. In Seoul, Berlin, San Francisco, and Toronto, identical girls sit in the same quiet posture, facing embassies and parliaments, each one surrounded by flowers that never wilt. Memory has become networked, its reach impossible to censor, its echo endless. The fading voices. Years pass, seasons repeat. The women grow frilier, their voices thinner, yet their determination thickens with age. They know time is no longer their ally, but they march anyway. Some arrive in wheelchairs, some carried by relatives, others represented by photos framed in ribbons of mourning. When one passes away, the crowd grows even larger, as if absence itself calls people to the square. A placard appears with her name, and beneath it, in both Korean and English, "She spoke. We heard." Funerals become ceremonies of remembrance. Speeches, songs, and a moment of silence, not for pity, but for continuity. One protester says, "We promised them they wouldn't be forgotten. That promise is our inheritance." The Last March. On an April morning in 2021, Lee Young-soo takes the microphone one final time. Her hands tremble slightly. Her voice doesn't. "I will not be here forever, but you will be. When you speak of justice, remember that it is not revenge. It is memory kept alive long enough to matter." The crowd applauds softly, some crying, some smiling. A young woman steps forward and takes her hand. "We'll take it from here," she says. For the first time, Lee allows herself to lean on someone younger. She closes her eyes. Perhaps, at last, the burden feels lighter. Reflection to the listener. You might wonder what recognition really means. It's not headlines or statues or signed treaties. It's the quiet knowledge that pain was seen, that the truth stood in daylight and was not erased again. These women, now few in number, taught the world how to name what it once pretended not to see. They turned shame into instruction, grief into testimony, and history into conscience. Their voices are nearly gone now, but their echoes remain everywhere, in law, in art, in classrooms, in the quiet part of your mind that hears this and refuses to forget. Because recognition is not the end of justice. It's the beginning of memory that no longer needs defense. The world has bowed, apologized, debated, and archived. But the weight of recognition lies not in governments. It rests with us, the listeners, those who inherit the responsibility of remembering and of keeping the silence from returning. Chapter 7. The World That Listens. The Turning of Language. There was a time when the world had no words for what they endured. History hid behind euphemism, service, discipline, morale. But when they spoke, language itself began to tremble. The old phrases broke like glass. Lawyers and translators struggled to find vocabulary that could carry pain without distorting it. They built new ones: sexual slavery, systematic violence, crimes against humanity. For the first time, justice had grammar. At universities, students underlined these phrases in textbooks that once avoided them. A professor in Seoul told her class, "Every word you learn today was once unspeakable." Language, once the tool of erasure, became an instrument of truth. It didn't make the past lighter, it made it legible. The classroom of remembrance. In South Korea, school children now learn their names: Kim Hak-soon, Lee Yong-soo, Gil Won-ok. They see their photographs projected on whiteboards, hear excerpts of testimony, and are told to listen with respect, not pity. Museums rise across the country, calm buildings of glass and stone where the air hums with recorded voices. Visitors walk through rooms where each wall holds a single word: silence, survival, memory. In one exhibit, there's a pair of worn shoes behind glass. The sign beneath reads, "Recovered from a former station site." The stitching undone by time, not by use. A child stares at them for a long moment before whispering, "She could have been my grandmother." That quiet realization is what every lesson hopes to teach. The bridges of art. Artists have always been the translators of emotion. Pain passes through them and emerges as beauty that refuses to forget. In a Seoul gallery, a painter recreates the square in winter, but fills the sky with falling paper cranes instead of snow. Each crane bears a handwritten name, some real, some imagined, a flight of witnesses frozen in pigment. A composer writes a requiem called Voices for the Unheard, weaving actual fragments of survivors' speech into the melody. When it is performed, the orchestra stops mid-piece for 30 seconds of silence. The audience doesn't breathe. It's the most eloquent part of the concert. A poet writes, "They gave us numbers, but history gives us names." And around the world, statues continue to appear, not just of girls anymore, but of empty chairs, of folded hands, of waiting. Each one is a small embassy of empathy, stationed in public view. the classroom without walls. Beyond Korea, the story travels further than any of them could have imagined. In Indonesia, survivors organize storytelling circles. In the Netherlands, students trace colonial connections they were never taught. In the Philippines, churches ring bells on anniversaries of the first testimonies. In Japan, a handful of teachers risk reprimand by reading the testimonies aloud in class. They call it the quiet hour. The room always goes still. Afterward, a student says, "I didn't know we could inherit both pride and sorrow." That's how healing begins. When children realize that their nation's dignity is not threatened by truth, but strengthened by it. The Hall of Nations. At the United Nations headquarters, a bronze plaque hangs in the corridor of the Human Rights Council. It reads, "To all those who spoke after silence." Delegates pass it daily, often without noticing, but those who know its origin pause for a heartbeat. During the late 1990s, survivor delegations spoke in that same building. Korean, Filipina, Chinese, Indonesian, Dutch. Their testimonies, translated in real time, built an unintentional symphony. Different languages, same truth. "We do not ask for revenge," one said. "We ask that the world see what was done, so it will never be done again." Her voice carried into resolutions, conferences, and eventually laws. Because of them, the term sexual violence in conflict became not a scandal, but a statute, a global vocabulary of conscience. The ripples of empathy. Empathy has geography now. It crosses borders, travels through headlines, lives in the digital noise of an age that forgets easily but remembers deeply. In Europe, feminists adopt their cause as part of a universal struggle. In Africa, human rights lawyers cite their courage as precedent. In the Americas, art collectives use their images to protest modern trafficking. Everywhere, echoes of the same realization, that what happened to them was not just history, it was warning. In the Seoul Square, young activists place QR codes beside the statue. When scanned, they play a recording. You do not need to understand our pain, only respect it. The message plays in 20 languages, a kind of global lullaby against ignorance. The circle expands. Time, as it always does, has turned witnesses into ancestors, and ancestors, by nature, belong to everyone. A young woman in Nairobi writes her thesis on women, war, and memory. She opens with the words of Lee Yong-soo. A journalist in Buenos Aires ends her documentary on dictatorship survivors with the line, "We learned how to listen from the comfort women." The circle expands quietly, not through slogans but through empathy. What began in a single square in Seoul now spans continents. Each new act of remembrance adds another voice to the global choir, a chorus that no longer needs microphones. The world that listens. At night, the square in Seoul is empty again. The statue sits beneath a streetlight, her bronze gleaming softly in the dark. Wind moves through the trees, carrying city sounds, traffic, footsteps, laughter, life, and beneath it all, the echo of songs once sung in protest. Low, steady, eternal. Somewhere, across the ocean, another statue faces another embassy. Another crowd gathers, another candle is lit. The repetition itself has become ritual, proof that remembrance can outlive those who began it. You stand beside that image in your mind, a bronze girl, a chair beside her, the weight of air around her filled with stories, and you realize something simple. The world did listen. Not perfectly, not soon enough, but finally, irrevocably. Reflection for you. You might wonder how history heals itself. Perhaps it doesn't. Not completely. Perhaps it learns instead how to sing with its scars. The world that listens is not one free of pain. It is one brave enough to face it. Every law passed, every lesson taught, every statue built, exists because someone once stood in the cold and refused to be forgotten. Now, as you listen, wherever you are, their voices cross through air, electricity, and time to reach you. It is the simplest transaction in the world. Their courage for your attention, and in that exchange, history finds its balance. The world that listens is not quiet. It hums with remembrance. It carries their names like wind carries seeds, far, fragile, but never lost. Chapter 8. The Sea of Forgetting. The Shore Between Worlds. Dawn along the Yellow Sea. The light arrives not as brilliance, but as breath, a pale exhale across the horizon. The tide moves slowly, whispering the same syllables it has spoken for centuries. No war, no empire, no witness, only the patience of water. Somewhere inland, a museum door unlocks. A caretaker sweeps the floor. He doesn't notice the faint salt smell drifting from the coast, the one that still carries the ghosts of ships that once moved soldiers, supplies, silence. You stand there, listening to the sea breathe. Each wave sounds like a sentence cut short. Each ripple seems to remember something it cannot quite repeat. This is where memory lives now, not in walls or pages, but in motion. The last protest. There are fewer grandmothers now. Their chairs in the square are sometimes empty, sometimes filled by photographs, framed and surrounded by flowers. But the ritual continues. On a Wednesday morning, a dozen young people gather with candles and a portable speaker. They play a recording of Lee Yong-soo's final speech. Her voice, thin but steady, fills the air. When I am gone, keep speaking. Not for me, for the silence that still lives somewhere else. They bow. They sing softly. Traffic passes, indifferent yet somehow quieter. The bronze statue catches the light. A pigeon lands on her shoulder as if to stand guard. And when the hour ends, the young fold their banners, bow again, and leave. The square empties, but the air stays charged, as though her words still linger in it, unseen but not gone. The drift of time. Years pass like waves. The survivors fade from memory not by neglect, but by the ordinary erosion of years. Students graduate, teachers retire, monuments gather moss. The phrase "comfort women" appears less often in headlines now, buried under newer wars, newer victims, newer noise. But it never disappears completely. It resurfaces again and again, in essays, in songs, in the voice of someone remembering their grandmother's trembling hands. A historian in 2070 writes, "There are things we cannot remember clearly, and things we cannot forget completely. Between them lies what we call legacy. That's how memory survives, not in permanence, but in recurrence." The Keeper of the Sea. On Jeju Island lives a woman who was once a girl in the camps. She tends a small house facing the ocean. She no longer joins protests or interviews. Her silence now is not fear, but peace. Every morning she walks to the shore with a basket of white stones. She places them in a neat circle, one for each friend she lost. When the tide rises, It swallows them gently. When it retreats, she arranges them again. A ritual of acceptance, not mourning. A tourist once asked why she does it. She smiled and said, "The sea forgets slowly." I like that. Sometimes, when the wind carries mist inland, you can see her silhouette against the water, still, calm, like a monument the sea built for itself. The Museum of Air. In a future soul, a digital archive hums quietly. Glass walls, soft light, the sound of ventilation, the modern language of reverence. There are no guards, only sensors that whisper welcome when someone enters. Inside, holographic testimonies float like candle flames. A visitor waves their hand, and a figure appears. A woman seated, hands folded, eyes steady. Her voice, recorded decades earlier, says, "We told the world so you wouldn't live afraid of silence." Around her, text blossoms in multiple languages, her words translated in real time. Children listen through headsets. Some cry, others simply watch, quiet and wide-eyed. No one tells them to be solemn. The space does that on its own. The air feels different here, denser, alive with memory. The return of the tide. Every generation inherits both memory and fatigue. There will come a time when the story feels distant again, when history textbooks devote it only a paragraph, when people glance at statues and think another tragedy, another time. But the tide always returns. A new artist will rediscover a forgotten tape. A journalist will follow a rumor. A teacher will dedicate one unexpected lesson. And once again, the sea of forgetting will give back what it borrowed. The rhythm never ends. Ebb and flow, silence and speech, remembering and release. That is how memory breathes. Not through permanence, but through return. The sea at night. Night along the Korean coast. The horizon fades into one long line of shadow. The waves glow faintly under moonlight, phosphorescent. A living handwriting across the water. Somewhere beneath those waves rest the rusted remains of ships. And somewhere within the water's salt, a molecule once touched by tears, a trace of breath exhaled by those who prayed beneath foreign ceilings. You stand at the edge of the sea, and for a moment you can almost hear them, the hum of remembered lullabies, the breath between courage and exhaustion, the faint rhythm of survival. The sea does not forget, it simply waits for you to listen. Reflection to the listener. You might wonder why remembering matters when time erases so much. Perhaps the point is not to resist forgetting, but to teach it how to forget gently, without denial, without erasure. History is like the sea. It absorbs everything. But every so often, when the tide pulls back, it reveals what it once carried away. Shells, bones, stories. The women's voices, once fragile, are now part of that tide. They no longer need our pity or even our understanding, only that we notice the water still moving, because to listen is to keep the sea awake, and to keep the sea awake is to make sure silence never becomes stillness again. The tide retreats, leaving the shore patterned with thin lines of foam, each one vanishing, each one returning. That's how memory survives, not by refusing to fade, but by learning how to begin again. The afterlight. Evening folds over the city like a careful hand. Windows kindle one by one, lamps lighting rooms where ordinary life proceeds. Kettles sighing, hems mended, children lulled toward sleep. Somewhere a bus exhales at a stop, and the night takes its first, unhurried breath. Far away, the sea keeps its own time. It gathers the last light into a thin band of silver and holds it steady, as if to teach the horizon patience. Waves move without hurry, the way truth moves when it no longer needs permission. You stand at the edge of that water and listen. There is no speech here, only cadence. The hush of tide against stones, the low murmur that has outlived flags. If you close your eyes, you can hear other rooms return. The paper walls, the lantern's faint, obedient flame, the shoes set neatly beside a narrow bed. The past arrives not as a shout, but as breath. In, out, repeat. It is strange how endurance and the ocean share a language. Behind you, the world continues. A phone rings. A door clicks. A bicycle bell makes its small bright circle in the air. The present is never empty. It is only louder than memory. And yet memory persists, like a low tide tracing the same long curve over and over until stone becomes story. You think of the square, the winter scarves, the cardboard signs carried by unsteady hands, the bronze girl with rain collecting in her hair, the empty chair beside her where anyone might sit and discover that listening has weight. You think of the classrooms, the projectors warming to life, the shoes under glass, the subtitles that let one voice cross into another language without losing its temperature. You think of rooms without cameras, kitchens where daughters asked a question once, carefully, and mothers offered a few unstitched words, and then the kettle, because tea is what you serve when truth arrives cold. Across decades, the story learned to walk again. It found sidewalks, microphones, statutes, and songs. It learned to be spoken without trembling, not because pain diminished, but because courage practiced. You might wonder, here in the afterlight, what becomes of a story when its tellers have gone? Perhaps it becomes weather, something we move through, often without noticing, yet shaped by all the same. Or perhaps it becomes workmanship, the quiet honesty in a museum label, the small correction in a textbook, the hand that erases euphemism and writes witness instead. Small things, yes. But the century was turned by small things. Brush on paper, bell at dawn, a voice at a microphone saying I was 16. The sea darkens, another shade. Lanterns return to mind, the one from the opening night, breathing on its wick. How modest its light was, and yet how faithfully it kept. A lantern is not a sun. It does not conquer darkness. It marks a place where someone stayed awake. Across the water, a ship passes, a slow geometry of lights moving toward a port you cannot see. Every voyage is a sentence, every harbor a listening ear. You can almost believe the tide is spelling something on the sand, the same 3 words once left on a wooden wall in charcoal. We were here. Wind softens them. Another wave writes them new. This is how memory survives, not as monument, but as recurrence. Somewhere inland, a teacher straightens a stack of papers and waits for a class to settle. She shows a photograph of the square in winter. She plays a recording, a voice, steady and thin, asking for acknowledgement instead of pity. When the lights come up, the room is quiet. A boy raises his hand and says he does not understand how apology works when time has passed. The teacher nods. It is not a bridge to the past, she says, but a door for the living. Outside the window, leaves twist in a small wind. Inside, the faces of the young carry a new, deliberate stillness, the first furniture of conscience taking shape. Back at the shore, the night completes itself. You breathe, and in your breathing the story finds its last task, to be held without spectacle. You are not being asked to carry grief, only to keep a small space for accuracy in a world that moves too quickly past names. Listening is not passive. It is the work that keeps the tide from taking everything. There will be other wars, other squares, other bronze that learns to wait. There will be times when this story recedes, and you fear it has been lost. But the water never leaves. It only turns and returns, carrying what would drown in stillness. And if, years from now, you meet a sentence that resists softening, if you hear a word that tries to hide what happened, remember the lantern. Remember the bell. Remember the women whose voices learned to live in microphones, in statutes, in the air. Let your answer be steady and plain. Call things what they were. This, too, is a kind of shelter. The tide travels out. Starlight salts the skin of the sea. A last reflection, so thin it could be mistaken for breath, rests along the horizon before it lifts and is gone. The night is not empty. It is attentive. You turn from the water and begin the walk back, past the dark benches, past the rail where earlier a child leaned and asked if the statue could feel rain. Somewhere a door opens. Somewhere a light is cupped by a human hand and carried carefully from one room to the next. If you listen, truly listen, you can hear them still, not as sorrow, but as instruction. A low, patient voice in the marrow of the century saying only this: be the place where silence ends. The air moves first, a thin, hesitant current that passes through wooden slats and makes the paper walls tremble. Somewhere, a lantern breathes with it, a small flame quivering, painting slow amber waves across the floor. Outside, the jungle waits in its own silence, a distant hum of insects and the shuffle of soldiers changing shifts. You hear boots on gravel, then water dripping from a bamboo pipe into a bowl, the rhythm of a night that refuses to sleep. Inside, a woman sits on the edge of a narrow bed. Her hair is braided loosely, dark against the white of her undershirt. She's not moving, only listening, to the lantern, to the footsteps, to the murmur of a world that has forgotten her name. You can almost smell the room, oil, sweat, soap that never quite removes the day. The air is heavy, not from heat alone, but from what it carries, the ache of waiting. The walls know this waiting. They've absorbed it into their grain. Somewhere outside, the officer clears his throat, a polite sound rehearsed. The door slides open a fraction, and the lantern's shadow trembles across the woman's feet. She stands slow, as if her bones must remember how. This is not a home. It is one of hundreds scattered across occupied Asia, buildings of borrowed names and vanished addresses. They call them Ianjo, comfort stations. And she, one among tens of thousands, is what the Empire calls a comfort woman. But the word is a disguise, a clean bandage over something infected. It hides what the night cannot, the deliberate machinery of violation, organized by military need and bureaucratic precision. You might imagine war as chaos, but here it is schedule, it is roster, it is ledger. Her story began far from here, in a Korean village beneath snow. A promise of work, perhaps in a factory, perhaps in a restaurant. A signature, a seal, a journey that ended not in wages but in silence. She was 16, and tonight she is neither alive nor gone, only waiting again for morning. The lantern flickers lower. Outside, the soldiers laugh. The sound is normal, almost tender, like any group of young men far from home. They do not see the line between orders and conscience, that thin filament that snaps quietly, without sound. You might wonder what courage feels like in a place where names are forbidden. It doesn't roar. It persists, in the way she hides a scrap of paper under the floorboard, a date written in smudged pencil, proof that she once counted the days. Or in how she whispers to the girl beside her, teaching her how to breathe through pain without sound, so the guards won't come back sooner. Outside, a truck engine starts, deep, heavy, echoing across the compound. The jungle answers with wind. Somewhere, dawn begins its crawl, a pale seam of light climbing through the mist. By morning, she will wash the sheets in a tin basin. She will hang them where the sun can see, and for a few minutes they will look almost ordinary, white, clean, unbroken. And you, standing quietly at the edge of history, might think, this is how the century learned to hide its crimes, behind routine, behind uniforms, behind words like comfort. The story that follows moves through those hidden rooms, across Korea, China, the Philippines, and Burma, through memories carried by women who were told to forget. Some never returned. Some lived long enough to speak. And when they did, the world flinched, as if truth itself were indecent. Before you drift off, take a moment to subscribe, but only if stories told in whispers are your kind of thing. You're listening to Echoes of War. Chapter 1: The System of Silence. The paper trail. The sound is small at first, the brush on paper. Ink glides over the fibers, leaving strokes as thin as veins. A clerk straightens the stack of forms, coughs once, and dips his pen again. Outside, the ministry courtyard smells of winter. Coal smoke, damp wool, inkstone dust. Inside, history is being written in bureaucratic handwriting. Tokyo, 1938. Maps bloom across the table like blue-gray flowers. China, Korea, Burma, the Pacific. The generals do not talk of conquest tonight. They talk of logistics. How to move men, feed them, keep them calm. How to keep the empire functioning without pause. They speak of morale the way accountants speak of balance sheets. Someone mentions disease. Someone else, discipline. No one mentions women. The colonel signs the final draft. Directive number 219, on the establishment of military comfort facilities abroad. The paper is thin enough for light to pass through, and yet its shadow will stretch for decades. Army Welfare Bureau, Tokyo, January 1938. Establish comfort facilities to maintain order and prevent the spread of venereal disease among troops. Civilian contractors shall recruit personnel under supervision. Local authorities to ensure hygiene and discretion. Margin note in another hand. Essential to morale. Expedite. The handwriting tilts upward, confident, almost cheerful. History, at this stage, still believes itself efficient. The promise of work. South Korea, near Mokpo. Morning fog drifts over rice paddies. Roosters call. A bicycle bell rings on the road. A recruiter in a grey coat stops at the gate of a small farmhouse. He carries a clipboard, a smile, and a government stamp. He promises work in factories, good pay, warm lodging, patriotic service to the empire. The mother listens, torn between suspicion and hunger. The girl beside her, 16 and eager, imagines herself holding a sewing needle instead of a hoe. She signs with a thumbprint. That night, the family packs rice cakes and a small ribbon for luck. When the truck leaves the next morning, dust swallows the path behind it. The sound of the engine lingers longer than the goodbyes. Weeks later, in a port city neither mother nor daughter can pronounce, the girl's papers are taken, her clothes replaced by a uniform. A metal tag hangs around her neck. The name engraved there isn't hers. Blueprint of control. In Tokyo's War Ministry, engineers draft diagrams not of weapons but of stations. Floor plans labeled entrance, waiting room, disinfection, rest area. The blueprints look harmless, geometric, humane. Rectangles of order meant to contain chaos. A medical officer writes in his report, 10 women per unit, 40 soldiers per day. Rotations to maintain morale. He ends with, recommend expansion to Manchuria sector. Every atrocity begins as administration. Every cruelty starts with measurements. Across occupied Asia, warehouses, schools, even temples are converted. Cots are lined up under paper lanterns. Sheets washed, numbered, folded. No smoke, no screams, just paperwork and obedience. Field Report, Shanghai 1939. The comfort stations operate efficiently. Morale has improved. Incidents of misconduct among soldiers reduced by 40%. Annotation by later historian. Improved morale measured against the destruction of human will. The Recruiters. In Seoul's Namdaemun market, posters promise employment abroad. Women crowd around, tracing the printed characters with their fingers. No one notices the small kanji in the corner. Military contractor authorized. The ink smells of new beginnings. Beneath the bridge, men with trucks wait, smoking, impatient. They call the girls by numbers, not names. Each signature is a disappearance recorded as opportunity. By the time trains cross into Manchuria, windows are nailed shut. The air inside smells of sweat and disbelief. Someone hums an old song to keep the others from crying. Outside, snow keeps falling, indifferent. The machine without smoke. The Empire's machinery is invisible but precise. Weekly reports travel through military mail. Health inspections conducted. Morale satisfactory. Supplies delivered. Behind every statistic stands a body. Behind every euphemism, an absence. At headquarters, officers congratulate themselves on order restored. Charts rise. Disease falls. Soldiers obey. Numbers never blush. Voices between walls. Inside one such station, a single candle burns between two beds. The women take turns whispering to it, as if the flame could carry messages home. One recites a psalm, another recites multiplication tables to stay sane. Outside, boots stamp in rhythm, the Empire's heartbeat. The older women keep a secret code. If you leave a comb on the windowsill, it means I can still fight. If you move it to the floor, it means pray for me. Small languages of survival blooming in captivity. You might wonder what courage looks like under fluorescent discipline. It looks like this. A breath held until morning. A name remembered only in silence. Recovered Ledger, Yangon 1942. Inventory, 12 sets uniforms, 6 lanterns, 1 record player, 22 women. Condition, adequate. The page is creased from folding, the ink still legible. No one signed it. Perhaps shame had no signature that day. The echo of orders. When reports reach Tokyo months later, they are summarized into a single sentence. Welfare operations functioning as intended. The officers nod. The war machine hums on, but cracks form quietly, in a clerk's conscience, in a nurse's glance, in a soldier's dream that smells of home and guilt. One young clerk keeps a page he was meant to burn, a half-filled roster. He doesn't know why. Maybe some part of him understands that the opposite of obedience is memory. Paper and smoke. By 1945, the Empire begins to erase itself. Files burn in metal drums. Ash settles on parade grounds. The handwriting of guilt curls upward in grey spirals. A witness later says the sky over Tokyo smelled of paper and soap that summer. But fire is a poor eraser. Ink turns to smoke, yet meaning clings to the air. Even now, in archives around the world, fragments remain, receipts, reports, and the ghost outline of red stamps still visible under ultraviolet light. The system was built with ink and logic, maintained with silence, and destroyed with smoke. Yet it survives in whispers, in the edges of maps, in the margins of ledgers, in the stories of those who refused to remain statistics. It began as order, it ended as ash, and in between, it wrote the darkest chapter of efficiency ever recorded. Chapter 2: The Taken and the Trapped. The Morning Ritual. Before dawn, the bell rings, thin, metallic, familiar, a sound meant for order, not awakening. In the courtyard, the mist still clings to the ground like cloth left out overnight. The women gather by the well, buckets clanging softly, breath pale in the morning air. They move in rhythm now, their bodies remembering the tasks before their minds do. Washington fold, sweep, line up. The rituals of captivity. Steam rises, mingling with the smell of soap and iron. Somewhere a rooster calls, absurdly ordinary, as if the world beyond the fence continues. A guard yawns. A dog barks. The sun lifts its edge over the horizon. The women's faces catch the light, calm, expressionless, disciplined by necessity. They have learned that motion without hesitation earns quiet. Quiet, here, is the closest thing to safety. You can almost hear the rhythm of their thoughts. One breath for endurance, one for memory, one for forgetting. The numbered hours. Each soldier carries a ticket, stamped and timed. 15 minutes per soul. The arithmetic of possession. Inside the rooms, the air barely moves. Lanterns flicker. The smell of medicine and dust lingers. Afterward, when the door closes, a girl sits in stillness, eyes fixed on nothing. Her pulse slows. She counts heartbeats, always the same number before she stands again. On the floor, shadows overlap like dark maps. Every step, every sound, becomes a landmark in her inner geography. Places where the mind hides when the body cannot. Between rotations, the women whisper about things that do not exist here. Markets, festivals, rain on tiled roofs, the taste of sesame oil on rice. Memory becomes a contraband currency passed hand to hand. In one room, a Chinese woman named Liang hides a peach pit in her sleeve, the last thing she took from home. She rubs it between her fingers when she needs to remember sweetness. The girl from Cebu. From the Philippines came a girl named Amelia, taken from a fishing village where the sea smelled of salt and coconut husks. She spoke little Japanese, even less Korean, but she sang. In her language, singing was prayer. At night, after the guards passed, she hummed softly, low enough that only the beds beside hers could hear. Heaven, take this body. Let the tide wash it clean. The others called her La Sirena, the mermaid. When she sang, the walls seemed to breathe differently, as if sound alone could bend metal. Years later, one survivor would remember that voice and say, it wasn't that she believed in freedom. She just wanted the stars to know her name. The Hidden Journal. One evening, during cleaning duty, a Korean woman named Soon. He finds an old accounting notebook under the floorboards. She tears out the pages of numbers and begins to write her own. Dates, dreams, fragments of poems she half remembers from school. She writes in pencil, pressing so lightly the marks are almost invisible. Today, I saw the sky through the cracks in the shutters. It was enough. Every night she adds a line, sometimes two. When the guards burn the rubbish, she hides her pages in the lining of her mattress. By the end of the war, there will be more than 100 of them. The quietest rebellion imaginable. A woman refusing to vanish from her own story. The small mercies. There are small mercies that survive even empire. A guard who forgets to lock the gate to the well. A nurse who smuggles soap. A few stolen minutes before inspection when the women wash their hair in rainwater, laughing under the eaves. They laugh not because it's funny, but because the sound feels unfamiliar. Something human breaking through the machinery. One woman, Hannah, carves tiny birds into the wooden post beside her bed. Every day she adds one more. When she's caught, she says they are tally marks for laundry duty. The officer believes her. By the time liberation comes, the post will be covered in wings. The fear of forgetting. Memory itself becomes dangerous. Some women decide to stop remembering their families, not out of betrayal, but to stop the ache that comes with each thought of home. They rename each other with gentler nicknames. Sun, Peach, Rain. Names that sound like weather, not history. At night, when sleep refuses, they whisper their real names anyway, quietly, into their hands, as if releasing them into air. The wind carries the syllables through the cracks, into the jungle, into tomorrow. You might wonder how long a person can live with that kind of silence. The answer: long enough to teach it to others. The day of inspections. Once a week, a doctor visits with a clipboard. The women line up under a bare bulb. The floor is wet. The air stings with disinfectant. The doctor speaks without looking up. The nurse records results. Numbers replace names again. The sound of the pen is louder than the voices. When it's over, the women return to their rooms and wash themselves in the same water they used for cleaning floors. Then they sit in a circle and share what little food they have left. A slice of orange, a crust of bread, one spoon of jam. They eat slowly, savoring what tastes like defiance. The whisper line. One night, Leon discovers that voices carry through the pipes connecting the barracks. If you whisper into the drain, someone 2 rooms away can hear you. They use it as a secret network. They call it the pipe of breath. Are you still there? Yes. Is the moon out? Yes. Then we are still alive. Each whisper crosses metal and distance, turning captivity into communication. It's not much, but for them, it's proof that sound can still travel freely, even when bodies cannot. The quiet rebellion. By 1944, rumors seep through the walls like humidity. Defeats in the Pacific, bombs on Tokyo, retreat. The officers grow pale. The guards drink harder. The women start to sense something shifting, the world cracking just beyond their fences. In one camp near Rangoon, they refuse the morning bell. They stay inside and sing in their languages, a patchwork chorus of Korean, Tagalog, and Mandarin. The guards shout, but the voices only grow stronger, a hymn of defiance carried through wooden walls. When silence finally returns, they smile faintly. No one calls it rebellion. They call it breathing. The shadow of tomorrow. Sometimes, during rainstorms, the women dream of escape. They imagine the world beyond the fences. Wet grass, empty roads, the smell of pine. Some imagine they are already ghosts, watching themselves from above, invisible, untouchable, finally free. And when the rain stops, they open their eyes to the same walls. But the dream lingers long enough to make endurance possible. For in this place, survival is not an act of hope. It is an act of quiet insistence, a way of saying, "You may forget my face, but not my existence." Each dawn, the bell rings again, and each dawn they rise, not because they believe in rescue, but because standing is the only freedom left. They were the taken and the trapped, but even inside the Empire's machinery, they found ways to be human when humanity was forbidden. Chapter 3. The war turns and the walls collapse. The air changes first. It begins with the air. Even before the radio crackles, before the shouting in barracks, before the first rumor finds its way through whispers, the air itself changes. The mornings are cooler now, the wind less obedient. The guards no longer polish their boots. The sergeant stops shaving. Somewhere beyond the jungle, thunder rolls that isn't weather. The women sense it in the pauses, in the way the officers speak less, in the sudden shortage of rice, in the silence that follows every radio transmission. No one says the word defeat, but the sound of it hangs like humidity. When the trucks arrive late, dust clings to their tires like guilt. When they leave again, no one waves. You can almost taste it in the air, that flavor of endings, metallic and strange. The unraveling. Across the Empire, discipline begins to bleed at the edges. Mail stops coming. Paydays are postponed. Orders arrive without signatures. In Rangoon, a comfort station receives no supplies for 2 weeks. The officers improvise. Bamboo fences for repairs, kerosene lamps instead of bulbs. The women notice the change immediately. Fewer soldiers, more nervous glances, tighter tempers. Some of the guards disappear overnight. Others pace restlessly, drunk, their uniforms unbuttoned. The Empire's neat machinery is rusting from within. The women watch carefully. When soldiers argue outside, they listen not for meaning but for tone. Tone tells them everything. One morning, a corporal throws his rifle into a ditch and walks into the jungle without a word. No one follows him. They have learned that men who leave like that are not coming back. Field Note: Burma Front, July 1944. Morale declining. Troops weary. Reports of insubordination. Comfort stations remain operational but understaffed. Recommend consolidation. Written in blue ink. Corners torn. Later found in a field desk beside empty sake bottles and a map marked with arrows leading nowhere. The medic's secret. In a station near Mandalay, a young Japanese medic named Sergeant Arai has stopped sleeping. He joined the army believing in duty, in hierarchy, in clean hands. Now he treats infections he cannot name, writes prescriptions for pain that no medicine can touch. He watches the women line up for examinations and cannot meet their eyes. One day, he asks his superior if they might release the sick ones. The officer laughs. They're not soldiers, Arai. They don't get leave. That night, Arai burns half the medical records, not out of loyalty but shame. He writes one final line in his logbook. This will never be forgiven. Then he closes it forever. When the war ends, he will return to Japan, marry, and tell no one. But sometimes, when he smells disinfectant, he will remember the sound of a bell at dawn, and the women who looked at him not with hatred, but with exhaustion. The collapse of order. By 1945, rumor travels faster than orders. Some say the Americans have bombed Tokyo. Others say the emperor is dead. Others whisper that the war is already lost, and they are the last to know. The guards grow careless. Patrol schedules vanish. The gates remain unlocked for hours. A Korean woman, Soo-ni, tests the fence one night and finds it unguarded. She hesitates, her hand trembling against the bamboo. Freedom feels like an ambush. She retreats, too afraid to believe in it. Days later, planes roar overhead, silver specks cutting through blue heat. The jungle trembles. The sound is not liberation. It is terror. Bombs fall miles away, but the ground shakes like memory waking. Inside, the women huddle together, hands over their ears, eyes closed, as if silence could still protect them. Translation of intercepted message, August 1945. Begin immediate evacuation of comfort stations. Destroy all remaining records and equipment. Ensure no evidence remains. No signature. The last recorded order from an empire dissolving into smoke. Fire and flight. One night, the officers gather in the yard. Papers burn in barrels. Maps crumble in flames. The women watch through cracks in the shutters, the orange glow reflected in their eyes. The sergeant orders them to pack. Quickly, quietly, no questions. They walk for days through jungle roads littered with abandoned wagons and uniforms. Rain pours, turning paths into rivers of mud. Some collapse. Others carry them. No one knows where they're going, only that they're leaving something behind that cannot be left. Along the way, soldiers desert. When the column reaches the next village, half are gone. The officer mutters something about orders cancelled and vanishes into the night. Morning comes. No guards. No commands. Only silence so large it feels like the world has stopped breathing. The women stand there, free by accident. None of them move. Freedom, when it finally comes, feels like vertigo. The wandering. They walk, some north, some east, following roads that don't exist on maps. The sun burns, the rain returns, mosquitoes whine like ghosts. They drink from puddles, eat wild fruit, sleep under broken roofs. One woman carries a torn photograph of her parents. Another carries a spoon, the only proof that she once owned something. They follow rivers, believing they might lead home. Sometimes they pass villages and hear doors bolt shut. People stare but do not speak. The shame of war travels faster than language. In Burma, a farmer gives them rice and points toward the coast. In China, a missionary offers bandages and blessings. In the Philippines, local women weep at the sight of them, recognizing captivity's shadow in their eyes. Every step is both escape and return, a pilgrimage through the wreckage of empire. The return that wasn't. When the war finally ends, the radio says peace. But peace has no road maps. The women who survive make their way home, only to find that home has moved on without them. In Seoul, families whisper. Some mothers embrace daughters without words. Others turn away, too confused to know what forgiveness means. Priests call it sin. Neighbors call it disgrace. Governments call it classified. The women call it silence. Soon he sits in her mother's yard one evening, staring at laundry fluttering on a line. She smells the soap, hears the crickets, feels the wind. Everything is ordinary again, except her. When a neighbor greets her by her childhood name, she doesn't answer. It sounds like someone else. The lost ledgers. In the ruins of Tokyo, Allied investigators sift through ashes. Among the debris, they find fragments, half-burned receipts, torn photographs, a medical report that begins mid-sentence. Each piece tells the same story in different handwriting. Together, they spell out what no nation wants to read. In one file, someone has written the word comfort 15 times. Beside it, another hand has written in pencil, witness. That correction is history's first apology. The First Dawn. August 15th, 1945. The Emperor speaks through static. The women who still remain in camps listen without understanding his words, but they know by the tremor in the guards' faces that it's over. The gates open. The soldiers lower their eyes. The women walk out barefoot, some limping, some carrying the weak. Rain begins to fall, thin, endless, cleansing nothing but the air. They do not cheer. They simply walk into it, letting it soak their hair, their scars, their silence. The world has turned again, and the walls that once contained them now stand only in memory. The war is over, but its echo is just beginning, in the papers that survived, in the stories that didn't, and in the women who walked into dawn, not knowing they would have to fight to be believed. Chapter 4. The Silence After the Guns. The vanishing. When the guns stopped, the silence was almost violent. No explosions, no orders, no engines, just wind, carrying the faint smell of burned paper and rain. Across Asia, soldiers went home. Empires redrew their borders. The world exhaled, eager to rebuild. But for the women, there was no rebuilding. There was only returning, a word that sounded simple, but felt impossible. They stepped off trucks into villages where the war had already turned into memory. People gathered to stare. Mothers wept. Fathers looked at the ground. Neighbors whispered behind their hands. Some women lied about where they had been. Factories, hospitals, canteens, anywhere but the truth. Because the truth was a second exile, from the very people they had survived to see again. A nation in denial. Korea, newly liberated but divided, trembled between pride and uncertainty. The radio spoke of independence and rebuilding, not of the women who walked home barefoot through ruins. The provisional government saw them not as citizens to honor, but as stains to conceal. The nation was too busy being born to care for its wounded mothers. In Japan, the same denial took different form. Officials who once signed supply orders now called the system civilian enterprise. Bureaucrats misplaced files, historians found doors locked, witnesses discouraged. A whole empire practiced selective amnesia, the kind that passes for dignity in peacetime. In both nations, silence became policy. Truth was too fragile for diplomacy, too inconvenient for celebration. U.S. Occupation Intelligence Report, 1946. Interviews with local women indicate widespread use of military brothels. The Japanese administration denies involvement, claiming private contractors acted independently. Margin note, handwritten. Everyone denies, yet everyone knows. The weight of home. In one village outside Busan, a woman named Soon. He begins each morning by scrubbing the same courtyard stone. She says it helps her forget, though the sound of the brush, rough, rhythmic, endless, only seems to remind her. Her neighbors avoid eye contact. When she goes to the market, voices hush behind her. Children are told not to stare. Men lower their heads politely but do not speak. The worst silence, she realizes, is not from the past. It's from the present. A silence that pretends nothing ever happened, that builds walls where bridges should be. Sometimes she dreams of the sea, the waves whispering her name. In her dream, no one turns away. In her dream, the sea listens. The disappearing evidence. In Tokyo, former officers sit in polished offices, writing memoirs that omit whole years. Publishers print them proudly. My service abroad. Memoirs of duty. The words comfort station never appear. When foreign investigators ask for records, ministries shrug. We lost them in the bombings. When veterans gather in bars, the topic never arises, not because they have forgotten, but because they remember too well. And so, the machinery that once operated with clockwork precision now runs on collective denial. History becomes a fog of half-truths. But paper, like memory, has a strange persistence. A file misplaced is never fully gone. An old typist keeps carbon copies of orders in a trunk beneath her bed. A nurse, unable to sleep, writes her recollections in the margins of a medical manual. A photographer hides negatives in an envelope marked Family Trip, 1939. Years later, these fragments will surface like shells after a storm. Excerpt: Diary of a Japanese Army nurse, discovered 1961. We were told they volunteered. I stopped believing that after the first week. We sterilized instruments, not consciences. The quiet lives. Through the 1950s and 60s, the women age into ordinary invisibility. They marry when they can, work when they must. They sew uniforms, sweep factories, run food stalls. Their hands, once bound, learn to serve again, this time by choice. They raise children who never know. They smile in family photos, eyes unreadable. Their silence becomes inheritance, passed down like heirloom porcelain, fragile, untouchable. When their daughters grow old enough to ask, they answer with ellipses. Those were difficult times. There were soldiers. We survived. That's all. No one presses further. The economic miracle and the moral void. By the 1970s, Japan's economy soars. Korea industrializes. Neon replaces candlelight. History becomes inconvenient clutter. Governments celebrate modernity. Steel, skyscrapers, exports, while the past rusts quietly behind them. Televisions glow in every home, broadcasting variety shows, baseball games, optimism. The women watch, their faces lit by flickering light, wondering when the world decided happiness could be built without truth. A reporter once asked an official if the comfort system had truly existed. He replied, "That was long ago. Let the past rest." But the past, like ash, never rests. It drifts until someone breathes it in again. The first cracks in silence. Late one winter in Seoul, a former nurse tells a priest a story in confession. He listens, weeps, and writes it down, not as sin, but as testimony. He shares it with a university student studying women's history. That student copies it by hand and circulates it among friends. The words spread quietly, like seeds scattered by wind. By the mid-1980s, whispers turn into meetings. Meetings become movements. The silence that lasted 4 decades begins to shake. But for now, in the stillness of these years, the women live between 2 worlds, the one that used them and the one that pretends not to know. The language of denial. You might wonder how an entire century learns to forget. It happens slowly, through language. Comfort woman becomes the official term. Soothing, soft, harmless. It hides what the soldiers called them in private. It makes atrocity sound like service. Words can be prisons, too. They build walls around meaning until even memory begins to speak their language. That's why the survivors will later insist on new words. Slave, victim, witness. They will spend their final years replacing euphemisms with truth. Every corrected word will feel like an act of resurrection. Reflection to the listener. You might imagine peace as an ending, but for many, peace is where the hardest silence begins. The world applauds victory and reconstruction, but rarely those who must live afterward with the sound of both. Sometimes history moves so fast it forgets to look back. Sometimes people survive so quietly the world mistakes it for forgetting. But silence, carried long enough, becomes its own kind of sound, a frequency only those who have suffered can hear. And if you listen closely, beneath the hum of progress, beneath the radio jingles and city traffic, you can still hear it, the faint breath of those who survived without being seen. The war had ended, but a quieter war had begun, against denial, against memory, against the comfort of not knowing. For nearly half a century, that war would be fought without bullets, armed only with patience, and the stubborn will to one day speak. Chapter 5. The Voices Rise. The Women in the Square. Seoul, 1992. Wednesday morning. The air is bright and cold, the kind that carries sound clearly. Outside the Japanese embassy, 12 elderly women gather beneath a banner that reads, "We remember." They stand in a semicircle, wrapped in wool coats and faith. Their signs are handwritten, the letters uneven. The youngest among them is 65, the oldest 81. A few hold canes. One sits in a wheelchair draped in a blanket. Passers-by stop, unsure whether to watch or bow. Journalists shuffle, cameras ready but hesitant, the way people act when they sense history but don't know how to behave around it. The leader steps forward, adjusting the microphone. Her name is Kim Hak-soon, and she is tired of being invisible. "For 50 years I kept silent," she says, "because I was afraid. Afraid of shame, afraid of not being believed. But silence never protected us. So I will speak now, for those who can't." Her words fall into the crowd like stones into water. Heavy, undeniable, spreading outward in ripples of disbelief and empathy. That hour becomes the first of thousands. Every Wednesday since, through rain and heat, they have gathered in that same square. A ritual of memory, so steady it begins to feel like heartbeat. Excerpt from Kim Hak-soon's 1991 testimony. "They said I was going to work in a factory. I didn't even know what a comfort station was. When I understood, it was too late. I still hear the boots." These sentences, broadcast across radio and printed in newspapers, will ignite a movement that governments can no longer hide beneath paperwork. The return of names. The news spreads quickly across Asia. Women from the Philippines, China, Taiwan, Indonesia, and the Netherlands hear it and recognize themselves in her words. Within months, letters arrive in Seoul written in half a dozen languages, each beginning the same way. "I thought I was the only one. For 50 years, the world had mistaken survival for silence. Now silence has become its own rebellion, broken deliberately, word by word. One by one, the women begin to step into light, naming themselves publicly. Kim Hak-soon, Lee Yong-soo, Gil Won-ok. The list grows, each name an act of reclamation. Some speak softly, almost in whispers. Others read from notes folded and refold so many times the creases are white. Their stories are not dramatic. They are steady, told the way one might describe a storm that happened decades ago but never truly passed. I was 16. They gave us numbers. When the soldiers left, they burned the building. Each sentence is both confession and evidence. They do not shout. They do not accuse. They simply refuse to disappear. The awakening across borders. In Manila, a Filipina named Lola Rosa hears the broadcast and weeps. She is 70 now, her hands still calloused from farm work. She tells her granddaughter, "I was one of them." The girl records her on a small tape recorder bought in the market, the first time her story will ever be captured in sound. In China, Madame Xiao, who has lived for decades in the countryside pretending to be a widow, writes her testimony on rice paper and sends it to Seoul. Her letter begins, "I was told the world no longer needed my words, but now I see it does." In the Netherlands, a group of former Dutch prisoners of war who witnessed the system in Indonesia sign a petition demanding accountability. Their statement reads, "Justice does not age." The square as sanctuary. By 1993, the Wednesday protests grow from 12 women to hundreds of supporters. Students, monks, teachers, foreigners. Drums beat softly, banners flutter, candles tremble in paper cups. People call it the square that breathes. Each week, a new survivor speaks. Some faint mid-sentence. Others cry and keep talking. Their voices fill the air until even those passing by can no longer pretend not to hear. A poet standing nearby writes in his notebook, "They speak softly, but the world shakes." Children from nearby schools bring flowers, folding paper cranes that flutter in the winter wind. At first, they are shy, but soon they learn to chant with the crowd. Apologize, acknowledge, remember. Their small voices rise into the city's hum like bells. The government's response. In Tokyo, news of the protests reaches Parliament. Reporters confront officials with surviving documents, army memoranda, medical logs, transport records. At first, the government denies involvement, then admits partial knowledge. A formal statement follows, careful, diplomatic, vague. "We express our remorse for the suffering caused." To the women, it feels like a door half opened. An apology that looks polite but weighs nothing. One survivor says on television, "They said, regret. We said, responsibility. The difference is everything." Press release, August 1993. The Kono Statement. The Japanese government acknowledges that, in many cases, the comfort stations were established under the involvement of the military authorities, and that comfort women were recruited against their will. It is the first official admission, but also the beginning of another battle, the war over what words mean when nations are afraid of truth. The Bronze Girl. Winter 2011. At first, the government denies involvement, then admits partial knowledge. A formal statement follows, careful, diplomatic, vague. "We express our remorse for the suffering caused." To the women, it feels like a door half opened, an apology that looks polite but weighs nothing. A new figure appears in front of the Japanese embassy, a bronze statue of a young girl, seated quietly on a wooden chair. Her gaze is steady, her hands folded, her bare feet planted on the stone. She faces the embassy gate, silent and immovable. Beside her, an empty chair waits for whoever wishes to sit. Snow lands on her shoulders. Rain streaks her cheeks like tears that never melt. Children place flowers in her lap. Tourists take photos. Survivors sit beside her, whispering old names into the cold air. At night, when the street empties, the statue remains, a witness carved from stillness, a mirror of all those who once waited in silence. You can almost hear her breathing when the wind passes. It sounds like history refusing to sleep. The world begins to listen. By the mid-1990s, the voices reach beyond Asia. At the United Nations Human Rights Commission, the survivors testify before delegates from more than 100 countries. Their translator struggles to keep up, not with the language, but with the emotion. "We do not ask for vengeance," says one. "We ask for acknowledgement." The hall falls silent, a silence that feels different from the one they once lived through. This one is full of attention, not avoidance. International lawyers begin citing their testimonies in cases concerning Bosnia and Rwanda, recognizing sexual slavery as a war crime. What began as confession becomes precedent. The women, once treated as evidence, become authors of justice. The ripples of courage. The protests spread to Manila, Taipei, Amsterdam, Los Angeles. Statues rise near embassies and universities. Vigils bloom in cities that once knew nothing of this story. In each place, candles are lit, names are read, and new generations begin to understand that remembrance is not regional, it's universal. In a small university in Canada, a group of students host an exhibit called The Unheard Women. They play old recordings of survivors speaking Korean, Tagalog, Chinese, languages most visitors don't understand. But everyone understands the tone. A sign at the entrance reads, "You do not need to know the words. You only need to listen." The strength of soft voices. In an interview, Lee Yong-soo, one of the last survivors, says, "We're old now, but we're louder than before." Her laughter fills the room, bright and defiant. She recalls how once, during a protest in heavy snow, she whispered to the bronze statue, "You're cold, aren't you? Don't worry, I'll stay with you until spring." That spring, cherry blossoms bloom around the square. Pale petals fall on the shoulders of both women, the living and the sculpted, making it impossible to tell which one history loves more. Reflection to the listener. You might think courage means the absence of fear, but listen closely to these women, and you'll realize courage is fear spoken aloud. Each voice that rises now carries the echoes of thousands who never returned. They are not ghosts, they are guardians of truth. Their words have crossed languages, decades, oceans, and arrived here, in your ears, asking nothing but attention. The air in Seoul, in Manila, in every city that listens, vibrates with the same sentence. We were here. The voices that once trembled in basements now fill squares, courts, classrooms, and documentaries like this one. They have turned silence into law, shame into witness, and memory into a bridge between nations. The women spoke, and the world changed its vocabulary. Chapter 6. The Weight of Recognition. The Autumn of Witnesses. Time has grown thin. The women who once marched now move slowly, their steps measured by canes and oxygen tubes. They call each other Halmione, grandmother, a title of respect that hides a shared sorrow. Every Wednesday, they still gather in the square, though now they arrive by van. Volunteers help them from the seats, unfold chairs, wrap shawls around their shoulders. The city hums around them, but the rhythm of the protest remains unchanged. 1 hour of truth carved from the noise of modern life. The statue sits in front of them, patient as always. Pigeons land on her lap. Children stroke her bronze hand. One survivor laughs softly and says, "Even the birds listen better than governments." When they sing, their voices tremble, but the sound carries farther than before. Autumn leaves fall around them, gold and red, the color of endurance, not decay. The politics of apology. Apologies come like weather, predictable, temporary, and often insincere. Each new government crafts its own version, phrases polished by diplomats, translated into dozens of languages until meaning dissolves. Deep remorse, heartfelt regret, sincere condolences, but never the word responsibility. When journalists ask the survivors what they think, one answers with weary grace. They use our pain to measure their politics. We just want them to mean it. In 2015, a new agreement is announced. Financial aid, an official statement, a promise to close the issue finally and irreversibly. The phrase feels bureaucratic, almost mathematical, as if suffering can be settled like a balance sheet. The women reject it. Our silence was forced, they say. It cannot be sold. For them, the issue is not closure. It is continuation. Memory cannot be concluded by treaty. Excerpt. Joint Announcement, Tokyo, December 28, 2015. The government of Japan acknowledges the involvement of the military authorities at that time and expresses anew its most sincere apologies and remorse to all those who suffered immeasurable pain and incurable wounds. Annotation, written later by activist Lee Yong-soo. Apologies repeated too often become weather reports. I wait for thunder, not drizzle. The hands that tremble. In a modest apartment in Daegu, Lee Yong-soo wakes before dawn. She boils tea, opens her window, and listens to the city's first buses rumble by. Her small living room is a museum. Photographs, petitions, banners folded neatly on a chair. Above her desk hangs a framed sentence in Korean calligraphy. Memory is stronger than power. She keeps a wooden box under her bed. Inside, a handkerchief embroidered with her initials, a faded photograph, and a cassette labeled First Testimony. She listens to it once a year, though her voice embarrasses her. Younger, uncertain, trembling. Now, her tone has changed. It carries not shame, but authority. Children visit her from schools, sitting cross-legged on her floor as she speaks. When one child asks if she hates the soldiers, she shakes her head. No, I hate the silence that protected them. She pauses, then adds, hatred is easy. Listening is harder. The child nods, not fully understanding, but perhaps one day she will. The war of words. Outside the square, a different kind of battle continues, fought with textbooks, museum exhibits, and diplomatic statements. Conservative historians in Japan argue for context. Activists in Korea demand truth. Publishers debate what children should read. Some textbooks erase paragraphs, others restore them. Both sides call it history. Neither calls it peace. At a museum in Osaka, a curator hangs a new sign beside a black and white photograph of a comfort station. The text reads, "Testimonies differ. Interpret with care." A survivor visiting the exhibit laughs quietly and whispers, They are still afraid of our certainty. She leaves a small flower beneath the glass. It is wilted by the next day, but the petals leave a faint yellow stain, proof that someone, once, disagreed with forgetting. The digital afterlife. History, like breath, finds new ways to travel. Archivists digitize testimonies. Volunteers translate them into a dozen languages. Clips circulate online. A wrinkled hand trembling as it holds a microphone. A laugh breaking through tears. A long pause that says more than words ever could. Students edit short films, splice archival footage with modern protests. They upload them to social media with captions like #WeRemember and #WednesdayMothers. Algorithms carry their faces to millions who would otherwise never know their names. Even the bronze statues seem to multiply. 3D, scanned, printed, projected, replicated. In Seoul, Berlin, San Francisco, and Toronto, identical girls sit in the same quiet posture, facing embassies and parliaments, each one surrounded by flowers that never wilt. Memory has become networked, its reach impossible to censor, its echo endless. The fading voices. Years pass. Seasons repeat. The women grow frilier, their voices thinner, yet their determination thickens with age. They know time is no longer their ally, but they march anyway. Some arrive in wheelchairs, some carried by relatives, others represented by photos framed in ribbons of mourning. When one passes away, the crowd grows even larger, as if absence itself calls people to the square. A placard appears with her name, and beneath it, in both Korean and English, "She spoke. We heard." Funerals become ceremonies of remembrance. Speeches, songs, and a moment of silence, not for pity, but for continuity. One protester says, "We promised them they wouldn't be forgotten. That promise is our inheritance." The Last March. On an April morning in 2021, Lee Young-soo takes the microphone one final time. Her hands tremble slightly, her voice doesn't. "I will not be here forever, but you will be. When you speak of justice, remember that it is not revenge. It is memory kept alive long enough to matter." The crowd applauds softly, some crying, some smiling. A young woman steps forward and takes her hand. "We'll take it from here," she says. For the first time, Lee allows herself to lean on someone younger. She closes her eyes. Perhaps, at last, the burden feels lighter. Reflection to the listener. You might wonder what recognition really means. It's not headlines or statues or signed treaties. It's the quiet knowledge that pain was seen, that the truth stood in daylight and was not erased again. These women, now few in number, taught the world how to name what it once pretended not to see. They turned shame into instruction, grief into testimony, and history into conscience. Their voices are nearly gone now, but their echoes remain everywhere, in law, in art, in classrooms, in the quiet part of your mind that hears this and refuses to forget. Because recognition is not the end of justice. It's the beginning of memory that no longer needs defense. The world has bowed, apologized, debated, and archived. But the weight of recognition lies not in governments. It rests with us, the listeners, those who inherit the responsibility of remembering and of keeping the silence from returning. Chapter 7. The World That Listens. The Turning of Language. There was a time when the world had no words for what they endured. History hid behind euphemism, service, discipline, morale. But when they spoke, language itself began to tremble. The old phrases broke like glass. Lawyers and translators struggled to find vocabulary that could carry pain without distorting it. They built new ones: sexual slavery, systematic violence, crimes against humanity. For the first time, justice had grammar. At universities, students underlined these phrases in textbooks that once avoided them. A professor in Seoul told her class, "Every word you learn today was once unspeakable." Language, once the tool of erasure, became an instrument of truth. It didn't make the past lighter, it made it legible. The classroom of remembrance. In South Korea, school children now learn their names: Kim Hak-soon, Lee Yong-soo, Gil Won-ok. They see their photographs projected on whiteboards, hear excerpts of testimony, and are told to listen with respect, not pity. Museums rise across the country, calm buildings of glass and stone where the air hums with recorded voices. Visitors walk through rooms where each wall holds a single word: silence, survival, memory. In one exhibit, there's a pair of worn shoes behind glass. The sign beneath reads, "Recovered from a former station site." The stitching undone by time, not by use. A child stares at them for a long moment before whispering, "She could have been my grandmother." That quiet realization is what every lesson hopes to teach. The bridges of art. Artists have always been the translators of emotion. Pain passes through them and emerges as beauty that refuses to forget. In a Seoul gallery, a painter recreates the square in winter, but fills the sky with falling paper cranes instead of snow. Each crane bears a handwritten name, some real, some imagined, a flight of witnesses frozen in pigment. A composer writes a requiem called Voices for the Unheard, weaving actual fragments of survivors' speech into the melody. When it is performed, the orchestra stops mid-piece for 30 seconds of silence. The audience doesn't breathe. It's the most eloquent part of the concert. A poet writes, "They gave us numbers, but history gives us names." And around the world, statues continue to appear, not just of girls anymore, but of empty chairs, of folded hands, of waiting. Each one is a small embassy of empathy, stationed in public view. The classroom without walls. Beyond Korea, the story travels further than any of them could have imagined. In Indonesia, survivors organize storytelling circles. In the Netherlands, students trace colonial connections they were never taught. In the Philippines, churches ring bells on anniversaries of the first testimonies. In Japan, a handful of teachers risk reprimand by reading the testimonies aloud in class. They call it the quiet hour. The room always goes still. Afterward, a student says, "I didn't know we could inherit both pride and sorrow." That's how healing begins. When children realize that their nation's dignity is not threatened by truth, but strengthened by it. The Hall of Nations. At the United Nations headquarters, a bronze plaque hangs in the corridor of the Human Rights Council. It reads, "To all those who spoke after silence." Delegates pass it daily, often without noticing, but those who know its origin pause for a heartbeat. During the late 1990s, survivor delegations spoke in that same building. Korean, Filipina, Chinese, Indonesian, Dutch. Their testimonies, translated in real time, built an unintentional symphony. Different languages, same truth. "We do not ask for revenge," one said. We ask that the world see what was done, so it will never be done again. Her voice carried into resolutions, conferences, and eventually laws. Because of them, the term sexual violence in conflict became not a scandal, but a statute, a global vocabulary of conscience. The ripples of empathy. Empathy has geography now. It crosses borders, travels through headlines, lives in the digital noise of an age that forgets easily but remembers deeply. In Europe, feminists adopt their cause as part of a universal struggle. In Africa, human rights lawyers cite their courage as precedent. In the Americas, art collectives use their images to protest modern trafficking. Everywhere, echoes of the same realization, that what happened to them was not just history, it was warning. In the Seoul Square, young activists place QR codes beside the statue. When scanned, they play a recording. You do not need to understand our pain, only respect it. The message plays in 20 languages, a kind of global lullaby against ignorance. The circle expands. Time, as it always does, has turned witnesses into ancestors, and ancestors, by nature, belong to everyone. A young woman in Nairobi writes her thesis on women, war, and memory. She opens with the words of Lee Yong-soo. A journalist in Buenos Aires ends her documentary on dictatorship survivors with the line, "We learned how to listen from the comfort women." The circle expands quietly, not through slogans but through empathy. What began in a single square in Seoul now spans continents. Each new act of remembrance adds another voice to the global choir, a chorus that no longer needs microphones. The world that listens. At night, the square in Seoul is empty again. The statue sits beneath a streetlight, her bronze gleaming softly in the dark. Wind moves through the trees, carrying city sounds, traffic, footsteps, laughter, life, and beneath it all, the echo of songs once sung in protest. Low, steady, eternal. Somewhere, across the ocean, another statue faces another embassy. Another crowd gathers, another candle is lit. The repetition itself has become ritual, proof that remembrance can outlive those who began it. You stand beside that image in your mind. A bronze girl, a chair beside her, the weight of air around her filled with stories. And you realize something simple. The world did listen. Not perfectly, not soon enough, but finally, irrevocably. Reflection for you. You might wonder how history heals itself. Perhaps it doesn't. Not completely. Perhaps it learns instead how to sing with its scars. The world that listens is not one free of pain. It is one brave enough to face it. Every law passed, every lesson taught, every statue built, exists because someone once stood in the cold and refused to be forgotten. Now, as you listen, wherever you are, their voices cross through air, electricity, and time to reach you. It is the simplest transaction in the world. Their courage for your attention, and in that exchange, history finds its balance. The world that listens is not quiet. It hums with remembrance. It carries their names like wind carries seeds, far, fragile, but never lost. Chapter 8. The Sea of Forgetting. The Shore Between Worlds. Dawn along the Yellow Sea. The light arrives not as brilliance, but as breath, a pale exhale across the horizon. The tide moves slowly, whispering the same syllables it has spoken for centuries. No war, no empire, no witness. only the patience of water. Somewhere inland, a museum door unlocks. A caretaker sweeps the floor. He doesn't notice the faint salt smell drifting from the coast, the one that still carries the ghosts of ships that once moved soldiers, supplies, silence. You stand there, listening to the sea breathe. Each wave sounds like a sentence cut short. Each ripple seems to remember something it cannot quite repeat. This is where memory lives now, not in walls or pages, but in motion. The last protest. There are fewer grandmothers now. Their chairs in the square are sometimes empty, sometimes filled by photographs, framed and surrounded by flowers. But the ritual continues. On a Wednesday morning, a dozen young people gather with candles and a portable speaker. They play a recording of Lee Yong-soo's final speech. Her voice, thin but steady, fills the air. When I am gone, keep speaking, not for me, for the silence that still lives somewhere else. They bow. They sing softly. Traffic passes, indifferent yet somehow quieter. The bronze statue catches the light. A pigeon lands on her shoulder as if to stand guard. And when the hour ends, the young fold their banners, bow again, and leave. The square empties, but the air stays charged, as though her words still linger in it, unseen but not gone. The drift of time. Years pass like waves. The survivors fade from memory not by neglect, but by the ordinary erosion of years. Students graduate, teachers retire, monuments gather moss. The phrase "comfort women" appears less often in headlines now, buried under newer wars, newer victims, newer noise. But it never disappears completely. It resurfaces again and again, in essays, in songs, in the voice of someone remembering their grandmother's trembling hands. A historian in 2070 writes, "There are things we cannot remember clearly, and things we cannot forget completely. Between them lies what we call legacy. That's how memory survives, not in permanence, but in recurrence." The Keeper of the Sea. On Jeju Island lives a woman who was once a girl in the camps. She tends a small house facing the ocean. She no longer joins protests or interviews. Her silence now is not fear, but peace. Every morning she walks to the shore with a basket of white stones. She places them in a neat circle, one for each friend she lost. When the tide rises, it swallows them gently. When it retreats, she arranges them again. A ritual of acceptance, not mourning. A tourist once asked why she does it. She smiled and said, "The sea forgets slowly. I like that." Sometimes, when the wind carries mist inland, you can see her silhouette against the water, still, calm, like a monument the sea built for itself. The Museum of Air. In a future soul, a digital archive hums quietly. Glass walls, soft light, the sound of ventilation, the modern language of reverence. There are no guards, only sensors that whisper welcome when someone enters. Inside, holographic testimonies float like candle flames. A visitor waves their hand, and a figure appears. A woman seated, hands folded, eyes steady. Her voice, recorded decades earlier, says, "We told the world so you wouldn't live afraid of silence." Around her, text blossoms in multiple languages, her words translated in real time. Children listen through headsets. Some cry, others simply watch, quiet and wide-eyed. No one tells them to be solemn. The space does that on its own. The air feels different here, denser, alive with memory. The Return of the Tide. Every generation inherits both memory and fatigue. There will come a time when the story feels distant again, when history textbooks devote it only a paragraph, when people glance at statues and think another tragedy, another time. But the tide always returns. A new artist will rediscover a forgotten tape. A journalist will follow a rumor. A teacher will dedicate one unexpected lesson. And once again, the sea of forgetting will give back what it borrowed. The rhythm never ends. Ebb and flow, silence and speech, remembering and release. That is how memory breathes, not through permanence, but through return. The sea at night. Night along the Korean coast. The horizon fades into one long line of shadow. The waves glow faintly under moonlight, phosphorescent, a living handwriting across the water. Somewhere beneath those waves rest the rusted remains of ships, and somewhere within the water's salt, a molecule once touched by tears, a trace of breath exhaled by those who prayed beneath foreign ceilings. You stand at the edge of the sea, and for a moment you can almost hear them, the hum of remembered lullabies, the breath between courage and exhaustion, the faint rhythm of survival. The sea does not forget. It simply waits for you to listen. Reflection to the listener. You might wonder why remembering matters when time erases so much. Perhaps the point is not to resist forgetting, but to teach it how to forget gently, without denial, without erasure. History is like the sea. It absorbs everything, but every so often, when the tide pulls back, it reveals what it once carried away: shells, bones, stories. The women's voices, once fragile, are now part of that tide. They no longer need our pity or even our understanding, only that we notice the water still moving, because to listen is to keep the sea awake, and to keep the sea awake is to make sure silence never becomes stillness again. The tide retreats, leaving the shore patterned with thin lines of foam, each one vanishing, each one returning. That's how memory survives, not by refusing to fade, but by learning how to begin again. The afterlight. Evening folds over the city like a careful hand. Windows kindle one by one, lamps lighting rooms where ordinary life proceeds. Kettles sighing, hems mended, children lulled toward sleep. Somewhere a bus exhales at a stop, and the night takes its first unhurried breath. Far away, the sea keeps its own time. It gathers the last light into a thin band of silver and holds it steady, as if to teach the horizon patience. Waves move without hurry, the way truth moves when it no longer needs permission. You stand at the edge of that water and listen. There is no speech here, only cadence. The hush of tide against stones, the low murmur that has outlived flags. If you close your eyes, you can hear other rooms return. The paper walls, the lantern's faint, obedient flame, the shoes set neatly beside a narrow bed. The past arrives not as a shout, but as breath. In, out, repeat. It is strange how endurance and the ocean share a language. Behind you, the world continues. A phone rings. A door clicks. A bicycle bell makes its small bright circle in the air. The present is never empty. It is only louder than memory. And yet memory persists, like a low tide tracing the same long curve over and over until stone becomes story. You think of the square, the winter scarves, the cardboard signs carried by unsteady hands, the bronze girl with rain collecting in her hair, the empty chair beside her where anyone might sit and discover that listening has weight. You think of the classrooms, the projectors warming to life, the shoes under glass, the subtitles that let one voice cross into another language without losing its temperature. You think of rooms without cameras, kitchens where daughters asked a question once, carefully, and mothers offered a few unstitched words, and then the kettle, because tea is what you serve when truth arrives cold. Across decades, the story learned to walk again. It found sidewalks, microphones, statutes, and songs. It learned to be spoken without trembling, not because pain diminished, but because courage practiced. You might wonder, here in the afterlight, what becomes of a story when its tellers have gone. Perhaps it becomes weather, something we move through, often without noticing, yet shaped by all the same. Or perhaps it becomes workmanship, the quiet honesty in a museum label, the small correction in a textbook, the hand that erases euphemism and writes witness instead. Small things, yes. But the century was turned by small things. Brush on paper, bell at dawn, a voice at a microphone saying I was 16. The sea darkens another shade. Lanterns return to mind, the one from the opening night, breathing on its wick. How modest its light was, and yet how faithfully it kept. A lantern is not a sun. It does not conquer darkness. It marks a place where someone stayed awake. Across the water, a ship passes, a slow geometry of lights moving toward a port you cannot see. Every voyage is a sentence, every harbor a listening ear. You can almost believe the tide is spelling something on the sand, the same 3 words once left on a wooden wall in charcoal. We were here. Wind softens them. Another wave writes them new. This is how memory survives, not as monument, but as recurrence. Somewhere inland, a teacher straightens a stack of papers and waits for a class to settle. She shows a photograph of the square in winter. She plays a recording, a voice, steady and thin, asking for acknowledgement instead of pity. When the lights come up, the room is quiet. A boy raises his hand and says he does not understand how apology works when time has passed. The teacher nods. It is not a bridge to the past, she says, but a door for the living. Outside the window, leaves twist in a small wind. Inside, the faces of the young carry a new, deliberate stillness, the first furniture of conscience taking shape. Back at the shore, the night completes itself. You breathe, and in your breathing the story finds its last task, to be held without spectacle. You are not being asked to carry grief, only to keep a small space for accuracy in a world that moves too quickly past names. Listening is not passive. It is the work that keeps the tide from taking everything. There will be other wars, other squares, other bronze that learns to wait. There will be times when this story recedes and you fear it has been lost. But the water never leaves. It only turns and returns, carrying what would drown in stillness. And if, years from now, you meet a sentence that resists softening, if you hear a word that tries to hide what happened, remember the lantern. Remember the bell. Remember the women whose voices learned to live in microphones, in statutes, in the air. Let your answer be steady and plain. Call things what they were. This, too, is a kind of shelter. The tide travels out. Starlight salts the skin of the sea. A last reflection, so thin it could be mistaken for breath, rests along the horizon before it lifts and is gone. The night is not empty. It is attentive. You turn from the water and begin the walk back, past the dark benches, past the rail where earlier a child leaned and asked if the statue could feel rain. Somewhere a door opens. Somewhere a light is cupped by a human hand and carried carefully from one room to the next. If you listen, truly listen, you can hear them still, not as sorrow, but as instruction. A low, patient voice in the marrow of the century saying only this: be the place where silence ends. The quiet settles like dust, soft and steady. Some stories weigh more than others, and this one leaves a silence that lingers in the chest. But as you drift forward, a new sound rises, the low hum of engines warming in the early morning dark. Where sorrow loosens its grip, resolve takes its place. You're moving now toward a sky rewritten by courage. Part 3. Tuskegee Airmen. Courage above a divided sky. The morning is thin and endless. You're already above the clouds before the world below remembers to wake. The horizon glows like a wound that refuses to close, red bleeding softly into gold. The hum of the engine is steady, but beneath it lives another rhythm. Your pulse, quick and quiet, like a secret you've learned to keep even from yourself. The cockpit breathes with you. Metal contracts, glass fogs, leather creaks. You smell oil and ozone and that faint sweetness of burnt fuel that means everything is working. Far below, rivers wind through fog like veins under translucent skin. A train leaves a trail of smoke you'll never hear. From this height the world looks healed, and that's the most dangerous illusion of all. You think of the ground, of drill instructors and sandpaper heat, of boots pounding dust into rhythm, of the first time you touched a control stick and realized it was the only instrument that never lied to you. Every takeoff since has been a small prayer, every landing a confession. They called you the Tuskegee Airmen. Before the name, before the legend, you were cadets standing in Alabama's breathless noon. You remember the smell of creosote and cut grass, of engines coughing awake under a sky too bright to stare into. You remember the doubt, not your own, but theirs. The officers who didn't believe you could fly, the lawmakers who didn't believe you should. They gave you hand-me-down planes, second-hand manuals, and eyes that measured you before you'd even taken off. And still, you rose. Each time the propeller caught and dust spun behind you, something invisible shifted. The air no longer belonged solely to those who'd claimed it first. It belonged to anyone willing to meet its honesty. There's a sound only pilots know, not the roar of the engine, but the lullaby inside it. That low vibration that becomes time itself. It hums through the bones, through the rivets, through memory. If you listen closely, you can still hear it now. Before you drift off, if stories told in whispers belong to your kind of evening, take a moment to subscribe, not out of habit, but to keep these echoes alive. Tell us where you're listening from, or which image lingers. The frost on the canopy, the red tail in sunlight, the silence between clouds. Now let the noise of today loosen its grip. Let the hum steady your breath. Let the horizon open, not as a battlefield, but as forgiveness. The sky remembers everything, and tonight it remembers them. You're listening to Echoes of War. Chapter 1. Tuskegee, Alabama. The ground beneath the sky. Heat and dust. The Alabama air doesn't just sit. It presses. It hums in your ears, clings to your skin, slides down your back in long, patient rivulets. The runway shimmers as if the earth itself were breathing. Even the shadows seem tired. At the far end, planes bake in sunlight. BT-13 Valiants, their paint dull and peeling. A breeze lifts grit against your ankles. It smells of rubber and rust. Men stand in rows, faces set toward discipline. Some whistle fragments of hymns, others chew silence like tobacco. A whistle shrieks. Boots strike dust. The day begins in cadence, sweat pooling in collars. Somewhere a dog barks once, and then understands this is not its hour. You taste salt, dust, a hint of tin from the canteen. You look at your hands, calloused, cracked, purposeful. Each fingerprint is a map of the miles that brought you here. The recruiters smirk, the train south through divided stations, the conductor who pretended not to see your uniform. All of it now folded into the weight of the morning. When the instructor shouts attention, the sound rings against hangar walls and flies upward, caught by the rafters. Even the air seems to listen. The classroom and the sky. The classrooms smell of chalk and hot paper. On the blackboard, lift and drag become scripture. You copy equations that look like destiny written in symbols. When the numbers balance, you feel something open inside you, permission disguised as math. Nights are slower. Fans turn lazily above bunks. The air smells of soap, sweat, dreams. Someone hums, a change is gonna come. Too early for the years that will need it. Outside, cicadas tune their violins. Heat recedes inch by inch. Morning again. Engines cough to life, coughing smoke that curls blue against the sky. Your instructor doesn't look up when you climb in. You check everything twice, heart drumming faster than the magneto. Then throttle forward, and the world shifts. Gravel leaps, horizon tilts, and suddenly gravity lets go. The first seconds aloft feel like disbelief, then like belonging. Below, the field shrinks to a postage stamp of ambition. You exhale, and the plane steadies, a communion signed in lift and trust. Barriers in uniform. Rumors move faster than airplanes. That Congress wants the program shut down. That instructors call it a social experiment. That someone important said colored men lack coordination. You pretend not to hear, but words like that stick like burrs. In the mess hall, laughter becomes armor. A joke about engines that refuse prejudice, about sky that takes anyone who asks politely. When the colonel walks through, conversations tighten, but the humor lingers in the air like aftersmoke. Some officers teach with fairness, others with deliberate frost. You learn to absorb both. Every sneer becomes fuel. Every past inspection, a victory measured in millimeters. Evening. The sun drops behind the hangars, painting the dust copper. For a heartbeat the entire field glows. The planes, the windows, the sweat on your arms. It looks holy, though no one says so. The night before departure. Orders come quietly, as they always do. Transfer north for advanced training. No ceremony, only packing and silence. That night, the air finally cools. Moths batter against yellow bulbs. Crickets hold long notes between them. You sit on a crate, writing home by flashlight. You describe the heat, the lessons, the sky that keeps forgiving your mistakes. You do not mention the rest, the looks, the words, the weight of being doubted by design. When the letter is done, you fold it neatly and watch condensation bead on the fuselage beside you. Your reflection shivers in the metal. You reach out. It disappears under your touch. Somewhere down the barracks, someone starts a quiet song, and others join, soft, off-key, sincere. It carries across the field, past the plains, up into the dark where your next horizon waits. The wind shifts, tasting of pine and fuel. You look toward the runway. In the distance, a wing catches moonlight, a single line of silver and red, already becoming memory. The night holds its breath, and the sky waits. Chapter 2, Selfridge Field, The Color of Discipline. Arrival in a new light. You arrive at Selfridge under a northern sky so wide it almost startles you. The air smells different here, cooler, threaded with lake water and machine oil. The light is harder too, metallic, as if the sun has been polished by wind. The base sits flat against the horizon, geometry carved from order, hangars in rows, flags snapping like punctuation. You are given a bunk, a locker, a number. The number fits neatly on every form, It erases accent, birthplace, hesitation. You learn quickly that efficiency is the local religion. Even the silence has rank. Your first morning begins before the light. Boots thump in rhythm, the corridor echoing like a drum. A sergeant shouts roll call until voices blend into one long vowel of obedience. Outside, frost crystals bloom on the tarmac. Breath becomes visible, a small cloud that disappears before it can be questioned. The flight line smells of kerosene and cold metal. Planes stand at attention, grey skins shining faintly pink in the early sun. Engines idle in the distance, their low growl a promise. You tighten your gloves, nod to the man beside you, and realize that discipline has its own temperature, just above freezing. The classroom of altitude. Inside the training rooms, the walls sweat chalk dust. Equations crawl across blackboards. Vectors dissect air into obedience. You trace the diagrams with your eyes, feeling how theory becomes muscle. The instructor writes attitude determines altitude in block letters. The class chuckles softly. Too neat a phrase to be true. But later, at 2,000 feet, you'll remember it, and it will be truer than prayer. Afternoons are filled with engines. You sit in the cockpit of a trainer, canopy open, sunlight reflecting off the instrument glass. The checklist unfolds like a psalm. Magnetos, flaps, trim, mixture, throttle. Each word a ritual, each switch a declaration that you belong here. Sometimes a crosswind catches you wrong, tipping the wing, jolting your heart. You correct, breathe, correct again. The plane steadies, and you learn the subtle art of apology the sky demands after every mistake. Evenings smell of wool and polish. You scrub the day from your jacket until the brass gleams like captured sunlight. The barracks hum with radios and quiet talk. Someone reads aloud from a newspaper article doubting that Negro pilots can perform under pressure. No one replies. Instead, a hand reaches out, turns the volume down, and the hum of silence becomes your answer. Friction and fellowship. Discipline sharpens everything. Posture, speech, even laughter. You measure words before letting them go. Yet between orders and inspections, life sneaks in. Cards dealt on mess hall tables, stories traded like contraband. Someone hums a blues tune that tastes of home. Another keeps time with a spoon against a tin cup. It becomes a small rebellion, a reminder that identity can survive regulation. You learn your fellow cadets by rhythm. Jackson's fast grin, Thompson's nervous cough, Wilkins' way of talking to engines as if they were temperamental saints. Together you form an alphabet the officers haven't learned how to read. One icy morning, the hydraulics freeze on a training plane. A mechanic named Curtis spends hours coaxing the system back to life, hands raw and bleeding. When the engine finally coughs awake, every man within earshot cheers once, quietly. The sound is small, but it fills the hangar like gospel. Off base, the old rules remain. A diner turns you away at lunch. The sign on the door is polite but absolute. Back at the airfield, the mess hall welcomes you with burnt coffee and laughter. That, too, is a kind of flight, the ability to turn exclusion into altitude. The first span. The day of the long-range exercise dawns brittle and bright. Ice crystals glitter along the wings like sequins sewn by the cold. You check your maps twice, pencil lines neat and thin. When the instructor signals, you throttle forward, wheels rattling against frozen ground, and climb into the clearest air you've ever seen. Below, the world is a patchwork quilt of frozen fields and narrow rivers, stitched together by roads that gleam like wire. Formation tightens until you can see the tremor of another pilot's hands on his control stick. Through the radio comes a voice. Steady now. The command is unnecessary. Steadiness has become your nature. Mid-flight, the compass flickers. You correct by instinct, recalculating headings against the shape of the clouds. Navigation becomes memory. One hill, one river bend, one beam of light marking direction. For a heartbeat, you understand what the instructors meant when they said mastery feels like silence. After landing, the air smells faintly of antifreeze and triumph. The mechanic pats the fuselage as if it were a living thing. The instructor nods once, approval hidden inside brevity. You grin into your gloves, the smile private but fierce. As daylight thins, you linger by the plane. The metal still radiates warmth from flight. A red stripe freshly painted along the tail catches the setting sun and flares bright as blood, then cools to ember. You touch it gently. It feels like the future, unwritten, undeniable, yours. You walk back toward the barracks, boots echoing against concrete, the cold biting but honest. Overhead, the last plane of the day turns for home, its exhaust glowing faintly red against the twilight. You stop and watch until it vanishes into color. The sky closes around it like a held breath, and you realize that discipline has given you something rarer than obedience: belonging. Chapter 3. Over Italy. The Weight of Heaven. Departure. Dawn creeps across the airfield like a slow confession. The tents breathe fog. Men move through it in silhouettes, half awake, half memory. Someone hums a gospel line to keep his hands from shaking. Another traces a finger along his plane's name painted in chipped white. Birmingham Bell. Engines cough, catch, clear their throats. The smell of fuel thickens until it tastes like metal on the tongue. You walk toward your Mustang, boots grinding frost. A mechanic hands you a clipboard and a grin that tries too hard. He's been up since midnight checking valves, tightening bolts that might decide your fate. Bring her home, he says. Not command, not plea. Just the ritual every man here repeats because words are all they can offer. You climb the ladder, buckle in. Leather squeaks. Breath clouds the glass. The morning horizon is a bruise of lavender and fire. When the signal flare arcs skyward, every engine roars at once, 30 hearts finding the same beat. The ground shudders, then falls away. Below, Italy stretches like a torn map repaired with sunlight. Olive groves, vineyards, rail lines, scars of bombardment. Smoke rises from villages already cooking breakfast, unaware that above them men are adjusting trim tabs and courage. The sea flashes on the edge of vision, a silver blade laid flat. You level out, formation forming. 4 planes, then 8, then 30. Each red tail catches the new light like punctuation at the end of a prayer. You glance right. Your wingman grins, gives a thumbs up. The gesture floats between cockpits, small and human amid the machinery of empire. Escort duty. Hours in the air dissolve into hum and horizon. The bombers appear ahead. B-17s, ponderous and miraculous, their bellies heavy with mathematics and faith. You slide above them, guardian angels painted red. Radio chatter crackles. Coordinates, altitude, weather reports spoken like psalms. Someone coughs, someone swears, someone whispers a hymn. You check your gauges again, as if certainty could be forced by repetition. Below the clouds the land gleams in pieces, rivers twisting like veins, mountains rising in grey fists. You imagine the people down there, farmers, soldiers, children, each looking up at the same sky for a different reason. Then the horizon stirs. Specks. Growing. Darkening. Messerschmitts climbing through glare, sharp-winged and certain. Your stomach tightens. The The radio crackles once more. 2 syllables only. Bandits. 11 o'clock. Formation compresses. Silence thickens. The first tracers carve bright stitches through the blue. The sound isn't thunder. It's tearing cloth. You roll, dive, feel gravity snatch at your ribs. A bullet snaps past the canopy, leaving a chalk line of smoke. Instinct takes over where fear would be. Throttle, rudder, climb, breathe. You catch sight of an enemy plane arcing upward, sunlight flashing off its nose. For a second it's beautiful. Then it's gone, spiraling smoke and metal down into cloud. No triumph, just release. The bombers hold course. Their formation, improbably, remains intact. You circle them, eyes scanning for another attack, heart drumming a rhythm older than reason. When the last fighter breaks off, the sky returns to its indifferent silence. You breathe again, realizing you've been holding air for minutes. Over the radio, voices count survivors. A few names are missing. No one says them twice. The mission continues. Below the clouds. At 10,000 feet, the air changes color. Lighter, thinner, tasting of metal and frost. The bombers drop their loads over industrial yards you'll never see clearly. From above, explosions bloom in slow motion, orange flowers folding into gray stems. Smoke rises to meet you, warm against the cold cockpit glass. A crosswind hits. The plane trembles. You correct gently, fingertips light on the stick. In the mirror of the canopy you glimpse your own eyes, wide but steady. You've learned that steadiness is not fear's absence, it's its domestication. Below, villages scatter like coins tossed across hills. Somewhere, a bell rings through the din, a church refusing to keep quiet. For a moment, the war feels impossibly far away, like a dream someone else is having. Then the return route begins. Fuel gauges edge down, throats dry from recycled air. Clouds close around the formation, grey walls laced with lightning. Static dances across the radio. Voices fade in and out. The world reduces to needle, compass, breath. In that storm-lit tunnel, time loses its edge. You could be anywhere, any year, anyone. And then light returns. Sudden, blinding, perfect. The sea below mirrors the sky, and you can't tell which side of heaven you're on. You realize that after so many missions, this is what you will remember most. The seconds between danger and calm, where existence itself feels newly invented. The return. Back at Ramatelli, the airfield shimmers in late afternoon haze. Engines descend one by one, wheels biting dust, flaps whining. Ground crews wave flags. Medics wait, half hidden by jeeps. You taxi in, canopy open, lungs burning with leftover adrenaline. The mechanic runs alongside, hand on the wingtip as if to steady both of you. You kill the engine. The sudden quiet is startling. Only the ticks of cooling metal and the gulls from the coast. Someone laughs, a short, cracked sound, and others join until the air fills with something like relief. No celebration, just breathing in unison. Later, you walk the line of parked planes. Bullet holes pepper one wing. Another's tail is scorched black. You touch the damage the way you'd trace a scar on a brother's skin. Proof of survival has its own beauty. Inside the mess tent, the smell of coffee and damp uniforms. A clerk types the after-action report, the keys striking like tiny gunshots. A pilot at the next table sketches Italy from memory, marking the places where smoke had once been. Someone plays a harmonica too softly to recognize the tune. Outside, night gathers fast. The last light slides off the fuselages, leaving only red tails gleaming faintly in lamplight. They look almost alive, breathing in rhythm with the wind. You sit on a crate, helmet beside you, and watch the horizon lose its color. The sea murmurs in the dark, repeating your heartbeat. A flare goes up from a distant ship, white against black, and fades. You think of those who didn't return today, their absence spread thin across the sky like exhaust that never settles. You whisper a single word, thanks, and let the wind carry it. When you finally turn toward your tent, the red paint on the nearest tail catches the lantern glow and blushes like blood remembering light. You stop, hand on metal, and feel the hum still alive beneath the surface. It's not the plane, it's you. Above, stars gather. The same constellations that watched you in Alabama, now sharper for the altitude you've earned. You lie back in the grass, smell oil on your fingers, and listen to the cooling earth. Sleep comes the way flight once did, hesitant, trembling, inevitable. And the sky, patient as ever, closes around you like a promise kept. Chapter 4, Brothers in Flight, the 332nd Fighter Group. The Gathering. The orders arrive folded and smudged, carried by a corporal whose boots leave dark ovals in the dust. Ramitelli Airfield, Adriatic Coast. The name feels foreign in your mouth, like a promise you haven't decided to believe. When you get there, the sea greets you first, briny, wind-torn, endless. Salt rides every gust, tangling with the smell of fuel and paint. Tents bloom along the perimeter in tidy rows, canvas roofs billowing like lungs. Men shout over engines. Someone is hammering a crate into shape. War always sounds like construction before it sounds like destruction. The red tails come together piece by piece. The 99th, 100th, 301st, and 302nd Squadrons. Pilots who've trained apart now line up shoulder to shoulder, eyes narrowing against the glare. Voices overlap, drawls, baritones, laughter still edged with suspicion. 1,000 differences, but one sky to answer to. A colonel with calm eyes, Benjamin O. Davis Jr., stands on the back of a truck. He doesn't shout. He never needs to. His silence is an order all its own. When he speaks, it's measured and final. You will escort the bombers. You will bring them home. No decoration, no doubt. The words drop into the dust and stay there, solid as rivets. Later, paint crews move down the flight line. Brushes drip crimson across silver fuselages. Each stroke dries to a gleam that catches the sinking sun. You watch until the color burns behind your eyelids. It looks like identity finally finding a shape. The rhythm of men and machines. Days settle into ritual. Briefing at dawn, flight checks by habit, takeoffs staggered like notes in a chord. From above, the pattern must look like choreography, lines of motion converging, separating, converging again. Discipline binds you tighter than gravity. Every man carries another's life in his periphery. You know their habits as well as your own. Johnson always taps his altimeter twice before throttle up. Carter whispers a prayer he never finishes. Evans hums swing tunes through his oxygen mask. You can pick them out in formation by rhythm alone. Between sorties, the flight line hums with small devotions. Mechanics roll sleeves, wipe sweat with rags gone grey. They speak to engines the way preachers speak to souls. Firmly, lovingly, expecting answers. When one coughs wrong, 3 heads turn. Every problem here is a family matter. Mail arrives late and in handfuls. Letters smell of talcum and kitchen smoke. You read them in sunlight, paper glowing thin as memory. One man gets a photo of his newborn daughter. He keeps it in his flight jacket, folded to fit against the heart. Another gets nothing at all, but keeps pretending he has. Compassion learns discretion. Night brings maintenance, coffee burnt and sweet, the slow tick of cooling metal. Far off, artillery mutters. Closer still, the sea breathes against shore. You learn to measure peace not by silence, but by the distance between explosions. The measure of respect. The first bomber crews who meet you are polite, but skeptical. They've heard stories, the kind that begin with statistics and end with prejudice. They expect novelty, not reliability. Then the missions pile up. Ploiești, Anzio, Berlin. Every escort returned with bombers intact. No losses to enemy fighters. Rumor becomes reputation. Reputation becomes fact. In the officers' mess, a white pilot raises his glass halfway in your direction. No speech, just acknowledgement. It's more than you thought you'd get. Respect is a language best spoken without words. Headlines back home echo across the Atlantic. Red tail angels guard bombers again. For once the articles run without asterisks. Your mothers cut them out and paste them into albums. You imagine their fingers smoothing each corner, whispering names the journalists never print. When a general visits, he stands for photographs beside your planes. Cameras flash, medals glint. You stand one row back, eyes forward. You know history's habit of cropping edges, but you stay still anyway. Proof is proof. That night, a letter from Davis himself circulates through the tents. 2 sentences typed on official stationery. You have done what many said could not be done. Continue. The paper feels heavier than its weight. You tuck it into your logbook beside a pressed olive leaf from the hills above Anzio. Symbol meets substance. Night over the Adriatic. A mission north. Thunderheads rolling over the sea. Engines drone low. The sound stretched thin by altitude. You fly at the edge of rain. Instruments trembling. Lightning stitching quick seams across the clouds. In the brief flashes you see everything. The bombers below. The reflection of your own red tail in their glass noses. The face of a man who believes in you though he's never spoken your name. It feels, absurdly, like grace. Then the storm breaks apart. The sky opens, washed clean. Moonlight lays a silver road across the Adriatic. You follow it home, propellers carving the wind into him. Landing lights bloom along the runway, little constellations arranged by faith. Wheels kiss ground, engines sigh. You taxi in, canopy open, rain still beading on goggles. Someone waves a lantern. Slow, sweeping circles of welcome. You answer with a wag of the wings. In the mess later, laughter arrives hesitant, then sure. Someone passes a bottle. Someone else starts a tune on a dented harmonica. It wanders through the tent, soft as prayer. Outside, the sea keeps time against the shore. The planes rest in rows, their red tails glinting under floodlights like banked coals waiting for dawn. You stand in the doorway watching them. For the first time in months, you let yourself believe the war might be winnable, not because of generals or maps, but because brotherhood has learned to fly. A breeze rises off the water, bringing salt and engine grease. It threads through the camp, touches every tent, and moves on. You breathe it in and feel it settle behind your ribs, the same mixture of exhaustion and faith that has kept you alive this long. You turn back toward the dark, humming the last line of that harmonica tune. The night swallows the sound gently, as if to keep it safe for morning. Chapter 5. Home and the War Within. Return routes. Victory smells like diesel and salt. You come home on a ship built for cargo, not memory. The decks are crowded with duffel bags and men pretending to sleep. Someone plays cards with photos instead of chips. Faces of wives, children, girls met in Naples and left in Naples. Every story ends the same way. When I get back, fog lifts off the harbor. The skyline appears like a promise the sea almost forgot. Whistles blow, tugs push, ropes snap tight. You step onto American soil and feel the shock of stillness. The ground doesn't sway, but the world does. On the pier, a brass band plays something triumphant and a little tired. Spectators wave flags, reporters jot notes. The air tastes of smoke and possibility. You expect warmth. Instead, eyes slide past you to the next uniform in line. No jeers, no cheers, just absence. At the train station, the segregation signs are still there. Varnish cracked, but message intact. You follow the arrow that points you backward. The bench squeaks under the weight of irony. You hold your duffel close, the medals inside clicking softly, the sound of applause no one hears. Grounded. Home is quieter than you remember. The porch boards creak. The kitchen clock still hesitates at 12. Your mother's hair has silver at the temples now. She hugs you too long, then pulls back to study your face as if you might dissolve if she blinks. You smile because she needs you to. Evenings smell of cornbread and rain on tin roofs. Neighbors drop by, curious, polite, careful. They ask about over there, the way people ask about dreams they don't intend to understand. You give them the short version. Long flights, cold air, good men. You leave out the rest. You try to sleep, but silence feels unpressurized. No engines, no wind, no radio crackle to keep time. You lie awake counting the seconds between your own breaths until dawn finds you dressed again, searching the sky for formation lines that no longer exist. The closed hangar. You go looking for work at the local airfield. The sign at the gate says help wanted. The man at the desk says not today. His tie is perfect, his smile professional, his refusal practiced. You leave your application anyway, the paper still warm from your hand. Next door, a civilian pilot taxis a gleaming Cessna down the strip. He waves as he passes. The wave means nothing and everything. Weeks later, a letter arrives. Position filled. You already knew. You take odd jobs, delivery, repair, painting fences for men who call you flyboy, without irony. You whistle while you work, half to drown the ache of engines missing from your days. At night you clean your shoes until the polish smells like altitude. Between two wars. Across the South, veterans gather in borrowed halls. Folding chairs, weak coffee, strong memories. You sit among them, listening. Each man carries his own battle still running under the skin. One can't stand loud noises, one can't stand silence. One drinks until both feel the same. A pastor from Montgomery reads from the paper about a woman who refused to give up her seat on a bus. The room goes quiet. Someone murmurs, "Maybe she's one of us." Someone else says, "Then she's flying without wings." Letters start circulating. Petitions for equal treatment in the armed forces, for fairness in housing loans, for dignity that doesn't require a uniform. You sign every one, knowing change moves slower than any plane you've flown. Outside, thunder gathers, summer storms, political storms. Lightning splits the horizon. The rain that follows smells like new beginnings and old soil. You tilt your face to it and let it fall. Echoes of flight. Years spool out like film. frames of work and patience. You marry. You build a life small enough to hold, but large enough to dream in. Sometimes, on Sundays, you drive the long road to the edge of the city where the new airport gleams. Jets rise one after another, impossibly fast, impossibly loud. Children point upward. Parents cover ears. You stand apart, hands in pockets, watching vapor trails curl into hieroglyphs of progress. A maintenance worker notices the pin on your lapel, the tiny red tail catching light. He nods once, not quite sure why. That's enough. Back home, you keep your old flight jacket in a cedar chest. The leather has cracked. The smell of altitude still lingers. Sometimes you take it out, trace the seams, and remember how it felt to move through air that didn't argue back. One night, during a storm, thunder rattles the windows just right. For a moment, you could swear you hear propellers again. You sit up, heart quickening, not in fear but recognition. You whisper into the dark, still flying, and the house, kind and old, seems to nod. The long view. Time gentles what it cannot erase. Your hair whitens, your voice lowers, your anger cools into purpose. You speak at schools, at parades, at funerals for friends who made it home only to fade here. Children ask why the planes were painted red. You tell them because sometimes the world needs a visible heartbeat. When President Truman's order finally integrates the armed forces, the news reaches you through a neighbor's radio. You stand on the porch, rain hissing on the steps, and let the static carry his words. Integration. A simple word that took a sky full of proof. Years later, another war begins, and new pilots climb into new machines. Many of them look like you. You watch from your living room, television light flickering across your hands, and feel something between pride and prayer. At night, you walk outside. Above you, a commercial jet traces a silent path across the stars. No one on board knows your name. That's all right. You didn't fly for fame. You flew for the possibility that one day no one would have to. The wind lifts, cool and certain. Somewhere far off, thunder rolls again. Familiar, forgiving. You close your eyes and see the red tail catching sunlight, climbing into memory until it becomes part of the light itself. Chapter 6. Allies and Eyes. The World Watching. First Impressions. The Adriatic airfield hums with foreign tongues. Italian mechanics in rolled sleeves pass fuel drums hand to hand. A British corporal lights a cigarette with the same lighter he swore to quit using yesterday. Every sound carries two languages, English clipped like radio static, Italian spilling like water over stones. You listen and understand none of it, yet the meaning is clear. Work, fatigue, survival. When your flight lands, heads turn. Men stop hammering. Children perched on the fence shout, "American-y," and wave both hands. To them, the color of skin matters less than the shimmer of metal. You wave back through the canopy, embarrassed by the honesty of their joy. Later, in the officer's tent, a British major with sun-cracked lips offers you lukewarm tea. He studies the red paint on your sleeve patch, then says, almost to himself, "Never lost a bomber, they say." You answer, "Not yet." He grins, teeth startlingly white in the dim light. "Keep it that way, old boy." For the first time, the phrase "old boy" doesn't sting. That night you walk the perimeter road. Sea air cools the dust. The moon slides between broken clouds. Somewhere across the bay a mandolin plays, thin and far. It sounds like peace practicing its scales. The view from the ground. A convoy stops near a farm outside Bury, and for an hour the war forgets itself. Children swarm around the trucks, palms out, faces bright with hunger and wonder. A pilot tears open an emergency ration and hands out chocolate squares. The smallest girl bites hers, eyes widening at the taste. She says something that makes the others laugh, and you realize she's never had chocolate before. For the rest of the week, you carry an extra bar in your pocket, just in case. Back on base, journalists arrive. Their cameras smell of leather and powder, their questions rehearsed. How does it feel to be part of history? You shrug. History, to you, feels like maintenance schedules and missed sleep. But you answer politely. A reporter from London asks if the red tails are superstition or strategy. You tell her they're neither. Their identity made visible. She nods, writes identity visible in her notebook, underlines it twice. When the photographs appear in magazines weeks later, the captions read, "Heroes of the Air." Readers never notice the sweat, the grime, the fear hiding behind the goggles. But mothers clip the pages anyway, and that's what matters. Between enemies. Intelligence officers question a downed German pilot. He's young, 20, maybe. He stares at the floor when he says, "Red-tailed fighters, black pilots, always together. We learned not to attack when we saw them." The translator hesitates, then repeats it. In the mess that evening, the quote circulates like legend. You listen without comment, stirring powdered coffee until it foams. Respect from an enemy tastes odd. Half bitterness, half validation. Later, over the Adriatic, you intercept radio chatter in German. Fast, urgent, fearful. You don't know the words, but tone is universal. For the first time you feel that your existence alone has become a strategy. Visibility as protection. Color as shield. Allied eyes. Newsreels travel faster than mail. In London cinemas, couples on ration dates watch grainy footage of your squadron taxiing for takeoff. The narration calls you the Red Angels. The audience sighs at the beauty of the footage. Propellers shining like halos, planes lifting into morning fog. They don't see the exhaustion. They see possibility. Letters pour in. British school children, Polish refugees, French nurses. One writes, "When I look up and see red against blue, I think maybe the world can start again." You fold that letter into your flight log beside maps and weather notes. Paper is fragile. Belief is not. At base, a group of Italian farmers arrive with crates of oranges, a thank you for escorting the bombers that saved their town. They unload the fruit silently, bow once, and leave. The hangar fills with the sharp scent of citrus and gratitude. 4 days afterward, the smell lingers in uniforms and engines alike, a sweetness that refuses to burn away. Crosswinds. One afternoon, a photographer asks you to stand for a portrait beside your plane. The sea behind you glitters. The wind toys with your scarf. He tells you to look proud. You do, but pride here is complicated. Part relief, part disbelief, part duty fulfilled. When the shutter clicks, you blink. Years later, that blink will be frozen forever in textbooks, mistaken for serenity. In the next tent, a radio operator listens to jazz transmitted from Algiers. Trumpet, bass, static. It sounds like home filtered through distance. Pilots gather, tapping boots softly on the floorboards. The rhythm feels like breathing again. For a while, war becomes background noise, life the melody. Silence after applause. Victory arrives as rumor first, then confirmation. Germany surrenders. Ships whistle. Church bells, long silent, find their voices again. In the villages, women hang laundry not because it's needed, but because white cloth fluttering in the wind looks like celebration. At Ramatelli, there's no parade, just an announcement through crackling speakers, followed by an awkward cheer. You shake hands, exchange nods, then turn to the practicalities of peace. Paperwork, inventory, the logistics of dismantling purpose. Engines are drained, tents folded, flight logs signed for the last time. The red paint dulls under layers of dust, color fading into myth even as you watch. Reporters return for final statements. They ask what comes next. No one knows. Someone jokes, maybe we'll repaint the planes white and start over. No one laughs. That night, you walk the empty runway. The Adriatic murmurs in the dark. The stars look close enough to touch. You kneel, press a palm to the cold surface, and feel faint vibrations from the tide below. The earth and sea share one heartbeat, same as always. For the first time in years, you let yourself imagine tomorrow. In the distance, a single plane remains parked under guard, museum piece before its time. You stand beside it until dawn paints the fuselage pink and gold. Light catches the red tail, wakes it. For an instant it looks ready to fly again. You smile. Maybe it never stopped. Chapter 7: Losses and Legacy. Names in the Wind. The list. It starts as a sheet of paper tacked to a wooden board, flapping faintly in the morning wind. You pass it every day on your way to briefing. At first it's just names of men you barely knew, other squadrons, other skies. Then one day, it isn't. Someone has written casualty report across the top in neat capital letters. The ink bleeds slightly where sweat or rain touched it. You tell yourself not to look, but you stop anyway. Everyone does. You find a name that pulls the air from your lungs. A friend whose laugh could drown engines. You trace the letters with one finger until your glove darkens with dust. Then you walk away because standing still feels too much like surrender. The mess tent that morning smells of coffee and silence. No one reads the list aloud, but everyone eats slower. Each spoon against metal tray sounds like punctuation. Outside, the wind picks up, lifting the corner of the paper again, then dropping it back. The motion looks almost like breathing. The empty chair. Loss leaves behind objects, helmets, books, an unclaimed harmonica. In one tent, an empty bunk stays neatly made, blanket folded with military precision. No one touches it. The officers don't mention it in inspection. The sergeants look the other way. The absence becomes part of the furniture, the way silence becomes part of a song once the note fades. You find yourself listening differently after that, to footsteps, to engines starting, to the way your own breath fogs the glass. You imagine the missing man still flying somewhere above the cloud line, invisible but on course. In the air, you keep glancing at the space he should occupy in formation. The habit lingers long after the logic ends. Letters arrive addressed to the dead. Return addresses written in careful cursive. The postmaster opens them gently, reading enough to know who should answer. Then he folds them, reseals them, and files them in a box no one names. War invents its own bureaucracy for heartbreak. Burial without ground. For those found, there are ceremonies. Wooden boxes draped in flags too bright for the dirt they rest on. A chaplain recites verses that never mention sky, though they should. You stand at attention until the bugle note trembles and stops. Afterward, men scatter like startled birds, unable to hold the moment too long. Grief here is measured in posture. Straight spine, eyes forward, jaw tight. For those never found, You create rituals small enough to carry. A name whispered before takeoff, a coin left on the wing, a shared silence over dinner. Superstition becomes faith when the alternative is forgetting. Once, during patrol over the Adriatic, sunlight flashes off the sea, a sudden glare shaped like wings. You tell yourself it's reflection, but a part of you believes otherwise. You log the coordinates anyway, because memory needs coordinates. The ground crew's prayer. The mechanics grieve differently. They polish bullet holes as if shine could turn loss into endurance. They tell stories while they work. He said he'd paint her nose yellow when he got back. He still owes me a beer. Their laughter is softer now, but it still exists. Every wrench twist, every bolt tightened becomes a prayer made of motion. One night, after a particularly bad mission, a mechanic drags a chair to the flight line. He lights a cigarette and sits facing the darkness. The smoke rises, blue against the stars. He doesn't say a word. You join him without speaking. Two silhouettes keeping vigil for men neither of you can name all at once. The weight of remembrance. Years later, long after the war has folded itself into photographs, you visit a museum. The air smells of varnish and air conditioning. Behind ropes, a P-51 stands immaculate, paint so perfect it looks wet. Visitors walk around it whispering facts. 332nd Fighter Group, escort missions, 1944. You read the placard twice, searching for the names. There are none. History rarely has room for full sentences of humanity. You lean closer until your reflection warps in the fuselage. For a moment, you see the whole squadron there, every face compressed into that curve of metal. You whisper hello. A boy nearby glances up, curious, then goes back to his phone. You smile. The sky always needed new eyes. At home, you keep your own record, a small notebook filled with names and fragments. Not the dates of death, but the things they said, the jokes they made, the sounds they loved. You read it sometimes before bed, tracing the handwriting until sleep takes you. The pages smell faintly of oil and pencil lead. Memory, you've learned, has a scent. Names in the wind. On anniversaries, you visit the hill above the old airfield. Grass grows where runways once glinted. Crickets sing through dusk. The wind comes steady off the water. You bring no flowers, only time. You whisper names until your throat catches. Some you recall easily, others emerge slowly, like photographs developing in darkroom trays. You let them go one by one, releasing each syllable into the wind. It carries them outward, scattering them across fields, cities, oceans. Somewhere, maybe, they'll land in a place kind enough to remember. When the last name leaves your lips, you sit in silence. The sky above you is streaked pink and copper, the same colors as the red tails catching sunset years ago. You close your eyes and can almost hear the hum again, soft, steady, endless. The wind shifts. It sounds like engines idling for takeoff. You smile, and in that smile, grief finally finds shape. Not heaviness, but lift. You stand, brush grass from your knees, and look west. The horizon glows red just before fading to blue. Evening folds the day gently, like a letter returning home unread but understood. Chapter 8. Changing Currents. The Long Fight After the War. The Ground Revisited. The war ends on a Tuesday, though peace doesn't seem to notice. You come home with a duffel that smells of salt and gasoline, a handful of medals that glint without warmth, and the strange lightness of someone who survived what others did not. The first thing you feel is gravity. No altitude, no hum, just the heavy air of ordinary life pressing against your lungs. The town looks smaller now, as if victory has shrunk the horizon. Porch swings creak, dogs bark, trains pass. The world has resumed its sentence mid-word. At the diner, the same waitress wipes the same counter. She doesn't look up when you enter, though your uniform still carries Europe's dust. The sign in the window still divides where to sit and where to stand. You sit where you're told. The coffee tastes like nothing at all. You tell yourself not to mind. Habit more than bitterness. But when the cup empties, you see the reflection of your medals in the surface. Brass halos without audience. You leave change on the counter, more than the check deserves, because dignity, like altitude, sometimes costs extra. Outside, sunlight bounces off parked cars, hard and white. The wind smells of hot asphalt. Somewhere a child laughs. You realize the world has learned to keep moving without you. New battles. At first you look for flying work. The civil airlines are hiring, but the rejections come quickly and politely. Thank you for your service, but always that small conjunction, that unbridgeable hinge between gratitude and exclusion. You take a job at a warehouse near the rail yard. It's honest work, sweat, schedules, the discipline of stacked crates instead of formations. The foreman asks once about the patch on your sleeve, then never again. Every paycheck feels like a landing, rough but survivable. On Sundays, veterans gather at the community hall. Wood floors, folding chairs, weak lemonade. You trade stories, talk about the men who didn't come back, the ones who did but aren't the same. Someone says, maybe we were training for something else. You don't ask what he means, but you understand. The real war now is patience. The wind changes direction. In 1948, word spreads fast. President Truman has signed Executive Order 9981, Integration of the Armed Forces. The news crackles through radios, whispered between men in uniforms now faded to grey. You stand in your living room, radio hissing with static and hope. Your hands tremble on the dial. Outside, thunder rolls far off, the sky agreeing in its own way. You think of all the men who didn't live to hear these words, and for a moment you can almost see them standing beside you, smiling like clouds breaking open. At the next veterans meeting, the mood is quiet. No cheering, no speeches, just nods. One man says, "Took them long enough." Another says nothing, staring at the flag on the wall until his eyes blur. For the first time, the air in that hall feels breathable. Ripples beyond the runway. The years turn. America grows restless again. Marches, voices, signs carried through streets demanding the freedom that peace forgot to deliver. You watch from a porch, hands clasped around coffee that has gone cold. The young look fearless. They remind you of pilots waiting for takeoff. On the television, you see a man named Martin speak before a crowd so vast it looks like a formation made of people. He talks about dreams and justice, his voice rising steady and sure. You recognize that cadence, the rhythm of command under faith. For a moment, you hear engines behind his words. You whisper, "Fly safe," though he can't hear you. Letters arrive again. School teachers ask for stories. Universities invite you to lecture about the war. You tell them about teamwork, about precision, about silence between propellers. But what they really want to know is how you kept faith when everything said you shouldn't. You tell them the truth. Faith was the only instrument that never malfunctioned. Flight reimagined. A summer air show brings you back to a field of noise and memory. Families crowd the fences. Children hold cardboard planes on strings. Vendors sell popcorn that smells like engine exhaust if you close your eyes. Then you see it. Sleek, restored, freshly painted. A P-51 Mustang with a tail redder than you remember. It taxis out, propeller turning slow and sure. The pilot waves through the canopy. She's young, her smile fearless. When the plane lifts, the sound cuts through every layer of time. You follow it up with your eyes until it becomes a fleck of light against blue. The crowd cheers. You don't. You just stand there, letting the tears sting quietly, because this is what legacy looks like when it learns how to breathe. After the show, the pilot finds you. She's read about the red tails, trained on simulators that still use your formation patterns. She thanks you. You say you're welcome, and mean it for everyone who never got to. That night, back home, you dream of flight again. Not of war, but of ascent. No radio chatter, no tracers, just wind and open sky. You wake before dawn, heart steady, the echo of engines humming faintly in your chest. Endurance as legacy. Time thins like altitude. You move through it slowly. Old photographs curl in their frames. Letters yellow at the edges. Yet the story keeps finding new air. In classrooms, children trace red tails in crayon. In documentaries, your younger face appears, voice replaced by narration. Sometimes they get the details wrong, but that doesn't bother you. Myth has always been how truth keeps itself alive. You visit a museum in Washington where an exhibit bears your squadron's emblem. Teenagers shuffle past with earbuds in, half listening. One girl lingers, though, reads every caption, studies every photo. Before she leaves, she turns and says, "Thank you for flying." The words land heavier than any medal. You nod once, the only salute left in you. That evening, you sit by the window and watch contrails fade across the sky. The sun burns down through haze, coloring the clouds red before surrendering to dusk. You think, we carried that color all the way home, and the thought fills you, warm and infinite. Chapter 9. The Sky That Binds Us. Same sky, different doors. You've spent a lifetime looking up. Even now, when your neck aches and the world feels smaller, the sky still looks infinite. Airports rise where airfields once baked under sun. Passengers line up with tickets and coffee cups, unaware they're walking the same coordinates where you once prayed a propeller would catch. You stand at a terminal window, glass cool against your palm. Outside, a plane begins its roll, engines howling like something ancient remembering how to sing. When it lifts, sunlight strikes its tail. For half a heartbeat, it flashes red. You blink, and the color fades, but the meaning stays. Across the world, in places you once flew above, life hums on. Children chase kites through rebuilt fields. Farmers tend vineyards where bomb craters once drank rain. The same wind that carried smoke now carries laughter. You wonder if air can hold memory, if molecules remember the sound of courage. You suspect they do. Reunions and reverberations. The reunion hall smells of coffee, liniment, and old jokes. Chairs outnumber men now. Names once shouted across runways are murmured through dentures and nostalgia. Someone brings a box of photographs, curled black and white edges, smiles frozen mid-laugh. The stories start slow, then flow. A man remembers losing an engine over Vienna. Another swears he once saw angels over the Alps. You tell the one about the mechanic who fixed planes with chewing gum and prayer. Laughter fills the room, fragile but real. A boy in uniform, his grandson, helps set up the microphone. He wears the same patch on his shoulder that you once did. He asks what it was like back then. You answer, noisy, beautiful, heavy. He nods, maybe understanding one of those words. Outside, dusk slips in unnoticed. Through the windows you see headlights moving like slow comets across the parking lot. Each one feels like a farewell disguised as routine. When the evening ends, you shake hands that tremble more than they used to. A promise hangs in the air without needing to be said. We'll see each other again, one more time, somewhere in the blue. Letters to the future. Schools invite you to speak now. The gym smells of varnish and curiosity. Rows of faces, bright and restless, stare up as you begin. You tell them about the sky as a teacher, how it accepted no excuses, how it forgave every mistake that was corrected in time. You speak of fear, not as shame, but as proof of value. Afterward, questions flutter like paper planes. Were you scared? Yes. Did people treat you badly? Yes. How did you keep going? Because stopping would have proved them right. A girl raises her hand, brow furrowed. Do you think people are better now? You pause, glance toward the open windows where sunlight drifts across the floor. The sky hasn't changed, you say. We're still learning how to deserve it. They clap softly. When they leave, one boy lingers, presses a folded note into your hand. Later, you read it in the parking lot. It says only, "I want to fly too." You smile, because that was always the point. The weight of light. Age teaches economy. You move slower, speak less, but see more. Every sunrise feels rehearsed and brand new at once. You wake early, make coffee, sit by the window. The steam rises like thin ghosts of every morning you spent waiting for weather reports. Sometimes you dream you're back in the cockpit, not in battle, just flying. Clouds slide beneath you, endless and forgiving. Your hands rest on the throttle without shaking. In the dream, there's no radio, no orders, only the low hum that once defined existence. When you wake, that sound lingers just long enough to make you believe the engines never truly stopped. Outside, contrails slice white lines through the blue. They cross, merge, disappear. You realize that memory works the same way, visible for a moment, then folded back into air. Still there, just unseen. You open the window. The wind that enters smells faintly of rain and jet fuel, the scent of every takeoff ever made. It fills your lungs and leaves slowly, as if reluctant to go. What endures? At a museum dedication, a crowd gathers under banners and polished metal. The new display glints beneath floodlights. Tuskegee Airmen, wings of valor. People clap, cameras flash, speeches echo. You stand near the back, cane in hand, listening. They say the words courage, legacy, trailblazers. You nod politely, but inside you think of the small things. The way frost formed on the canopy glass, the weight of a helmet in your lap, the smell of oranges at the Bury airfield. When the ribbon is cut, applause swells. A boy on his father's shoulders points to the red tail suspended above and shouts, "Look, Dad, that's them." His father smiles. The boy waves at the plane as if it might wave back. You close your eyes, letting the sound of clapping blur into something gentler. Propellers, rain, heartbeat. That night, lying in bed, you think about the word brotherhood. It no longer means the men you flew with. It means anyone who understands what it costs to rise. The color red and the color light have become the same thing now. Courage seen from two directions. You whisper into the dark. We kept flying. Outside, the wind answers, sliding through leaves with a low murmur of an engine idling in heaven. Epilogue. The light remains. Morning begins quietly, as if the world itself was still deciding to wake. A pale ribbon of sun slips through the blinds and lands across your hands. Your knuckles are thin now, but the veins still map out the same paths, lines that once held a throttle steady against gravity. You turn them palm up, studying the small tremor of age. The body forgets strength before the heart does. The radio murmurs on the counter, tuned to some station that still believes in brass bands. Between songs, a reporter's voice announces the dedication of a new monument in Washington. A plaza of polished stone etched with your unit's name. You picture the ceremony without needing to see it. The flags rising in slow wind. The measured applause. The light glancing off letters that will outlive every speaker. You pour coffee and watch the steam climb into sunlight. It twists, vanishes, reforms, motion without hurry. You think, that's what endurance looks like once it finds peace. Outside, the day hums faintly. Lawnmowers, sparrows, an airplane far off tracing its clean white arc across the blue. Each sound, mundane and eternal, part of the same old symphony of continuation. You step onto the porch. The air smells of cut grass and jet fuel drifting from the city airport 10 miles away. You close your eyes, breathe deep. Somewhere, a child is pressing her face to a plane window. Someone is checking instruments before takeoff. Someone else is dreaming of flight without knowing why. All of it feels connected. Threads of motion weaving the same endless fabric. A breeze stirs the trees, carrying a whisper of salt from the sea. It touches your sleeve like recognition. You smile, remembering 1,000 mornings that began just like this. The same temperature of hope. The same fragile calm before propellers bit into air. The mind drifts easily now. Tuskegee, Selfridge, Ramitelli. Each name floats past like a cloud, familiar, harmless, bright at the edges. You see faces too, some alive, some long folded into history. You hear the laughter that used to echo down hangar corridors, the metallic clatter of tools, the deep-throated growl of engines waking from sleep. For a moment, it all comes back in perfect focus. Red tails lined up in sunlight. The colonel's voice steady as truth. Your own breath fogging the glass as the world fell away beneath you. Then the vision softens, like film overexposed, leaving only light. You sit again, pen in hand, and open the old logbook. The pages are yellowed, corners curled. You add one final line in slow, careful handwriting. We kept the promise. You close it gently. The sound is small, but final. Afternoon slides toward evening. Light tilts through the windows, turning everything gold. You watch dust float in the beam, tiny particles suspended, each catching its own flare. It looks like flight slowed down enough to see. When the sun dips, the color shifts, gold to amber, amber to rose. For a heartbeat, the whole room glows the same shade as the red tail you once followed into battle. You reach out and let it rest against your fingertips. It's warm, familiar, forgiving. The breeze moves again, lifting a curtain, bringing the scent of rain and distance. It carries a sound so faint you almost miss it. the low hum of engines far above, a vibration more felt than heard. You smile, eyes half closed. After all these years, the sky is still speaking. The hum fades, replaced by the hush of evening settling over the neighborhood. Crickets starting, a door closing 2 houses down, the quiet rhythm of ordinary life continuing because it can. You lean back, let your head rest against the chair, and in that silence, the world feels weightless again. Somewhere, the last light of the day slides along the horizon, catching on glass, on metal, on memory, turning everything it touches to forgiveness. You think of all the names that carried you here, of every hand that steadied your wing, of every moment when courage chose not to shout, but to endure. You whisper a single line to no one and everyone at once. We're home now. The wind answers by lifting once more, moving through the trees with the soft murmur of a distant propeller. It passes over you, gentle as a blessing, and carries onward into the darkening sky. The light remains. Always. Aftermath. The sky that never judged. The war is over, but the sound of flight never leaves you. Even now, when the engines are long gone, you still hear it, that steady hum beneath memory, the rhythm that once stitched courage to the sky. It comes back sometimes in sleep, sometimes in silence, not as noise, but as pulse. Morning over Alabama again. The airfield is cracked, the paint on the hangar peeled to chalk. Grass pushes through the tarmac where your tires once screamed against takeoff. A red tail gleams faintly in the museum light, polished by hands that were not yet born when you flew it. You stand a moment, feeling the ghost of vibration through the soles of your shoes, the echo of lift, of trust, of impossible ascent. You remember the faces. Brown, tired, determined, cadets who studied by lantern glow, who sanded wings smooth because they had no replacements. Men who laughed loud to hide the doubt that others had planted in them. Every patch sewn, every checklist recited, was an act of defiance whispered to history. We are here. We can. They called you experiment, exception, symbol. But you were simply aviators. Young, precise, alive. You flew bomber escort missions across skies that did not want you, guarding men who would later pass you on the ground without a glance. In the air, you saved lives that would never know your names. And when you landed, you saluted a flag that did not yet salute you back. There was a different kind of turbulence waiting on the ground. Restaurants with empty stools you couldn't sit on. Barracks divided by color instead of rank. Uniforms that opened doors for others, but not for you. The same country that had asked for your courage now asked for your silence. And still, you stood straighter, spoke softer, kept flying, because dignity was the only uniform no one could take away. Time moved on. The world found new enemies, new wars, new heroes, but the red tails stayed in the sky, bright against the blue, unburned by years. When jet engines replaced propellers, when space replaced sky, your legacy remained, a quiet contrail drawn across every horizon that came after. Children grew up seeing your photographs in textbooks, not knowing how much noise hides inside that calm. They learned the names: Davis, Robinson, Brown, Williams. But history seldom teaches the sound, the moment when air bends under courage, when fear and hope share the same altitude. You know that sound. You carry it still. There are memorials now. Bronze statues where the air smells of fresh-cut grass and ceremony. Air shows where new pilots trace loops in tribute to what you once did in war. People clap. They say trailblazer, pioneer, hero. The words are heavy, but they fit awkwardly, as if language is still learning how to speak respect. Yet somewhere between applause and silence, the truth hums steady. You did not fly to prove a point. You flew because flight itself was freedom, because above the clouds, no one could redraw the lines that Earth kept drawing beneath you. You look up now. A plane passes overhead, silver skin flashing in the sun. For a moment, its wings catch the same light you once chased. The sky, eternal and impartial, accepts it without question, as it once accepted you. Up there, the air has no prejudice, no borders, no color but blue. It remembers only motion, the simple faith of lift. You smile, because that was always the secret, wasn't it? The sky never judged. Only people did. And by returning to that sky, again and again, you taught the world what equality feels like. Weightless. The museum closes soon. The light slants lower, gold on aluminum. Outside, a child points to the red tail and asks who flew it. A parent answers quietly, reverently, as if naming a constellation. And in that small exchange, you rise once more, not as myth, but as memory taking shape in new eyes. The air smells of dust and sunlight. The hum fades, but the silence that follows feels kind, the kind of silence that holds gratitude instead of grief. You breathe it in. You let it go. The horizon opens like forgiveness. The wings fade behind you, shrinking into the distant clouds. What remains is the thrum of engines much heavier, much closer to the earth, tracks grinding over frozen mud, metal settling under its own weight. Another kind of fight begins here, not above the clouds, but face to face with the horizon. Take a moment. The ground war is waiting. Part 4. Black Panthers. The 761st Tank Battalion. You're listening to the quiet before an engine wakes. A stillness so complete you can almost hear the frost settling on the hull, layering itself over black-painted steel. The night is thin, stretched across the Belgian woods like a sheet of cold glass. Somewhere in the distance, a barn door creaks. Somewhere else, a dog barks once and goes silent. And here, in this clearing lit only by a faint sliver of moon, a tank waits with the patience of an animal that knows what morning will demand. You stand beside it, gloved hands barely brushing the metal. It is colder than the air, colder than the dirt, colder than the doubt the men who tend it have carried farther than any machine should have to go. You breathe in, and you can smell oil and iron, and old smoke that never fully leaves the seams of armor. Inside, for men rest in the dark, their breaths rising in tiny ghost clouds. One shifts his weight, a soft grunt muffled by steel. Another murmurs something in his sleep, a name, maybe, or a memory that doesn't quite let go. The gunner keeps one hand on the breech even now, an unconscious habit born from months of training in places where the heat was punishing and the welcome uncertain. The driver curls against the wall, blanket pulled to his chin, boots still on. These men belong to a battalion that many doubted should even exist. You might not know their names yet. Not all of them will enter the history books, but their story is already moving quietly toward you, like a slow tide in winter. In a tent a few yards away, their commander sits awake. Lieutenant Colonel Paul Bates, posture straight, hands still, eyes following the faint glow of a lantern as if studying its tremble for answers. He hasn't slept much. He rarely does before major operations. Papers lie scattered near his knee. Fuel reports, weather bulletins, orders from higher command written in the clipped precision of men who will never feel the mud or the fear or the heat inside a tank turret. He hears the same silence you feel now and knows it won't last, because somewhere beyond the tree line, behind the fog that drifts low and shapeless over the ground, the war is stirring. Engines rumble in distant valleys. Radios hiss. and men in grey coats check their rifles, whispering orders in a language edged by exhaustion. But tonight, for a moment, everything is still. You take one step closer to the tank. Your breath fogs the air. The steel doesn't reflect your face. It only reflects the cold. You might wonder, standing here, what courage means in weather like this. Whether it's something loud, like speeches and flags, or something quieter, like staying steady when the world has given you every reason to walk away. For the men of the 761st Tank Battalion, courage was carved in silence long before they reached this forest, long before they crossed the ocean, long before General Patton, rough-voiced and skeptical, agreed to send them into battle. This black unit had fought 2 wars at once, the one in Europe and the one woven into the very soil of the country they served. They had trained under a sun that burned the Louisiana dust into their boots. They had endured insults sharper than shrapnel. They had outperformed expectations designed to keep them from rising. And when they proved themselves again and again, doors opened only an inch at a time. Yet here they were, and you stand with them now, on the edge of a moment that will define them. A faint breeze moves across the clearing. It carries a smell of pine, diesel, and the distant smoke of villages battered by months of fighting. The sky above seems heavy, like it's holding its breath. Frost blooms along the edges of the treads, delicate crystals forming where heat and pressure will soon return. Inside the tank, one of the crew stirs fully awake. Sergeant Reuben Rivers, though you won't hear his name whispered yet. He blinks into the dark. Listening to the heartbeat of the machine, he knows better than most men know their homes. His fingers brush the metal once. A ritual, a promise. You listen with him. You wait with him. Because dawn is coming. And with it, the battalion's first step into the fire. A step that history will remember only in fragments, unless someone chooses to gather them, gently, and tell the story the way it deserves to be told. This night, this breath, this stillness before the engine turns, this is where their story begins. Chapter 1. The Long Road to a Uniform. Dust and distance. You hear it before you see it, the long, low hum of heat bending the air over Louisiana soil, a place where summer feels endless, and even the breeze carries the weight of old stories. You stand beside a road carved through red dust, the surface shimmering as if it's not entirely real. A train whistle calls in the distance, thin, lonely, stretched by the heat. The year is 1942, though the landscape holds centuries inside it. The men who step off the train carry duffel bags, helmets, and the quiet determination of those who have already learned to fight for space in their own country. Some walk with straight backs, refusing to let the stares from nearby soldiers touch them. Others keep their eyes fixed on the horizon, as if imagining a different future somewhere beyond the fields. They are here for one reason: to become part of something the Army never truly expected to succeed. The 761st Tank Battalion, soon to be known as the Black Panthers. You watch them adjust their caps, wipe sweat from their necks, and look toward the camp that will shape them. The dust rises behind their steps like a curtain closing on the world they left behind. Heat presses against you. Sweat beads at your temples. And even though you're only observing, you can almost feel what they feel. The weight of hope, of fear, of the unknown. A sign stands near the road. Its paint is chipped. Its letters blunt. Colored troops, this way. The men read it without stopping. Not because it doesn't matter, but because this road is one they've walked in many ways before. Through restaurants, neighborhoods, schools, factories. 1,000 quiet separations, now folded into a government-issued instruction. Still, they walk, and the air hums around them, holding the first hint of something that will change the shape of history, even if very few people will notice it happening. Training under the unseen weight. At the camp, tanks sit in long rows like beasts sleeping in the sun. Steel bodies warming under the sky. Tracks glinting. Engines ticking softly as mechanics move between them with wrenches and cloths. You stand near the shade of a mess hall and watch as the new recruits approach the motor pool for the first time. Some freeze for a beat, just a moment, taking in the scale of what waits for them. Others smile, quiet and almost private. A tank is more than a machine. It is a room where trust must be absolute. A space no bigger than a pantry that will become a home, a shield, and sometimes a tomb. The instructors call the men forward. Their voices are clipped, official, rigid. Some speak with respect, others with suspicion thinly covered by professionalism. In this place, competence is expected, excellence is demanded, but acceptance is not guaranteed. You hear the engines start, one after another, their vibrations sinking into the ground, into your shoes, into your breath. The air thickens with diesel and dust. The heat rises in waves. And day after day, from dawn until the sun slips behind the pines, the men train. They learn to load shells with the speed of instinct, to navigate tight turns while blind to everything but the commander's voice, to fire the 75mm gun with precision even when sweat stings their eyes, to work as a single body inside a cramped turret where mistakes have no space to land. Every drill is a test. Every test is watched more closely than those given to other units, because in the eyes of many, these men must not only prove they can fight the enemy, they must prove, unfairly, unjustly, that they deserve the right to fight at all. You watch them push through it. Watch as they swallow insults. Watch as they excel. There is no bitterness in their movements, only purpose. And beneath that purpose, something deeper, a quiet defiance born from years of being told what they could not do. The commander who saw them. Late in the afternoon, when the sun turns orange and the shadows lengthen, you notice one man walking along the line of parked tanks. His steps are measured, his gaze direct. Lieutenant Colonel Paul Bates. He's not a dramatic figure, no loud presence, no theatrical gestures, but there is steadiness in him, a rare kind, shaped not by speeches but by conviction. He stops beside a group of trainees covered in sweat and dust. He speaks to them quietly. You can't hear the words, but you can see the effect. Shoulders straighten, jaws unclench, a few even smile, small but sincere. Bates fought to keep this battalion, fought bureaucrats, skepticism, and direct pressure from officers who believed black soldiers could not, would not, should not crew armoured vehicles. But Bates had seen something in them, discipline, hunger, potential, and he refused to let the Army's prejudice carve away the battalion's future. You watch him move between the tanks as the sky dims. He checks bolts, treads, elevation mechanisms. He bends close to peer under a bogey wheel. He listens to the way a new driver shifts gears as he backpacks the tank into position. His presence tells the men, you belong here, not because someone granted permission, but because they earned it. As he walks past you, the wind carries a few words that drift across the yard. We will be ready. And in that moment, you believe him. The sound of earning respect. Night training begins after sunset. The Louisiana sky grows heavy with humidity. Crickets pulse rhythmically in the fields. A faint smell of rain hangs over the camp, even when the sky remains clear. You watch from a hill as a column of tanks moves across the dark terrain. their silhouettes enormous and ghost-like. Searchlights sweep in slow arcs. Engines grumble like distant thunder. Inside each tank, the crew works without rest. The gunner adjusts elevation by touch alone. The loader breathes in time with the commander's orders. The driver keeps one hand steady on the brake lever, the other poised on the gear stick, and something begins to shift. A few white officers from neighboring units come to observe. Some cross their arms, expecting failure. Others lean forward when they see none. The tanks move with precision. Not perfect, not yet, but disciplined, confident, focused. One by one, the skepticism falters. Quietly, unwillingly, but undeniably. You can feel it, a change in the air, subtle but real. Respect is not given. Not here. Not in 1942. Not easily, not freely, not without resistance. Respect is earned, and the 761st earns it more each night. Even if the army writes different words on paper, the ground itself seems to understand who these men are becoming. Isolation and resolve. Days blur into weeks, weeks into months, summer into winter, and with every season the battalion sharpens. But the world around them remains divided. Dining halls separate them. Buses segregate them. Local towns welcome some soldiers and turn away others. You walk past a row of cots in a barracks lit by a single bulb. The men lie awake, staring at the ceiling, thinking of home, thinking of the country they love, thinking of the war they want to fight, not because they crave violence, but because they crave justice. Sometimes you hear laughter drifting from the mess tent, exhausted, genuine laughter, the kind that floats up only after surviving another day of drills. Sometimes you hear muttered frustration. Sometimes silence heavier than anything spoken. But always, beneath it all, you sense something unbreakable. They know they are ready. They know what they are capable of. They know the battlefield will be the only place where judgment will be honest, where steel, mud, and fire cannot lie. The order finally comes. It happens on a morning brushed with cold. Fog clings to the ground. The sun hangs low, pale and uncertain. A messenger runs across the yard, boots splashing through puddles left by the night's rain. Orders in hand. You're close enough to see Bates read them. Slow, steady, absorbing every word with a calm expression that hides the storm beneath. Then he looks up, and for the first time you see something flicker in his eyes, something between relief and resolve. The battalion has been cleared for deployment. Europe awaits. The war awaits. The proving ground no one wanted to give them now opens. You watch as the men gather around him, their breaths hanging like mist, their faces a mix of pride and something far quieter, the knowledge that history has begun to turn. The engines start. The tanks rumble. The dust rises. And the long road that began in discrimination now leads toward a different kind of battle, one fought under foreign skies, where ability, not prejudice, will decide their fate. You feel the vibration in your chest. You feel the air change. You feel the story beginning to shift. The 761st is moving, and the world is about to learn their name. Chapter 2. Crossing the Ocean of Doubt. Before the water opens. You hear the engines long before you see the ship. A deep vibration hums across the port, rattling crates, stirring gulls from lampposts, and shivering through the metal ramps that lead toward the waiting vessel. The air smells of salt and coal smoke. a sharp contrast to the red dust the men of the 761st have breathed for months. You stand with them on the pier, watching as their tanks, the machines that have become their homes, their responsibilities, their burdens, roll up into the vast hull of the transport ship. The ramps tremble under the weight, groaning softly with every movement. Some of the men rest their hands on the steel as it passes, almost like saying goodbye to a part of themselves. Others keep their arms crossed, trying to hold in the swirl of emotion that comes with leaving home, leaving the familiar, and stepping toward a war they have imagined but never seen. A cold wind slips across the water. You feel it touch your face, a whisper of something coming, something larger than the campfires and drills of Louisiana, something heavier than discrimination, something that will test not just skills, but the very shape of a man's endurance. The soldiers board in silence, not because they have nothing to say, but because this moment feels too big for casual words. Bootsteps clack on the metal gangway. Helmets shift. Canvas bags brush against jackets. A low murmur drifts across the line, but nothing rises above the sound of the ocean pressing softly against the pier. As you walk with them into the dim belly of the ship, the air grows thick with engine heat and the oily scent of diesel. The hold is crowded, tanks chained in place, boxes of ammunition strapped tight, the walls sweating with condensation. This ship will be their world for weeks, a place suspended between two lands, between expectation and reality, between the prejudice they know and the uncertainty that waits. You stand near a support beam as the ramp closes. Darkness settles. Metal locks echo like slow, deliberate heartbeats. And then the ship sighs, a long, deep exhale, and begins to move. Life in the grey belly of the ship. Days at sea blend into each other, each one shaped by the same elements. The constant hum of turbines, the thrum of waves against the hull, the feeling of being carried towards something huge and invisible. You walk through narrow corridors lit by flickering bulbs. The air is always warm, always crowded, always restless. The men of the 761st sleep in tight rows, hammocks slung so close their elbows nearly touch. Their breathing rises and falls in a soft collective rhythm, like a giant, exhausted choir. Personal space disappears here. Privacy dissolves. You lean against the wall and listen as someone plays cards on a crate. The shuffling of paper, the soft laughter that hides homesickness, the quiet muttering of someone remembering a prayer whispered by a grandmother before he left. In the hold, the tanks rest under dim lamps. Their surfaces glisten with moisture, as if sweating through the journey. Mechanics check them daily, wiping condensation, tightening straps, oiling joints. One man kneels beside a track and presses his palm to it, feeling the cold steel as if sensing its pulse. They talk to their tanks sometimes, not loudly, not in a way that invites attention, but with the reverence of someone speaking to a companion. A turret becomes a friend. A gear lever becomes a lifeline. A tank becomes a promise they intend to keep. Every evening, you gather with them on the upper deck where the wind is sharp and the ocean stretches endlessly in all directions. The sky is huge, unbearably huge, a vault of shifting clouds and occasional stars. Some men stand alone, looking toward the horizon. Others cluster together, leaning on the rail, hands cold from the wind. Every now and then, a shout echoes from another part of the ship, someone spotting dolphins or a distant vessel. But mostly, the deck is filled with a steady rhythm of boots and soft murmurs. The war feels far away here, and yet closer than ever. The weight of what they carry. At night, storms roll in. Rain lashes the deck. The ship tilts hard to port, then swings back. Metal moans. Water crashes against the bow in bursts like muffled explosions. Inside the lower compartments, the shaking turns sleep into a temporary death. Deep, heavy, desperate. You close your eyes and feel the sway move through your bones. In those dark hours, the men think of home. Think of promises whispered into the ears of wives or sweethearts. Think of children who won't understand why their fathers are gone. Think of parents who have already seen too much loss. But there's something else they think about too, a burden that is not spoken aloud. They know they are crossing the ocean not only to fight Germans, but to fight the expectations of their own country. Every drill they endured, every insult they ignored, every test they aced while others doubted them, all of it comes with them, packed tighter than any duffel bag. You sense a collective truth moving through the ship like a tide. If they fail, people will say the army was right to question them. If they succeed, some will call it luck. But if they excel, if they become undeniable, then history will have to change its shape. You stand among them as the ship creaks again, as the lights flicker, as a few men steady themselves with wide stances. And you realize they are not afraid of the ocean, not afraid of the war. They are afraid of being unseen. The briefing that changes everything. A week into the voyage, the battalion gathers in the mess hall, a cramped space smelling of coffee, steel, and damp fabric. The walls vibrate with the engine's pulse. Steam fogs the air. Lieutenant Colonel Paul Bates stands near the front, his hands clasped behind him. He waits for the murmurs to settle. The men fall silent, their faces lit by the dim yellow bulbs overhead. Bates speaks quietly, each word deliberate. They will be landing in Europe soon. They will face a harsh winter. They will be attached to units that do not know them and may not welcome them. And they will be expected to perform at a level that leaves no room for error. You listen as his voice carries through the room. He does not sugarcoat anything. He does not speak like someone trying to inspire. He speaks like someone who trusts his men more than anyone else does. Then he reads a short line from higher command, a line sent by General George S. Patton, who had once expressed doubts about using a black armored unit. "I have nothing but the best for my army, and I will use them." A ripple moves through the room. Patton is known for his ferocity, his bluntness, his refusal to accept mediocrity. To be chosen by him, even reluctantly, carries weight like armor. You feel the men absorb this silently, not boastfully, not triumphantly, just with a quiet recognition that the world has shifted by a fraction, a step forward, small but real. The long night before landfall. As the transport nears the coast, tension builds in the air. Not fear, something deeper, something like the moment before a musician touches the first key. Expectation wrapped in stillness. The water grows colder, the wind sharper, the sky more muted, a thin grey blanket stretched over endless waves. You stand on deck with the men during the final night at sea. The lights of Europe glow faintly on the horizon, flickering like distant embers. Some men lean against the rail with their eyes closed, breathing in the cold air. Others check and recheck their gear, tightening straps, adjusting collars, running fingers along the seams of their jackets. A few whisper quietly, "Almost time. Gonna do it right. We know what we are." The tanks, down in the hold, seem to vibrate with the pulse of the waves. Chains rattle softly. Metal shifts. You place your hand on the railing and feel the ocean's slow heartbeat. The world is holding its breath. Europe takes shape in the mist. Dawn rises pale and thin. Fog clings to the coastline, softening everything into shades of grey and silver. Buildings appear first as silhouettes, church spires, sloped rooftops, chimneys leaning against the cold. The ship slows. Engines rumble. Orders crackle over the intercom. The men gather on deck, helmets in hand, rifles slung over their shoulders. Their breath clouds the air, rising in small white threads that vanish quickly in the wind. A few white soldiers from another unit stand nearby, eyeing the 761st with a mix of curiosity, skepticism, and something else. Something like envy, though they won't say it. Because these black tankers have made it here, to the place where war is no longer a rumor, where skill matters more than any opinion written on a piece of paper. You listen as the first anchor drops with a deep metallic roar. Seagulls swirl overhead, crying into the wind. The water churns as landing craft approach. The battalion prepares to disembark. This is the moment everything has been pointing toward. The breaking of one world and the beginning of another. You feel the ship shift as the ramp lowers. Cold air rushes in, smelling of salt, smoke, and the distant memory of battles fought before their arrival. The men take their first step onto foreign soil. Boots striking cobblestone. Heads bowed slightly against the cold. Eyes fixed forward. There is no applause. No ceremony. No welcoming committee. Just Europe, wounded, waiting, watching, and the quiet truth settles around them. They are here, and nothing will ever be the same. Chapter 3. The Baptism of Fire. Frenzied Forest, Frozen Roads. The forest that swallows sound. You feel it long before you see it. A silence deeper than the sea, denser than fog, older than any road carved through these woods. Europe's winter hangs suspended in the branches of the Ardennes, the air cold enough to hold sound hostage. Even the distant guns you've heard on the horizon since arrival seem muffled now, like thunder trapped behind mountains. Snow clings to the pines in thick white armor. The forest smells of ice, sap, and old smoke. Light struggles to break through the canopy. You stand beside the men of the 761st as their tanks move cautiously onto a narrow road. Tracks bite into frozen mud. Engines rumble low, restrained, the sound of an animal bracing for its first strike. The crews peer into the woods with slow, deliberate movements, scanning shadows, scanning branches, scanning everything. No one knows what waits deeper inside. But the veterans who lead them, guides from other units with weary eyes and scarves wrapped tight against the cold, say only one thing: stay sharp. They're out there. And when you look at the men, you can see it too. Not fear, not uncertainty, but a stillness shaped by long training and quiet determination. This is no Louisiana heat. This is no camp exercise. This forest has swallowed armies before. Now, it watches them. The road to Morvilliers. The orders come at dawn. The battalion is to move toward a small crossroads town, an unassuming cluster of stone houses and old barns called Morvilliers, a place no tourist would notice, no map would praise. But in war, crossroads are everything. You stand near the lead tanks as Lieutenant Colonel Paul Bates meets briefly with the company commanders. His breath fogs the air. His gloves are stiff from cold. His eyes remain fixed on the horizon, as if reading something invisible in the morning light. The men gather behind their tanks, adjusting straps, tightening buckles, stomping their feet against the frost. No one speaks loudly. The cold steals volume from the voice, but the moment steals it more. The crews mount up. Inside the tanks, condensation beads on the steel walls. The interior smells of oil, canvas, and nervous sweat. Hands wrap around grips and levers polished smooth by months of drills. You can almost feel the closeness of the space, the heat of bodies in thick jackets, the low hum of the engine underfoot, the echo of each breath trapped in metal. Outside, infantry fan out along the roadside, forming a spear tip of movement. The trees loom like ancient pillars. The snow muffles everything. You hear the tank commander of one of the lead vehicles speak quietly through the intercom. "Easy ahead. Eyes open. Let's move." And they move. Tracks crunch softly over snow and frozen leaves. The forest seems to narrow around them, pressing close, listening. The men's breaths fog up the periscope glass. Every branch looks like a rifle. Every shadow looks like a soldier. The cold becomes something alive. A watcher, a warning. And you sense, as they do, that the forest is not empty. First contact. It happens fast. War rarely announces itself. It erupts. The lead tank rounds a bend, a tight turn where the road hugs a small ridge, and the world cracks open. A German anti-tank gun fires from deep inside the trees, the muzzle flash hidden behind a camouflaged screen of branches. The sound hits like a lightning strike. White smoke bursts from the barrel. The shell screams across the narrow road. It slams into the lead tank's front plate, sparks exploding in a violent spray. Inside, the crew is thrown hard against the steel walls. Headsets rattle. A man curses under his breath. The armor holds, barely, but the message is clear. The Black Panthers are no longer on the edge of war. They are inside it. Infantry dive for the ditch. Another shot cracks the air. Branches fall. Snow erupts upward in a white cloud. You feel the adrenaline ripple through the column, not in shouts or panic, but in a tightening of shoulders, a sharpening of breath, a collective readiness that training has carved into bone. The second tank swivels its turret. The gunner adjusts elevation with practiced calm. The loader slams a shell into place. The commander leans into the periscope. And then, a deep, resonant boom as the cannon fires. The recoil shudders through the road. The shell whistles through the trees and detonates in a plume of flame where the hidden gun once sat. Snow rains down. Smoke curls upward. Branches fall in slow, heavy arcs. Silence follows, but a different silence than before. A charged silence. A silence shaped by the knowledge that this fight has only begun. The frenzied forest. The woods erupt. Machine gun fire slices through the air. Short bursts, precise, cold. Bullets ping off tank armor like hail against metal roofs. Men shout orders over the roar of engines. Inside the second tank, a gunner steadies himself, breath slow and controlled as he scans for movement. The commander taps the side of the turret twice, a signal barely audible over the chaos. And still, the men are calm. This calm is their weapon. Not bravado, not noise, not fury, but focus. Lieutenant Colonel Bates moves along the line on foot, shouting directions, pointing to gaps in the trees, coordinating infantry and armor. His voice is steady, even as the air warms with muzzle flashes and acrid smoke. You watch him lift a pair of binoculars, snow collecting in the folds of his coat. He sees something you cannot, a cluster of German positions dug into a shallow ravine ahead, firing upward onto the road. He signals for 2 tanks and a half-track to flank. The order ripples down the line. Engines roar. Tracks bite into frozen earth. The tanks turn and disappear into the trees, metal scraping against bark. Inside one of those vehicles is Sergeant Reuben Rivers, though his name drifts through this chapter like a quiet shadow, like a presence you sense more than hear. He moves with confidence, turret swiveling smoothly, scanning for flashes of movement between trees. He's not reckless, just precise. The tanks charge through a thicket. Branches claw at the armor. Snow explodes around them as they fire. The German positions collapse under the pressure. Men scrambling, helmets glinting, weapons falling silent as the tanks push hard, relentless, carving a wedge through the defense line. You watch the infantry surge behind them, moving quickly through the gaps, their boots sliding on wet snow, their breaths breaking in small clouds. The forest trembles. The air fills with the metallic scent of gunfire. Somewhere, a tree cracks and falls, splintering into the snow. And through it all, the 761st moves as if they were born for this. Not because war is natural, but because endurance is. Their training, their discipline, their resilience, everything they had to fight through in Louisiana, flows into every decision, every maneuver, every heartbeat. The road takes its toll. By late morning, the battalion secures the bend in the road. Smoke drifts upward through the pines, slow and grey. Snow melts where flames touched the earth. The forest is quiet again, but the kind of quiet that trembles beneath the surface. Mechanics arrive quickly, crawling over tanks in the open cold, checking armor plates, tightening bolts with numb fingers. Infantry gather in small groups, sharing canteens, adjusting scarves, rubbing warmth back into their hands. You stand beside a tank as the crew opens the hatch. Heat escapes in a rush. Their faces glisten with sweat despite the frigid air. Their eyes are sharp but tired, the tension of survival still fading from their limbs. One of them steps out and looks toward the trees, breathing deeply. Not fear, not relief, something more like acceptance. Because this, the chaos, the snow, the hidden enemy, is only the beginning. Lieutenant Colonel Bates walks the line, checking each crew, listening to quiet reports. He nods, speaks softly, places a gloved hand on a shoulder now and then. He knows the truth. They fought well, exceptionally well, better than any doubter would have believed. But the war does not pause for praise. The order comes down from division headquarters. Continue advancing. Enemy resistance expected to increase. Of course it will. The 761st adjusts straps, checks weapons, wipes frost from periscopes. You watch them re-enter the tanks, one by one, disappearing back into the metal shells that carry both danger and safety. The engines start again. The forest shivers, and the column rolls forward. A winter that tests the soul. Snow begins to fall. Soft flakes drift through the trees, landing on helmets, settling on tank turrets, dissolving on warm exhaust pipes. It should be beautiful. It almost is. But beauty in war is a fragile thing. Visibility drops. The world turns pale, blurred, unfamiliar. You listen to the radio chatter in one of the tanks. Road narrowing. Watch the left ridge. Possible movement ahead. Stay tight. The snowfall thickens. Wind sweeps through the branches, shaking loose more powdery white. Inside the tank, the air grows warm and close, condensation gathering on steel walls, dripping onto boots and gloves. The loader wipes frost from a shell's casing before sliding it into the rack. The driver adjusts his goggles, his breath fogging the glass. They push forward slowly, deliberately, like men walking on ice. And then the trees part. just enough to reveal a small plateau blanketed in white, a place where the wind howls louder, where the snow drifts deeper, where the horizon hides behind a grey curtain. This is the edge of the forest. Beyond it lie towns scarred by fire, roads mined with retreat, and ridges where Germans watch from hidden nests. You feel the weight of history pressing in. The 761st has passed its first test. The next ones will demand even more. The first day ends. By the time darkness begins to creep through the branches, the battalion has secured a long stretch of the wooded road. Their tanks are coated in soot and snow, their uniforms stiff with cold, their bodies weary but unbroken. A temporary camp forms near a clearing. Stoves hiss. Cooks distribute hot broth and bread. Men huddle in groups, their voices low, their movements slow. You stand near the tanks as they cool, their metal ticking softly, the sound of effort settling into rest. No one boasts. No one celebrates. They are too tired for that, and too aware of what waits tomorrow. But beneath the fatigue, beneath the cold, beneath the memory of danger still tingling in their limbs, a truth settles quietly. They did what few expected. They held. They fought. They proved themselves. Snow continues to fall around them. Slow, gentle, almost tender. And the forest, stripped of its violence for now, stands watch over the Black Panthers as night claims the road they earned through fire. Chapter 4. Holding the line at Morvilliers. The town that waits in silence. You reach Morvilliers before dawn, a small French village pressed into the earth like a faded memory. Stone houses tilt gently against each other. Wooden shutters hang open in the cold. Smoke curls from chimneys where families huddle in rooms darkened by months of fear. The air smells of frozen soil, damp wood, and ashes raked from last night's hearths. You stand at the edge of the village as the first light drifts over the roofs. Everything here feels bruised. Walls chipped, roads scarred, the church steeple missing its bell. War has passed through, but not yet finished. The 761st rumbles into the square, their tanks trailing columns of breath-like exhaust. Children peek from doorways. Old men clutch coats tighter around their thin frames. Women watch from behind curtains, faces lined with worry and something like curiosity. They've seen many soldiers, but never an armored unit like this one. Some hesitate, unsure. You can feel their uncertainty, etched into the air, held delicately between breath and history. Then one woman steps forward, scarf wrapped tight, eyes soft. She nods, a small, tired nod, and the village begins to breathe again. The approach of danger. The orders are clear. Hold Morvilliers. Hold the crossroads. Hold until reinforcements arrive. But reinforcements are delayed. Snow slows everything. Supplies crawl. Communication lines freeze as easily as rivers. Lieutenant Colonel Paul Bates stands beside a map table set up in an old cafe, the smell of stale wine mixing with engine fumes leaking in from the street. His gloves lie beside him, fingers stiff with cold. Company commanders gather around. The intelligence report is thin. German forces retreating from the forest may attempt to retake the village. Armor spotted 3 miles east. Infantry likely hidden in the ravines nearby. The crossroads make Morvilliers valuable. Too valuable to lose. Bates doesn't raise his voice. He doesn't dramatize. He speaks with the same quiet steadiness he brought from Louisiana's dust to Europe's snow. "We hold the line," he says. Simple. Absolute. Outside, you hear the tanks adjusting position, their engines coughing into the morning. Crewmen stamp their boots. Infantry spread out through alleys. Snow begins to fall again, soft, fine, persistent. And somewhere beyond the ridge, you can sense movement, not seen, not heard, but present, the way a storm announces itself before the wind rises. The first test of the day. The attack comes with the sun, a pale, reluctant sunrise smothered by clouds. A German artillery shell lands on the outskirts of the village, carving a chunk out of a stone wall. The sound ripples across Morvaliers like a crack in the sky. Infantry dive behind carts and stacks of firewood. Civilians scatter into basements. A stray dog runs down the street, tail tucked, paws slipping on ice. The Black Panthers climb into their tanks. Hatches slam shut. Engines roar awake. Inside the armor, the world narrows, to metal, to breath, to the hum of the intercom. The first German infantry appear between the trees. Dark shapes moving fast, rifles raised, boots cutting trails in the snow. The Panthers fire warning bursts. Controlled, precise. Puffs of smoke blooming from the .30 caliber guns like brief grey flowers. The infantry scatter. Some dive behind rocks. Others drop to their bellies. And then the heavier sound arrives. A tank engine. Deep. Metallic. Confident. The enemy armor appears between two naked oaks. A Panzer IV, snow clinging to its turret. Exhaust smoke billowing in black streams. You feel the tension shift. A tank duel is different. Heavier. More intimate. A conversation between steel shells and the physics of survival. The Panther crew reacts instantly. Inside the turret, the loader slams a shell into place, gloved hands steady. The gunner adjusts elevation, jaw tight. The commander leans into his periscope, breath fogging the glass. "Target acquired," he murmurs. The cannon fires. The recoil shudders the entire street. Stone rattles. Snow leaps from rooftops. The shell strikes the Panzer's front plate. A burst of flame. A shower of sparks. It doesn't penetrate. You hear the German tank respond with its own cannon, the shock wave rolling through the village like a physical force. Glass shatters. Doors slam open. The round whizzes past the American tank, missing by inches. A second Panther tank flanks left, treads grinding over frozen mud. Its turret swivels. Smooth. Disciplined. Another blast. Another hit. This time, the Panzer shudders, smoke pouring from its vents, crew scrambling out into the snow. The village exhales. The first wave is broken, but the day has only begun. The long, slow grind. Hours pass in fragments, short bursts of fighting, long stretches of tense quiet. Snow falling without pause. Morvaliers becomes a maze of cold and caution. Tank engines idle in alleyways. Gunners watch from narrow angles, scanning rooftops. Infantry move between doorways in swift shadows. You walk through the square where a market once stood. The wooden stalls now empty. The cobblestones slick with melted frost. A group of French villagers gathers near the church, handing out warm bread to soldiers. An old man lights a cigarette with trembling hands, offering it to a crewman whose breath comes out in shaky bursts. Despite the fear, A fragile human warmth flickers here. The Panthers take turns rotating crews so that men can warm their hands over stoves inside houses abandoned earlier in the war. Steam rises from tin cups. Gloves dry beside fireplaces. But even in rest, their ears remain tuned to the landscape. Every creak of timber, every distant echo, every gust of wind. War teaches the difference between natural and unnatural sounds. A natural sound passes. An unnatural sound lingers. Midday arrives, but the sky remains grey. Snow piles on tank hulls, softening their sharp edges. Smoke from cooking fires mingles with exhaust. Then, a distant rumble. Not thunder, not wind. Engines. Several of them. The men stand. Cups drop into the snow. Gloves are pulled on. Helmets adjusted. The respite ends. The push against the crossroads. The crossroads lies east of the village, a bare stretch of land flanked by a low ridge on one side and a ditch on the other. The 761st positions 3 tanks along the left side, using the ridge as cover. Infantry take the ditch. A machine gun team sets up behind an overturned cart. You feel the cold bite deeper. Breath freezes faster. Snowflakes turn sharper. The enemy appears as grey silhouettes in the whiteness. First infantry, then armoured half-tracks, then 2 more Panzer IVs. Black crosses faint beneath frost. They move with caution, spread out, trained. No underestimation here. No hesitation. This is no probing force. This is a deliberate attempt to take Morvilliers back. The Black Panthers fire first. A coordinated volley. 3 tanks roaring at once. Noise rolling across the ridge like controlled thunder. The Germans scatter. Machine gun fire rattles from behind a stone wall. The ditch fills with smoke and snow. Half-tracks disgorge troops, boots crunching hard in synchronized lines. Inside one Panther tank, the commander's voice is firm. Hold your fire. Wait, wait, now. The gunner squeezes the trigger. The shell races forward, a streak of heat against frozen wind, and strikes the lead half-track. Flame bursts skyward. Snow melts in a violent hiss. Shrapnel sprays into the ridge. But the Germans keep moving. They press toward the crossroads, firing from prone positions, using pockets of terrain like seasoned veterans. This is the kind of enemy the 761st trained for. This is the kind of moment their entire journey has built toward. And they face it with the same quiet resolve. They carried through segregation, through dust, through doubt, through the ocean. The line does not break. The firefight intensifies. One enemy tank pushes aggressively toward the right flank, firing as it advances. Its shells slam into the ground near the ditch, spraying soldiers with frozen dirt. A Panther gunner adjusts his scope. Breath held. Shoulders steady. 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 The shot lands true. The enemy tank jerks. Smoke billowing from its turret joint. Tracks skidding as it grinds to a halt. Infantry cheer. Not loudly, but with a low, relieved exhale. Still, more Germans appear from the treeline. The assault is relentless. The Panthers pivot, reposition, fire again. Inside the tanks, the temperature climbs. Sweat freezing at the edges of collars. Hands red and raw. Eyes burning from smoke and strain. Outside, the wind grows harsher. Snow blows sideways. Visibility shrinks. The crossroads becomes a blur of movement and sound. Shouts. Engine growls. Weapon bursts. The metallic scream of ricochets. But the line holds. Every time the enemy pushes, they meet steel, discipline, and a quiet refusal to yield. The 761st does not break. Not today. Not here. Dusk descends on the defended road. By late afternoon, the attack dwindles, not because the Germans lack courage, but because they lack space and time. Bodies lie in the snow. Vehicles burn in slow, smoky flames. The surviving enemy troops retreat into the woods, their forms dissolving into the grey dusk. The wind softens. The snowfall lightens. An eerie calm returns to Morvilliers. You stand at the crossroads with the Panthers as they inspect damage. The tanks are pitted with dents. Some treads are chipped. A few periscopes cracked from close-range hits. But they are whole, and so are their crews. One crewman lifts his helmet and wipes his brow, steam rising in the cold. Another sits on the tank's hull, breathing deeply, fingers trembling slightly from adrenaline leaking out of his blood. Infantry share water and rations in the ditch. Someone produces a small harmonica and plays two soft notes before exhaustion cuts the melody short. The day ends the way battles often do, not with triumph, not with ceremony, but with a slow settling of truth. They held. They protected the village. They proved themselves again. The villagers emerge from hiding. A little girl offers a soldier a piece of bread. An old woman touches the side of a tank gently, as if thanking it. Night slides over the rooftops. Windows glow faint amber. A church bell, repaired with a makeshift rope, sounds once lonely and hollow, and the Black Panthers stand guard in the snow, silent watchers on the edge of a wounded world. They have earned this ground, and tomorrow they will move again. Chapter 5. The Road of Fire, pushing through the Siegfried Line. The threshold of steel. You hear it before you see it, a low, grinding hum that seems to rise from the earth itself, a kind of subterranean groan, as if the land is remembering every battle it has suffered. The Siegfried Line, a barrier of bunkers, dragon's teeth, minefields, trenches, and reinforced emplacements, a scar carved across Western Germany, designed to stop armies far larger than the 761st. The morning air is grey, the sky stretched thin like old cloth. Cold presses against your skin. Every breath feels heavier than the last. The Black Panthers stand at the edge of a small valley that leads toward the first row of concrete fortifications. Their tanks idle in a slow, uneasy rhythm. Guns point forward. Exhaust spills in slow, trembling clouds. You watch them prepare. Hands adjusting gloves. Jackets pulled tighter. Eyes narrowed at the distant shapes half buried in snow. The Siegfried Line doesn't look alive. But it is. Somewhere in those bunkers, German soldiers wait. Silent, disciplined, ready to defend the last threshold before their homeland. The radio crackles low. Commands filter through static. Snow begins to fall again. Thin flakes drifting, touching steel and melting instantly. You step closer, hearing the weight in the men's breathing. Not fear, not dread, just the knowledge that this place will require everything of them. More than skill, more than endurance, more than bravery. It will require a quiet kind of relentlessness, a refusal to stop, even when the road itself tries to break them. Crossing the dead zone. The order comes shortly after dawn. Engines roar to life. Tracks churn the snow. The column advances slowly, tanks forming a staggered line behind the lead vehicles. The valley floor is open, exposed. No trees for cover, no buildings, only winter grass bowing under the weight of frost. Halfway across, the first machine gun bursts erupt from the bunkers, sharp, rhythmic, cutting through the cold with terrifying precision. Bullets strike tank armor with metallic shrieks. Infantry dive into depressions in the earth. Snow leaps into the air with each hit. Inside the lead tank, the crew stays calm. Just 2 degrees left. Gunner ready. Fire! The cannon recoils with a violent jolt. A smoking trail cuts through the valley and slams into the first bunker. A plume of dust and shattered concrete rises. But the line responds. More guns, more flashes, more fire. The valley becomes a corridor of sound, echoing, rolling, multiplying between hills and fortifications. The Panthers move forward anyway, not fast, not reckless, just steady, the kind of steady that can move mountains. You feel the vibration in your ribs. The ground trembles with each blast. The air smells of burning metal and cold stone. The Siegfried line is awake now, fully. Dragon's teeth. As the tanks approach the first defensive layer, the landscape changes. Concrete pyramids, dragon's teeth, jut from the ground in rows like the spine of some enormous buried creature. Snow rests on them in perfect white triangles. Between them, mines lie hidden, carefully arranged in patterns only the enemy fully understands. The Panthers stop short. Engine rumble dims. Wind whistles between the strange concrete forest. Engineers rush forward. Small figures moving carefully through the teeth, probing the snow with long metal rods, marking safe paths with thin flags. You watch them work, gloved fingers trembling from cold and fear, every step measured, every breath deliberate. The tanks wait, their engines idle like beasts held on reins, and the bunkers fire again. Machine guns hissing from slits barely visible in the concrete walls. Engineers press themselves into the snow. Some don't move. Infantry lay covering fire. Bullets sparking off the teeth. Ricochets whining through the grey air. You can feel the tension stretching. The whole world narrowing into a single equation. Clear the mines. Or stay trapped forever at the threshold. Minutes pass like hours. The cold grows sharper. The wind cuts harder. Then, a signal. A path is open. Not safe. Just safer than the rest. The Panthers roll forward. Tracks weaving between the concrete spikes. Metal grinds on ice. Treads clatter over hidden stones. Engines roar in short, defiant bursts. One slip would mean destruction, but they move with discipline, with patience, with a kind of silent prayer built from months of impossible expectations. And when they finally break through the dragon's teeth, the whole battlefield seems to shift. There is no applause, no cry of triumph. Just the knowledge that they have come farther than many believed possible. Fire in the bunkers. Beyond the dragon's teeth lie the heart of the defenses, interlocking bunkers built into the hills like concrete veins. Their walls are thick, their angles precise, their machine gun nests perfectly placed to funnel death into every approach. Snow falls harder now. Wind picks up. Visibility shrinks. But the 761st pushes forward. Tank shells blow apart bunker corners, huge chunks falling like broken teeth. Infantry lob grenades into narrow embrasures. Smoke spills across the hillside. You stand behind one Panther tank as its turret fires again and again, each blast sending shudders through your chest, each recoil shaking snow from the turret roof in drifts. Inside the tank, the gunner wipes sweat from his brow. Despite the cold, the loader's hands move with mechanical confidence. The commander watches through the periscope, face taut with focus. The world outside becomes fragments, shadows running between trenches, tracer bullets slicing the air, smoke drifting like torn cloth. Then, the bunker to the right erupts from within. A plume of flame bursts upward. German soldiers spill out, arms raised, faces pale under soot. The Panthers do not fire. They hold, and the silence that follows is heavy, trembling, alive with relief. But the fight is not over. The counterattack. In mid-afternoon, when the snow thickens into sheets of white, and clouds sag low over the hills, the German counterattack begins. It comes from the east, from a shallow valley hidden behind a ridge. You feel it before you see it. The shift in the air, the sudden hush among birds, the tremble in distant ground. Then, a roar. Engines. Several German armoured vehicles crest the ridge, their silhouettes dark against the white sky. Infantry run beside them, rifles slung, helmets dusted with frost. The Panthers swivel turrets. Infantry take positions. Orders crackle through radios with urgency, but no panic. This is the moment the Siegfried Line was built for. This is the moment the 761st trained for. The two forces meet in a storm of sound. Shells arc through the snowy air, detonating with muffled thuds. Machine guns stitch the ground in long, angry lines. Smoke rolls across the valley floor. One Panther takes a hit to its side. Sparks erupt. The tank lurches, snow spraying in a wide arc. But the armor holds. It holds. Inside the tank, the crew breathes hard, steadying themselves. The gunner returns fire. Another burst of flame. Another roar. Another enemy vehicle disabled. The battlefield becomes a blur. German infantry diving for cover. Snow exploding in white plumes. Panther tanks advancing inch by inch. Through the storm of bullets. One tank pushes forward faster than the rest, commanded by a soft-spoken, relentless man, Sergeant Reuben Rivers. He sees an opening, a gap between two enemy vehicles, and takes it, turret swinging with deadly precision. The shot lands. A German tank erupts in black fire, but Rivers doesn't stop. He never does, and the gap he creates allows the Panthers to flank the enemy force. The counterattack shatters, not quickly, not easily, but completely, and when the smoke settles, the snow drifts silently over metal wreckage, as if trying to bury the memory of what happened. The line breaks. Near dusk, the last resistance collapses. A final bunker surrenders. A trench network falls silent. The valley grows still. The Siegfried Line, this section of it, has been breached. Not by luck, not by overwhelming numbers, but by persistence, by discipline, by grit, by the quiet, relentless determination of men who were never meant to be here in the first place, according to the world that raised them. You watch the Panthers roll forward, their tanks coated in soot and frost, their crewmen shivering in the sudden quiet. There is no celebration, no victory cry, just a slow, deep exhale, the kind that happens when impossible things become real. The men dismount, stretching stiff limbs, sharing water, checking each other's hands for frostbite. Some sit on the tank's hull, letting the engine warmth seep through their uniforms. Others kneel in the snow, heads bowed, not in prayer, but in exhaustion. Snow continues to fall, soft and relentless, and the Siegfried Line, that monstrous fortress of concrete and fear, lies behind them now, broken, quiet, breached by men who were not expected to make it this far, but they did, and tomorrow they will go farther still. Chapter 6: The Frozen March, Towns of Smoke and Endless Roads. The road that never ends. You feel it first through the soles of your boots, a subtle vibration running through the frozen ground, a steady pulse like the heartbeat of a giant buried beneath the snow. The Panthers are moving again. Morning barely touches the sky, just a faint smear of pale light behind thick winter clouds. The world looks washed out, as if color itself has resigned from the season. Tanks crawl forward in a long file, tracks grinding over ice, exhaust drifting in slow, ghostly ribbons. The road stretches ahead, winding, narrow, unforgiving. It passes through forests stripped bare by winter, fields pocked by craters, villages reduced to outlines of chimneys and broken beams. You walk beside them for a few moments, feeling the cold seep into your bones. It is not a sharp cold, not the kind that surprises. It is the deep, quiet cold of a landscape resigned to suffering. The men inside the tanks feel it too. Even with engines warming the metal walls, their fingers ache, their breath condenses in small clouds, their eyes sting from the dry, frigid air. But they keep moving, because the front demands it, because time is fragile, because every mile gained takes pressure off units fighting nearby, and because stopping means letting the cold become the enemy. Towns of Smoke. By mid-morning, they reach the first village of the day. It has no name anymore. The signpost was blown apart weeks ago. Houses stand roofless, walls half collapsed, as if yawning in exhaustion. A church steeple leans at an impossible angle. Bits of stained glass glitter faintly in the snow like fallen stars. Smoke rises from several buildings, thin, trembling plumes that curl into the grey sky. You step closer and smell it. Wet wood, old ash, something metallic beneath. The villagers, those who remain, emerge slowly, timidly, hands raised slightly, faces pale with suspicion and hope tangled together. Children cling to their mothers' coats. A young man pushes an elderly woman in a wheelbarrow. the wheels squeaking rhythmically. The Panthers park their tanks along the main road. Engines rumble low, a sound that vibrates through shattered windows. Crewmen dismount, not with swagger, not with spectacle, just with tired purpose, stretching legs, shaking stiffness from arms, pulling scarves tighter. Infantry spread out, checking alleys and barns. The air feels brittle with tension. One wrong move and the silence could erupt. But there is no enemy here, only survivors. A French woman approaches a tank crew with a wooden ladle and a pot of watery broth. Steam rises into the cold. She serves quietly. They thank her quietly. And for a moment, a fleeting, fragile moment, the war loosens its grip. Even the sky seems to soften. The unexpected contact. The battalion doesn't stay long. They can't. Supplies are thin. Fuel thinner. Time is the thinnest of all. Before they leave the village, a runner arrives. A young infantryman, cheeks red from cold, breath coming fast. He hands Bates a crumpled note. Enemy armor sighted ahead. Moving fast. Likely heading for a road junction 2 miles east. Bates reads it once, folds it carefully, and speaks with that quiet, steady tone that has followed the Panthers since Louisiana. We move now. Tanks roar back to life. Villagers step aside. Some wave. Some simply watch. Some cross themselves. The road east cuts through a shallow valley. Snow gathers in pockets. Wind scraping across the open ground. You can feel the tension rising. Not sharp. Not sudden. Slow. Inevitable. Like a tide. The Panthers advance, keeping distance between vehicles. Turrets swiveling in slow arcs. Then, a flash of movement on the horizon. Not a trick of the light. Not wind. Engine smoke. Dark shapes. Enemy armor. The crews tighten their grips. Breath grows shallow inside the turrets. The air vibrates with anticipation. The frozen march is over. The battle begins. Clash at the junction. The junction appears suddenly. A simple crossing of 2 narrow roads, marked by a battered signpost, leaning like an old soldier too tired to stand straight. The Germans arrive at the same moment. You see their vehicles crest a small ridge. 3 armoured cars, 2 half-tracks, a single tank moving cautiously in the center. The Panthers halt. Briefly. 1 heartbeat. Then they open fire. The sound rolls across the valley, like thunder breaking under ice. The first American shell hits the lead armoured car. It flips on its side, metal groaning, flames licking outward. The Germans respond instantly, machine guns rattling, infantry pouring out of half-tracks, spreading wide. Inside a Panther tank, the gunner inhales once, exhales slowly, adjusts his aim. The loader pushes shells into the breech with steady hands. The commander murmurs coordinates. You feel the tank vibrate as it fires again. Another hit. Another plume of fire. But the enemy tank, a Panzer IV, dark and angular, holds its ground. It fires. The shell slams into a Panther's glacis plate, sparks bursting across the snow. The armor holds. But the message is clear. This enemy is skilled. The Panthers reposition. 1 veering left. 2 holding center. another moving into a flanking approach. The junction becomes a maelstrom of smoke and snow, shouts, shell impacts, bullets stitching the frozen ground. Then, another figure emerges in the chaos. Sergeant Reuben Rivers. His tank maneuvers boldly, exposing itself just enough to bait the enemy, drawing the Panzer's aim. It works. The German tank fires at him, a direct hit on the forward track. Snow and steel explode in a blinding spray. Rivers' tank jerks, skids, stops. Smoke curls from the damaged track, but the turret still turns. Inside, the crew steadies themselves. The commander calls for fire. The gunner takes aim. One shot. Straight, clean, devastating. The Panzer shudders, stops, smoke billowing from its vents. It is over. The crossroads remains in Panther hands. The cost of endurance. When the smoke settles, the frozen valley grows quiet again. Snowflakes drift down, softening the sharp edges of wreckage. But the victory is not without cost. Rivers' tank is crippled. Others show track damage, cracked periscopes, dented plates from close-range fire. Medics rush to both sides of the road, tending to infantry who slipped on ice under heavy fire, or were struck by shrapnel ricocheting off frozen earth. The men speak little. Fatigue hangs on them like another layer of frost. They have been moving for days, with little sleep, little hot food, little warmth. Their uniforms are stiff, their boots soaked, their faces raw from wind, but they remain upright, still, present. A quiet strength radiates from them, not shouted, not worn as pride, just carried like breath. Bates walks the line, checking tank damage, touching shoulders, listening to short reports. He pauses beside Rivers' immobilized tank. Their eyes meet, a brief exchange, unspoken but heavy with respect. Rivers refuses evacuation. Not yet. Not while his tank can still fire. Not while the line needs him. Bates knows better than to argue. He simply nods. The frozen march continues. Through villages half alive. As afternoon dips toward evening, the battalion pushes onward, moving through more villages, some burnt to foundations, others broken but inhabited. In one town, a butcher shop stands half collapsed, meat hooks swaying gently in the cold wind. In another, a school sits roofless, chalkboard covered in drifted snow, lessons frozen mid-sentence. The Panthers pass through like shadows, not lingering, not disturbing, simply existing between suffering and hope. In one village, a boy of maybe 12 waves a French flag from a window, his face smudged with soot. A Panther crewman tosses him a chocolate bar. The boy's eyes widen, a small spark in an otherwise grey world. But such moments are rare. Mostly, the people watch in silence, eyes hollow, movements slow, lives suspended. You feel a weight settle in the chest, a sense that liberation is not a single moment, but a long, aching process. And the Panthers are part of that process, invisible threads of endurance, holding the front together. Night on the endless road. Darkness gathers early in winter. The world turns bluish-grey, shadows stretching long across the snow. The tanks pull into a small clearing beside a stand of bare trees. Engines wind down. Silence settles. Men climb out, breath thick in the cold, limbs stiff, faces hollow with fatigue. A small fire crackles, barely enough to warm hands, but enough to remind them of home. They sit in a circle, quiet, shoulders huddled, sharing a pot of watery soup. No one talks about the battle, or the junction, or the road ahead. They talk about little things. A song remembered from childhood, the smell of gumbo back home, the first snowfall they ever saw. Small memories, warm ones, anchors in a world of frost. One man hums a tune, soft, low, drifting. Another closes his eyes, head tilted back, letting the steam from the soup warm his face. You feel the weariness in them, bone deep, quiet, persistent. But you also feel something else, still burning beneath the layers of exhaustion. Resolve, the kind that does not fade, the kind that does not break, the kind that moves armies forward, even when the world feels frozen. Snow begins to fall again, soft, steady, endless. The night grows colder, and the Panthers sleep inside their tanks, beside small fires, under the indifferent winter sky, ready for the next road, the next village, the next test, because the war is far from over, and they are far from finished. Chapter 7. A Fire That Refuses to Go Out. The Bravery of Sergeant Rivers. The wound that would not stop him. The morning begins in silence, not the gentle silence of snowfall, but the heavy kind, the kind that follows violence and lingers in the air, like a memory that refuses to fade. You stand beside a battered Panther tank. Its hull is streaked with frozen mud, its side plate dented where shrapnel grazed it. Steam rises from the engine grills, mixing with the frost in slow, ghost-like spirals. Inside, the crew moves quietly, a metal clank, a soft cough, the muted scrape of boots against steel. In the distance, the fields are pale and endless, a winter ocean of frost and ruined farmhouses. And somewhere beneath the stillness, you feel it, the weight of a man pushing himself farther than his body wants to go. Sergeant Reuben Rivers, injured the previous day, his leg torn by shrapnel from a German anti-tank round, stands outside his tank as though nothing happened. The bandage wrapped around his thigh is clean, but the skin beneath it burns with pain. He leans slightly on his good leg, just enough for someone observant to notice, not enough for anyone to question his resolve. A medic approaches him cautiously. "You need evacuation," the man says softly, voice careful in the cold. "You shouldn't be on your feet. Not like this." Rivers doesn't argue. He doesn't raise his voice. He simply looks toward the horizon, toward the road, toward the place where the Panthers must go next, and shakes his head, not out of stubbornness, not pride, purpose. My tank stays with the line. The medic tries again, hands open, patient, but Rivers steps away, toward the turret, toward his crew, toward the work unfinished. You feel the moment tighten, quiet, sharp, inevitable. This is who he is. A soldier who sees the front not as a place to fear, but as a duty that shapes every breath. And the cold, the pain, the wound, all become small things compared to the responsibility he carries. The road to Fairforest. Orders come down from Battalion headquarters. Advance toward Fairforest Ridge. Enemy armor likely entrenched. Expect resistance. The name, Fairforest, is misleading. There is nothing fair about it. Only burned trees, frozen craters, and a ridge scarred by months of retreat and counterattack. The Panthers gather in formation. Engines growl. Exhaust billows into the pale sky. You watch Rivers climb into his tank. Each movement deliberate. Jaw clenched but eyes steady. His crew knows. They've seen the blood on his trousers. They've heard the medic's warnings. But they say nothing. Not out of fear. Out of respect. The column begins to move. Tracks grind into the frozen earth. The tanks advance slowly, methodically, like ships pushing through ice. The world around them seems stripped bare. Trees stand like charred skeletons. Farmhouses lie broken, their roofs collapsed beneath the snow. The wind carries the faint smell of gunpowder, as if the land itself remembers too much. You walk beside the lead tanks until the road narrows, forcing all movement into a single column. Somewhere ahead, beyond the white haze, the enemy waits. Rivers' voice crackles over the intercom. Calm, steady, focused. His injury doesn't touch his tone, not even slightly, and you realize the wound is not the defining element of this day. His will is. The ambush at the orchard. Just past noon, the column reaches an abandoned orchard. Rows of leafless trees standing silent under a blanket of snow. Their black branches extend like skeletal arms. The ground beneath them uneven and treacherous. The tanks slow. Infantry fan out. The air thickens. You feel it. The shift. The warning. Something is wrong. Then the first shot erupts. A German anti-tank gun, camouflaged behind a collapsed barn, fires a shell that screams through the cold and slams into the lead vehicle. The impact shakes the entire orchard. Snow bursts into the air. A tank jolts backward, treads grinding. The Panthers react instantly. Turrets swivel. Gunners adjust height. Loaders shove shells into breaches with fierce precision. But Rivers sees something the others do not. Through the drifting snow, he catches the faint glint of another gun position, farther left, half hidden behind a cluster of trees, angled perfectly to strike the column's flank. He calls it over the radio, voice sharp but controlled. Enemy piece at 10 o'clock. Second gun. Left ridge. The message cuts through the chaos, like a thread of clarity. Before Bates or the other commanders can react, Rivers pushes his tank forward, ignoring the pain, ignoring the damage to his track, ignoring the open risk. Rivers, hold position. Someone calls through static, but he doesn't, because he knows, if the second gun fires, the column will be torn apart. His tank moves into the orchard, trees scraping the hull, branches snapping against the turret. Snow swirls around the tracks. The enemy gunner sees the movement, shifts aim, fires. The shell misses by inches. slamming into a tree trunk that explodes in a spray of splinters. Rivers doesn't flinch. He orders his gunner to fire. The turret shudders. The shell streaks across the orchard and strikes the hidden gun squarely. The explosion sends smoke billowing into the white sky. The German crew scatters, shouting in panic. You feel the orchard breathe again, as if a held breath has finally been exhaled. But the ambush isn't over. The push into fire. A second wave of German infantry rushes forward from behind a stone wall. On the far side of the orchard, they carry rifles, Panzerfausts, grenades wrapped in cloth against the cold. The Panthers redirect immediately, guns firing in controlled bursts. Infantry drop into firing positions, boots slipping on frozen earth. Voices echo. Left flank. Cover that ridge. Reload. On my mark. The world becomes motion and sound and drifting snow. Inside River's tank. Heat builds despite the freezing air outside. Sweat beads on the back of his neck. Pain pulses through his leg. He bites down on it, not out of denial, but out of the simple need to keep moving. He sees another danger. A German half-track attempting to circle behind the Panthers. Its passengers readying explosives. The orchard becomes a blur as Rivers turns the tank, treads slipping on churned snow. The turret swings. The gunner takes aim. One shot. A clean hit. The half-track erupts in flame, snow melting into black slush around it. The orchard fills with smoke. Snow! Shouts. The metallic scream of ricochets. Yet through it all, you feel a strange kind of stillness in Rivers, not calm in the sense of quiet, but calm in the sense of clarity. He sees what must be done. He does it. Everything else disappears. Bates's dilemma. At the edge of the orchard, Lieutenant Colonel Paul Bates stands behind a stone fence, field glasses pressed to his eyes. He watches the battle unfold, the smoke, the flashes of fire, the movement of tanks through the trees, and he watches Rivers. He sees the shrapnel wound bleeding through the bandage. He sees the limp when Rivers briefly dismounts to adjust something on the track. He sees the exhaustion tightening the young sergeant's shoulders. He knows what command requires. Pull Rivers out. Replace him. Preserve his life. But he also knows what history demands. Men like Rivers do not appear often, and when they do, the fate of dozens can hinge on their presence. Bates's face hardens, not with coldness, but with grief for a decision already made. He radios the order. Rivers, pull back. Medical evac waiting. Static crackles. A pause. Then Rivers's reply. I can't do that, sir. My tank is holding this line. No arrogance. No drama. Just truth. Bates closes his eyes for a moment. The wind lifts the edge of his coat. Snow gathers on his shoulders. He does not repeat the order. The final advance. By late afternoon, the enemy begins to break. Their gun positions lie shattered, their infantry scattered, their half-tracks burned black in the orchard snow. The Panthers push forward, one slow, grinding yard at a time. Rivers' tank leads the final thrust, even with a damaged track, even with his leg throbbing with each vibration. He sees a group of German soldiers fleeing toward a hedgerow, where another hidden anti-tank gun waits. He moves to intercept. A last act. An essential act. But this time, the enemy fires first. The shell tears into the front of the Panther. A brutal, direct hit. The entire tank jolts. Smoke bursts from the engine deck. The turret slams violently. Inside, the crew is thrown against steel walls. Rivers hits the floor hard. The wound in his leg ripping open again. The tank grinds to a stop. For a moment, everything is quiet. Too quiet. Then Rivers forces himself upright, pulling on a handrail, breathing in shallow, painful gasps. He orders his crew to bail out. They do. He stays. Not because he thinks he can fight. Not because he imagines survival. But because he refuses to let the second gun fire on the rest of the Panthers. He radios one final warning. Gun at the hedge. Left side. Take it out. Now. His voice is strained, but steady. The Panthers act instantly. Multiple tanks fire at once. The anti-tank gun disappears in a violent burst. The enemy crew scatters into the snow. The line is safe. Rivers made sure of it. A quiet aftermath. When the battlefield finally settles, snow drifts over the orchard, as though trying to erase the violence. Medics rush forward. Infantry move cautiously through the smoke. Rivers is found beside his tank, half sitting, half collapsed, leaning against the hull. His breath is faint, his eyes half open. He has no dramatic last words, no speech, only a slow exhale, visible in the cold for a moment, before fading. The men around him lower their heads, not loudly, not ceremoniously, just quietly, the way respect should sound. Bates stands a few steps away, jaw tight, hands in fists inside his gloves. He knows what Rivers accomplished. He knows what it cost. He also knows the war will demand more from the battalion tomorrow. But for a moment, just a moment, the battlefield seems to pause. The snow falls softly. The orchard breathes. And a single truth settles into the cold air. Some fires go out. Others burn forever. Rivers was the latter. Chapter 8. The Winter Push. Towns taken, towns lost. The road after loss. The morning after the orchard feels heavier than any morning before it. Not because of the cold, though it bites deeper today. A sharp, lingering cold that slips beneath scarves and gloves. Not even because the tanks look battered, coated in soot and frost, but because one seat in the battalion's formation remains empty. You feel it the moment the engines start, a hollow space in the rhythm, a missing note in the low mechanical hum that has carried the Panthers across miles of frozen ground. The men do not speak about Sergeant Rivers. Not directly. Not yet. Grief in war is a private thing, held close, kept quiet, folded into the movements of the day. They honor him not with words, but with the way they climb into their tanks, the way they check every shell, every lever, every bolt, exact, precise, unbroken. Lieutenant Colonel Bates watches from the roadside, hands behind his back, coat stiffened by a night of frost. His gaze moves across the column, slow, deliberate, and when he reaches the place where River's tank should be, he lingers for a moment. Not long, just long enough. Then he gives the order to move out. The engines rise in a low, unified growl. Snow scatters beneath the tracks. The Panthers roll forward into another day of winter, another stretch of road, another test of endurance. The war does not pause for morning, but the men carry him with them, all the same. The town of blackened brick. By mid-morning the battalion reaches a place, marked on maps only as a dot with a faded name, Saint Hilaire. The tanks crest a ridge, and the village appears in a shallow valley below, a cluster of blackened brick, chimneys toppled, doors swinging from broken hinges. Smoke still rises from one corner of town, thin and grey, not new, not fresh, the last breath of a fire that burned days ago. You can smell it before the wind shifts. Charcoal, wet timber, something sharper beneath, the echo of destruction lingering in the air. Infantry approach first, boots crunching on frost, rifles steady. The tanks hold position, their turrets swiveling in slow arcs, watching windows, alleys, shadows. Saint Hilaire is empty. Furniture lies abandoned in the street. A bicycle lies bent beside a well. Frozen laundry hangs on a line, shirts stiff as wooden boards. You step into the square, where a fountain once stood. Now the basin is full of ice, cracked in a spiderweb of fractures. War has taken nearly everything here, except the cold. The Panthers advance cautiously. The town may be deserted, but the land beyond it is not. And as they move through the rubble, the radio crackles. Movement east of the ridge, possibly armoured. The rest doesn't need to be said. Saint Hilaire is not a destination. It is a threshold. Another town waits ahead. Another road. Another fight. The ridge of drifting smoke. The ridge to the east rises like the spine of some ancient creature, its slopes covered in slabs of frozen mud, and the blackened stumps of trees. Wind cuts across the crest with a sharp, steady rhythm. Snow drifts sideways, making the sky look like a shifting tapestry of white and grey. You watch the Panthers climb in staggered formation, their tracks chewing into the slopes. Infantry trails closely, heads down against the wind. Halfway up the ridge, the first shell hits. It lands short, a burst of dirt and snow that sprays into the air. Harmless but deafening. Another follows, closer, and then a third, directly behind the last tank in the column. The ground shakes. Snow cascades down the slope. The men grit their teeth, grip their weapons tighter, push forward. On the crest, the Germans wait, silhouettes behind rows of rocks, machine guns set against tripods, mortars tucked into makeshift pits. It is not a full defensive line, not a fortress, just a determined group, trying to slow the inevitable advance. The Panthers crest the ridge, turrets turning like watchful eyes. Bates gives a short, clipped order. Push them back, and the valley below erupts. The tanks open fire, the blasts echoing across the hills. Infantry spread along the crest, rifles cracking in precise rhythm. Machine gun tracers stitch the ridge. Mortar tubes belch smoke. Snow and dirt leap into the air with every impact. You see enemy soldiers dive behind rocks, shifting positions in desperate zigzags. Their breath fogs in the cold, vanishing instantly. The Panthers advance slowly, methodically, shells slamming into enemy cover. With measured cadence, the ridge becomes a veil of drifting smoke and shattered stone. After 20 minutes, the enemy breaks, slipping back toward a forest line, shadows melting into shadows. The ridge belongs to the Panthers, but the day does not yield. The town that fights back. Beyond the ridge lies another village, Villers-en-Bas, a place larger than St. Hilaire, its church still standing, its rooftops intact beneath layers of snow. But something feels wrong as the battalion approaches. Doors are shut, windows shuttered. No figures move in the streets, not even the stray dogs that roam so many abandoned towns. The Panthers halt at the outskirts. Infantry creep forward. The air grows still, too still, and then a shot rings out from a second-story window. A single bullet, precise, deliberate. A soldier drops, cry absorbed by the wind. The silence shatters. From attics, from barns, from alleys, German soldiers rise, a hidden force left behind to slow the Allied advance. The Panthers fire smoke rounds, white clouds billowing between houses. Infantry dive for cover, moving in pairs, advancing one wall at a time. Inside the tanks, the crews work by instinct. Elevation 2 degrees. Loader ready. On target. Fire. Shells slam into reinforced doorways. Stone cracks. Timbers splinter. Enemy fire pours from windows. Bullets ricocheting off tank armor. In sparks that look like tiny fireworks, the town fights back, with the desperation of those who know retreat is no longer an option. You follow the Panthers as they push down the main road, snow swirling around them. One tank takes a hit to the side. A Panzerfaust fired from behind a broken cart. The hull dents, but the armor holds. Infantry surge forward, neutralizing the position, block by block, street by street. Villers-en-Bas becomes a maze of cold and smoke. Finally, as dusk turns the sky to iron, the remaining defenders slip away through a narrow forest trail. The village stands quiet, but not grateful, not relieved, only empty, as though exhaling the last breath from a long, agonizing day. Rooms without people. After the fighting, the Panthers bivouac inside the village for the night. They set up in barns, stables, abandoned living rooms where chairs still sit askew. From hurried departures, you enter a house with them, a small place, with low beams and windows rimmed with frost. A pot sits on the stove, soup frozen inside it. A coat lies crumpled near the hearth. A toy carriage rests on the floor, one wheel broken. These small details weigh more than gunfire. They remind the men that every advance passes through the remnants of someone's life. Some sit on crates, warming their hands near a small fire. Others remove boots, revealing socks stiff with ice. One man finds a journal in a drawer near the bed. He reads a few lines, not aloud, but silently, then closes it gently, placing it back where it was. War is loud, but grief is quiet, and the quiet fills the room, like a cold fog. A night of endless snow. Outside, the snow begins again, thick, heavy, relentless. It blankets the wreckage. It softens the footprints. It turns the village white, as if trying to erase the day. The tanks are parked in a row beside the church, their silhouettes black against the falling snow. Engines tick softly as they cool. Men sleep sitting up, wrapped in blankets, backs against walls. Some talk in murmurs, words floating like faint smoke. Others lie awake, eyes open, listening to the wind claw at the shutters. The cold deepens, squeezing into bones, curling around the edges of dreams. And somewhere in the silence, you feel the ache of those who are missing, the ones who should be here, but aren't. Rivers is one of them, but there are others too. Names not etched in history books, faces the world will never know. The Panthers carry them quietly, each memory held in the spaces, between breaths and footsteps. The snow keeps falling. The night grows heavier. Sleep comes like a thin, fragile gift. Tomorrow, another town awaits. Another ridge. Another long, frozen push. Because the war has not finished with them, and they have not finished with the war. Chapter 9. The Final Push, toward liberation and the end of the long winter. Dawn on the edge of change. The next morning arrives without color. A pale, muted light glows behind thick clouds, barely enough to reveal the broken rooftops, and the worn tracks carved into the snow. Frost clings to shingles, to door frames, to tank hulls stiffened by another night without warmth. You stand beside the Panthers, as they prepare to move again. Bootsteps echo softly between houses. Engines cough awake, then settle into their familiar low growl. The men look tired in a way that exists only in war, a weariness not of the body alone, but of the soul. Yet their movements remain sharp, trained, certain. They tidy their gear, tighten straps, wipe frost from periscopes, with small, efficient motions. Some exchange glances, not smiles, not words, just the quiet understanding that they are close now, close to something shifting, close to something turning, close to a moment that has been building. Since the day they stepped off the train in Louisiana, Bates walks the line, checking each crew, his breath rising in thin white clouds. Today's objective is simple on paper, and brutally difficult in reality. Advance through 3 villages, hold the final ridge, break open the road to the border. This is the last wall of winter, the last barrier before the front lines begin to crumble outward, and the Panthers stand at its threshold. The village of shattered light. The first village on the map is called Beaulieu, a name that once meant beautiful place. War has carved that beauty away. As the battalion approaches, the sun pushes faint gold through the clouds, lighting the ruined houses, as though trying to restore something. The world is not ready to give back. Tanks move cautiously through the narrow lanes. Infantry follows in their wake, eyes scanning windows. for the slightest flicker of movement. The snow here is deep, dunes rising against doorways, street signs half buried. Smoke hangs low near the rooftops, making the town feel like a dream abandoned mid-sentence. You hear a distant dog bark, somewhere behind a collapsed barn. Its voice carries through the cold, like a question no one can answer. The Panthers find no enemy here, only silence, and the desolate residue of a place that has endured too much. A pot sits frozen on a doorstep. A child's boot rests beneath a broken window. A stack of firewood stands neatly arranged beside a house that no longer has a roof. The men feel the weight of the place as they pass through. You see it in how they walk, slower, careful not to disturb what remains. At the far end of the village, a windmill stands crooked. Its blades turn slightly in the breeze, creaking, as if insisting the world must move forward, whether it is ready or not. And the Panthers do. A river of ice and iron. Beyond Beaulieu lies an open stretch of fields, cut by a small river, its surface frozen in layers of glass-like ice. Radio reports warn of mines. On the far bank, enemy infantry hidden in trenches that weave through the snow like buried scars. Bates orders a halt. Engineers move forward, boots crunching in rhythm, poles tapping the ground almost musically. The river groans under thin sheets of ice as they approach. The sound is eerie, like the land itself murmuring. The Panthers wait. Engines rumble, treads steaming in the cold air. You feel the tension rise, but not in a chaotic way. It rises slowly, like water filling a basin. Then a signal. The crossing is clear. The tanks move one by one, tracks pressing cautiously against the frozen river surface. Ice fractures beneath their weight, but holds. Across the river, the world changes. The snow is deeper, the wind harsher, the sky more severe. In the distance, small flashes spark along the ridge. Enemy fire, testing the Panthers' approach. Infantry take cover. Machine guns rattle from the far bank. Tracers flicker across the pale horizon. The Panthers answer with calm precision. Shells arc through the cold sky, landing with muffled impacts that send plumes of snow billowing. The firefight lasts 10 minutes, maybe less, maybe more. Time stretches in combat, elastic and unreliable. When it ends, the ridge falls quiet. The road ahead opens, but the hardest part still waits deeper in the winter. The battle for Mont d'Aube. The second village, Mont d'Aube, sits atop a low rise, surrounded by hedgerows and narrow lanes that twist like frozen veins. Enemy forces are dug in here, determined to hold the high ground. The Panthers approach from the west, using the hedges as cover. The first shots ring out. As soon as the lead tank rounds the bend, machine gun bursts tear through branches. Mortars thud into the snow. Small arms fire echoes between stone walls. The Panthers push forward, carefully, silently, their turrets scanning every rooftop. Inside one tank, the crew's breath fogs the interior, dripping down the steel walls. In narrow lines, the loader wipes frost from shells. before slotting them into the breach. The commander gives short, controlled orders. Left alley. Building with the green shutters. On my mark. The gunner fires. The old stone house shudders. Dust and snow exploding outward. Infantry sweep through the street, moving cautiously, boots slipping on compacted ice. Then a sudden burst of fire. From behind a stone well. An enemy squad. Hidden. Disciplined. Waiting. The Panthers pivot. A single blast clears the position. The air fills with smoke and frost. Snowflakes spiral through the haze. Like drifting fireflies. The village yields block by block. Its defenders retreating toward the far ridge. But the Panthers do not pursue recklessly. They move with the patience of men who know the terrain is as dangerous as the bullets. After an hour, Mont d'Aube is secured. Infantry gather near the well, sharing water, catching their breath. A French farmer emerges from a cellar, face hollow but eyes bright with gratitude. He whispers a single line in cracked English. "Merci. You keep us alive." The men nod softly. Then the battalion moves again. The last ridge of winter. The final objective of the day appears as a jagged line of dark trees against the winter sky. The ridge is steep, its sides covered in ice, its crest fortified with trenches and guns. If the Panthers take this ridge, the road to the border opens. If they fail, the entire front line slows. The snow thickens as they approach. Big flakes, heavy flakes, flakes that blur vision and dampen sound. The world feels muffled, wrapped in winter's indifferent embrace. Halfway up the slope, enemy artillery begins to fall. Shells burst in deep, bone-shaking thuds. Trees snap. Earth churns. Snow explodes into towering clouds. The Panthers respond, advancing in staggered formation. Guns firing rhythmically, each shot measured. Inside the tanks, the temperature rises quickly. Sweat and frost mix on helmets. Breath fogs the viewports. Infantry crawl through icy depressions. Rifles tucked close. Faces roar from wind. The ridge becomes a white-gray blur of motion. Shadows running. Flashes of fire. Smoke drifting like torn cloth. Then the decisive moment arrives. A German anti-tank gun, hidden beneath a fallen tree, fires around. That narrowly misses the lead Panther. The crew pivots instantly. The gunner fires. The shot finds the target. The explosion sends a wave of heat, rolling through the snow. The momentum shifts. Bates gives a final order. Advance. Finish it. The Panthers surge forward. Treads grinding ice to powder. Turrets firing in disciplined bursts. Enemy trenches collapse. Machine gun nests fall silent. Infantry surrender. The ridge is theirs. And winter, for the first time in weeks, feels like it loosens its grip. The border in sight. From the crest, the landscape opens into a wide, snow-covered plain. In the distance, thin rivers wind through valleys. Towns dot the horizon, their rooftops glowing faintly. In the late afternoon light, somewhere beyond those hills, lies the border, a new front, a new chapter. But for a moment, the Panthers simply stand on the ridge, tanks cooling, breath rising in white clouds, faces lifted toward a sky that looks almost like spring. Not yet, not soon, but closer, much closer. You can feel it too, a subtle shift in the air, as though the world itself is exhaling after holding its breath for too long. The men say little, but in their silence, you hear everything: the exhaustion, the pride, the weight of losses carried, the quiet fire that keeps them moving. The ridge behind them is a scar. The road ahead is a promise. And for the first time in weeks, the snow doesn't feel hostile. It feels like a blanket laid gently across a wounded land. Epilogue: the long echo of a winter road. You return to the clearing where the story began. Not the real clearing, not the frozen Belgian forest, or the shattered towns, or the orchard where courage burned so quietly, but the clearing memory makes, when it wants to honor something. The air here is different, softer. War's breath no longer lingers. A wind moves gently through the trees, rustling branches with a calm that feels nearly impossible. After everything you've witnessed, you stand where the Panthers once stood, men young and old, tired and unyielding, ready for whatever winter demanded of them. But now there is no rumble of engines, no smell of oil or gunpowder, only the light sound of wind and the faint crackle of leaves underfoot. Time has lifted the weight of battle from this imagined place, yet its echoes remain, not loud, not haunting, just present, a low vibration in the ground, a whisper in the tree-line, a reminder of the path they carved through a world that doubted them, until doubt had no ground left to stand on. You imagine the tanks, not the machines of war, but the homes they became, small metal rooms, where breath condensed on the walls, where hands were burned on engine blocks, where food was scarce, sleep rarer, fear constant. You imagine the voices inside those turrets, the quiet jokes, the whispered prayers, the steady counting of shells loaded and shells fired, the moments of silence that felt longer than any night. And you imagine the men walking on roads no map could prepare them for, roads of ice and broken houses, roads of frozen rivers and thick forests, roads where something inside them had to remain warm, even when the world around them felt unbearably cold. More than 80 years have passed. The towns they fought in have been rebuilt. The fields have grown quiet again. Children now play where trenches once carved through the earth. The forests have healed, wood by wood, branch by branch. But the Panther's path remains, not in statues, though some exist, not in textbooks, though some tell their story. It remains in something quieter, a change in the air, a shift in the soil, a slow recognition that courage can be forged in silence, that dignity can endure frost and fire, that strength sometimes appears in the lives the world expected the least from. You think about Sergeant Rivers, not in the way a monument might, cold, carved, heroic, but in the way a human heart does, softly, with a tug of grief and gratitude, with a sense of loss, and a sense of awe. You picture him standing in that orchard, injured, breathing hard, snow clinging to his uniform, refusing to step back, because stepping back would let someone else fall. History remembers him as a hero, but heroism, when it happens, never feels that way. It feels like necessity, duty, a quiet certainty that doing what is right cannot wait for safe conditions. You think about Bates too, the commander who saw his men clearly, who trusted them when the world would not, who carried the weight of their successes and their losses in equal measure. Leadership is often loud in movies, but in reality, it is quieter, a steady hand on a shoulder, a patient word, a silent acknowledgement that trust is a responsibility, heavier than any weapon. You take a slow breath. The clearing grows dimmer as clouds weave across the sky. Light softens, shadows stretch, everything feels like it is preparing to rest. And in this quiet, you feel something shift inside you, a recognition that stories like this are not meant to rouse or thrill, but to settle into the mind, like a slow-falling snow, layer upon layer, until they become part of the landscape within. Maybe that is why you came here, not to witness heroics, but to witness endurance, not to stand in awe, but to stand in humility before the lives that reshaped a winter front and a country that had not yet learned to give them the respect they had always deserved. A breeze moves through the clearing again. You feel it brush your cheek, like the soft turning of a page. Somewhere far away, a bird calls once and falls silent. You look toward the horizon, a pale line between earth and sky, and you sense the long road they traveled, stretching out in front of you too. Not the road of war, but the road of memory, a road that continues as long as someone walks it with quiet steps and listens to what still echoes there. The light fades, the air cools, even the trees seem to rest, and when you finally turn to leave, you carry something with you, not a burden, not a sadness, but a kind of stillness, a recognition of what strength looks like when it moves through the world, without shouting, a strength like theirs, a strength that does not need to be loud, to be unforgettable. The fire that stayed quiet. The road from the Ardennes is empty now. Snow softens the tire tracks that once carried thunder. The forests are still, the same trees that once bent under shellfire now holding only wind and birdsong. You stand in the silence that follows courage, the kind that doesn't announce itself, but lingers in the air long after the noise is gone. The men of the 761st fought their war in two directions: forward, against the enemy, and backward, against the disbelief that followed them from home. They were told they could not lead, and so they led. They were told they could not fight, and so they fought until the world ran out of doubt. They were told they would never be remembered, and yet, here you are, remembering. You walk along a field somewhere in Belgium, the snow shallow, the horizon wide. Under the earth, metal still sleeps, rusted treads, broken shells, pieces of history the soil has learned to cradle. A boot buckle, a piece of dog tag, an echo of their laughter in the bitter cold. The air tastes faintly of iron and smoke, but beneath it lies something softer, pride. Sergeant Reuben Rivers is gone, but the steadiness he carried remains. His tank was hit. He was ordered to fall back. He refused. He fought on, his leg shattered, his will intact, leading his men through the fog until the line held. He did not survive the day, but the day survived because of him, and that, perhaps, is how history is really written, not in ink or medals, but in choices made when no one is watching. The 761st kept moving after him, from the Battle of the Bulge to the gates of Germany, their red-bordered panther patch glinting against the snow. They liberated towns that didn't know their names and freed prisoners who had never seen men who looked like them. They kept their heads high even when some of those they rescued looked at them with the same prejudice they had endured all their lives. Because heroism does not wait for permission. It simply does what must be done. You can picture them now. The crew inside the Sherman tank, cramped and sweating, engines growling beneath their boots. The gunner whispering range adjustments through the headset. The driver gripping the controls until his knuckles burn. The commander's voice steady over the static, calm as prayer. Outside, the white fields of Europe stretch like an unwritten page. Inside, the story is already being written. In steel, in breath, in resolve. When the war ended, they returned to a country that celebrated victory but not equality. No parades. No fanfare. Just long roads and quiet homes that did not yet understand the price of their freedom. But they carried their pride differently. Not as anger, but as truth. Because they knew that what they had done could not be undone by ignorance. They had proved something larger than war. They had proved themselves to the world, and more importantly, to themselves. Years later, the recognition came. Late, partial, but real. Awards. Medals. Words like valor and honor, finally spoken aloud. But none of those things could match the weight of what they had already known on the battlefield. That courage, once shown, never fades. It becomes part of the landscape, part of the wind that moves through these quiet fields, part of the story that refuses to stop being told. You look across the snow again. The sun is low, gold on white, soft as forgiveness. You imagine them walking here, helmets off, smiling, exhausted. Men whose strength was never measured by hate, but by restraint. Men who carried 2 wars and still found room for dignity. Men who stood against cold, steel, and injustice, and somehow remained human through it all. You breathe in. The air is sharp, honest, clean. You exhale, and for a moment, it feels like your breath joins theirs, a small tribute carried upward into the still sky. The sound of engines returns only in memory, the hum that once divided the world now fading into peace. The tanks slow, their engines cool, and the night stretches open around you, wide, deep, and strangely calm. In that vast quiet, the air begins to change. You feel wind brushing past, light as a whisper. Somewhere ahead, wings glide without lights, without sound, without fear. Let yourself drift upward. The night belongs to them now. Part 5. Night Witches. The women who flew in darkness. The language of flight here is not words, but glances, gestures, breath held and released. There is no chatter, no bravado, only the rhythm of hands preparing for another night's work, loading flares, checking ropes, whispering numbers. They are the Naktheksen, the Night Witches, women of the 588th Night Bomber Regiment of the Soviet Air Force. The wind carries a thread of frost. You're standing at the edge of a field that isn't quite dark and isn't quite dawn, a thin blue hour where the sky forgets its color. Grass beads with silver breath. Somewhere far off, a river moves like a whispered thought. The air smells of cold oil and canvas, of damp earth and the patient weight of winter. The shapes in front of you are small. Wooden ribs, fabric skins, wings that look like pages torn from a book and stitched back together. Their struts glow dully in the half-light. You lay a hand on one and feel the hush of a sleeping bird. Timber cool as a church pew, metal fittings that hold the memory of night. Wind slides under the cloth and the cloth replies. A soft pulse like a held note. You listen. No engines yet. Only the ticking of cooled cylinders contracting, the tiny creak of rope and rib, the slow rhythm of your own breathing. Above you, clouds drift like smoke faded to ash. The horizon is a seam, needle-fine, threading east to west. Somewhere beyond it, men are drawing lines on maps they will never touch. Somewhere beneath it, roads hold the straight backs of soldiers who have forgotten their first names. Here, on this margin of field and sky, the war becomes a quieter animal. You taste iron at the back of your mouth, the taste of keys and coins, of tools, of a spanner biting home. You taste the air's thin glass, the way winter turns breath into a visible truth. Your gloves carry the smell of fuel, warm and sharp, a promise that will not be loud for long. The wind is restless but gentle, brushing the grass as if turning pages it wants to remember. A moth kisses the lamp glass and vanishes. Somewhere, a dog barks once and then thinks better of it. The night isn't empty. It's thick with unlit intentions. Footsteps move softly over wood planks. Measured, unhurried, practiced. A match invents a face and then lets it fall back into shadow. Canvas rustles. A harness buckle taps a brief, metallic syllable. The earth receives a heel and gives it back. You imagine the path the planes will take. A long, patient climb into the dark, engines paired to a whisper, then a glide, as if the sky were a lake and the wings were skates, writing names the world will never read. The field is a stage for small miracles. A hand finds a knot by feel alone. A scarf is tied with the care of a letter sealed at the edge. A map folds to the size of a palm. No applause. No spotlight. Just the steady discipline of those who have learned to make almost nothing into enough. The wood will flex. The cloth will sing. The air will make a narrow road where no road should be. And the night will let them pass, because the night understands quiet. You stand still and let your eyes learn to see in shades of graphite. The barn becomes a low hill. The hill becomes a shoulder. The shoulder becomes a wing. The horizon leans forward, listening. Somewhere ahead, towns are sleeping with their mouths open, chimneys breathing, windows shuttered against the idea of grief. Somewhere ahead, trains are counting their axles in their sleep. Somewhere ahead, a bell is waiting for a hand that will never touch it. The first cough of an engine is not a sound so much as the memory of one, a curled, tentative breath that tests the cold, and the cold agrees. Then another. Then silence again, like a thought reconsidered. The propeller turns the air into water and the water into thread, and thread, pulled taut, can carry a great weight if you trust it. Trust is the trick here. Trust the wood, the cloth, the mathematics of lift written in a barely audible script. Trust the night to hold you when you lift your feet from the ground. You can feel the future condensing, bead by bead, along the wing's leading edge. You can feel the way names become call signs, and call signs become the kind of truth that doesn't require a voice. A hand squeezes another hand once. The ritual is a small one and therefore strong. Knuckles tap a fuselage twice. Not superstition, exactly, but a greeting. You look up. The stars are careful tonight. Not too many, not too bright, as if they've dimmed themselves out of respect. Chapter 1. Wings of Dust and Frost. The steppe at night. The steppe is endless, but the night makes it small. A black sea of grass, broken only by the pale ribs of birch trees and the ghostly glint of frost. The moon is a faint coin, half spent. Wind slides across the plain in long, careful sighs. Somewhere, a fox stops and listens. A silence so deep it feels like the earth itself is holding its breath. You're standing near a rough strip of frozen ground, too narrow to be called a runway. Its edges are marked by lamps hidden under tin cups, their light leaking sideways, dim and secretive. Beyond them, shadowed silhouettes of biplanes sit crouched, Polikarpov P2s, patched and scarred, each one a fragile miracle of cloth and wood. They look less like machines and more like relics of flight's first dream. The pilots are young, younger than their war. 19, maybe 20. Their faces are pale ovals under wool caps, cheeks chapped by the wind. They move with quiet purpose, like people who've forgotten how to be afraid. One adjusts her gloves with the same care another might fold a prayer. Another runs her fingers over the wooden frame, tracing bullet scars as if reading Braille. They speak softly, barely above the wind. They are the Nachtthexen, the night witches. Their name was given by the Germans who feared them, because when the engines cut and the planes glided low, the sound they made was like a broom through the dark. Soft, swift, death carried by air and silence. Machines made of memory. Each P2 is a contradiction. Too slow to race a storm, too fragile to fight a dogfight, yet perfectly tuned for the night's invisible war. Wings of linen stretched over wood. A cockpit open to the cold. No radio, no armor, no luxuries, not even parachutes in the early days. Just a map, a compass, a bomb rack bolted to the side, and trust in one another. The engines cough awake one by one, small radial hearts stuttering against the frost. Flames lick briefly from the exhaust, orange and fleeting. The air tastes of fuel and winter. Ground crews, many of them women too, move like ghosts, tightening straps, checking gauges, then stepping back with a nod that says more than words. A pilot pulls her scarf tighter. Another adjusts her goggles. The planes begin to move, thin wheels bumping over ruts and snowdrifts. You can hear the creak of wood, the shuffle of boots, the thin hum that grows into a pulse. One by one, they take to the air. Short runs, brief climbs, like birds startled from the same branch. The sky accepts them reluctantly. Engines drone low, their sound dissolving into the night. Then, nothing. The silence that follows is the truest sound of their mission. Once near the target, they cut their engines and glide. Through starlight, through fear, through the thin cold skin of the world. Below them, sleeping soldiers, glowing cigarettes, the geometry of war. Tents, trucks, fuel depots, bridges. Above them, only stars, merciless and still. The bombs they carry are small, but precision makes them deadly. 2 or 3 per run. Over and over, night after night. More than 30,000 missions before the war ends. Wood and cloth against iron and fire, and somehow the cloth endures. The weight of air. From below, the German sentries hear a whisper, a soft hiss of canvas, a murmur like air drawn through teeth. They look up into nothing. Then the first explosion. Then another. The witches have passed. By the time the lights flash, the sky is empty again. Fear spreads faster than shrapnel. They say the witches see in the dark, that their eyes glow, that they can fly without sound because they ride the wind itself. Superstition blooms where logic fails, and logic fails often in war. But the truth is simpler and more haunting. They have no radar, no night vision instruments, just courage, discipline, and memory. They fly by the map written in their minds, by the faint glimmer of rivers and roads, by intuition honed through exhaustion. When their planes return, the dawn is often grey and brittle. Their hands are too cold to unclasp from the controls. The frost on their goggles forms tiny galaxies. The oil on their gloves freezes in streaks like veins of black glass. They land one by one, wheels biting the frozen soil. Mechanics run to meet them, guiding them home through the fog. Some smile, some don't. There's no time for celebration. The next sortie waits. They will sleep in the barracks for a few hours. Wooden bunks, wool blankets that never quite lose the smell of smoke and fuel. They will eat bread hard as frost, drink tea that tastes faintly of metal. Then they will rise again. And when night falls, the same ritual begins anew. Load, check, fly, glide. A routine so precise it becomes prayer. Letters never sent. In a corner of the airfield, there's a wooden crate filled with letters that will never be mailed. Some written to parents in faraway villages, some to lovers who will never read them, some to no one in particular. Just paper absorbing the things that must be said to survive. One letter reads, "We fly low because we must. We are close enough to see faces before the bombs fall, but far enough to become ghosts before the dust rises." Another, shorter still, "If I do not return, tell the sky I was not afraid of it." You can imagine their handwriting, small, steady, practical, ink smudged by wind, by trembling fingers, by snow that found its way through canvas seams. The paper smells faintly of grease and candle soot. It belongs more to the air than to the ground. When the regiment is awarded the title Guards, it comes with new respect, new attention. But the women remain the same, overworked, underfed, and unyielding. They repair their own aircraft, drag bombs through mud, and fly without complaint. They do not chase glory. They chase completion, of the night, of the mission, of survival. And when they return, it is never with celebration, but with a quiet relief that hums through the camp like a shared heartbeat. The night thickens. The engines sleep again. Snow begins to fall, slow, patient, like ashes returning home. Somewhere in the dark, a pilot writes in her notebook, "The stars are kind tonight. They look like landing lights." The paper bends under her pen. The ink bleeds slightly at the edge. She closes it, tucks it into her pocket, and lies down with her boots still on. Outside, the wind shifts, a soft sigh over wings of dust and frost. Tomorrow, the sky will call again, and they will answer. Chapter 2. The Training of Shadows. Where courage is measured in silence. You begin not in the air, but in a place that smells of kerosene, sweat, and chalk. The year is 1941. The Soviet Union bleeds at its borders. Villages burn like lanterns turned inside out. The world is unraveling, thread by thread, and in a small corner of it, near Engels, a group of young women report for duty. They come from cities and farms, schools and theaters, hospitals and factories. Some are students who once recited Pushkin, others drove tractors or worked in post offices. Many have never seen a cockpit up close. Yet each carries the same fire behind her ribs, that stubborn belief that even in ruin there is work to be done. They arrive carrying suitcases of modest dreams, worn gloves, a notebook, a photograph, sometimes a single bar of soap wrapped in paper. They expect hardship. They do not expect to be laughed at. But the men who meet them at the gates of the training camp grin like it's a cruel joke. "Little girls," someone mutters. "They'll last a week." They do not last a week. They last the war. The making of pilots. The camp sits on the flat belly of the steppe. Wooden huts, a hangar that groans in the wind, and endless cold. The air bites even at noon. Inside, the walls are thin, plastered with frost. The women learn quickly, not because it's easy, but because failure is unthinkable. They march, they drill, they take apart engines until their fingers split. They study navigation by candlelight, tracing routes across maps that tremble in the draft. They sleep 4 hours a night, sometimes less. When the alarm sounds, they rise like a single breath. Flying is both science and faith. They learn the weight of wings, the pull of gravity's hand, the thin mercy of lift. They practice takeoffs until their bodies remember what their minds cannot. They fly per, 2 trainers that shudder in crosswinds, landing on strips so short they feel like afterthoughts. And always, the wind. It roars in their ears, bites their skin raw, fills their mouths with a taste of distance. At first, some cry in the cold. Then they stop crying. The tears freeze before they fall anyway. They learn to fix what breaks, to sew torn fabric, patch bullet holes, tighten cables with their bare hands. They become mechanics, engineers, navigators, leaders. No one calls them little girls anymore. Marina's compass. One of them, Marina Raskova, had already made her name in the sky. A record-setting aviator, a hero of the Soviet Union, she was called the Soviet Amelia Earhart. But she did not stay in safety. When war came, she went to Stalin himself, demanding permission to form an all-female regiment. She spoke quietly, but with iron in her words. 3 regiments were born from her petition: the 586th Fighters, the 587th Bombers, and the 588th, the Night Witches. Raskova was their compass. Her voice carried through the barracks, calm and deliberate. She taught them that precision was courage, that discipline was freedom. When they faltered, she reminded them, the air does not forgive arrogance. It listens only to respect. She trained them not just to fly, but to listen, to the machine, to the wind, to themselves. Many worshipped her. Some feared her. All followed her. But even the compass can be lost. In 1943, Raskova's plane crashed in bad weather. She died as she lived, in the air. When her coffin was carried through Moscow, tens of thousands lined the streets. The Night Witches flew overhead in formation, their engines low and grieving. From that day on, every takeoff was a silent salute. Between earth and sky. Training ends not with a ceremony, but with a storm. Snow falls in sheets so thick it erases the world. The airfield disappears under white silence. Yet the order comes: deploy to the front. Engines struggle awake. The women pack what they can: letters, scarves, a handful of bread, and climb aboard trucks that lurch through the snow. Their breath fogs the windows. The sky above them glows faintly with artillery flashes, distant and unreal. They reach their new base near the front lines, a clearing carved out of frozen soil, ringed by skeletal trees. No hangars, no lights, just frost, canvas, and determination. They dig their own shelters, build their own huts, clear the field of stones by hand. The first night, the wind howls through the cracks like an animal searching for warmth. The cold is a teacher too, cruel but honest. It strips away everything unnecessary. The next evening, they take off for their first mission. Engines whining, wings trembling, hearts steady. From now on, their classroom is the night itself. Lessons the sky keeps. There are things no manual teaches. How to tell distance by the shape of shadows. How to fly low enough to feel the heat of enemy searchlights on your face. How to listen to your navigator's breath to know when she's afraid. They learn these lessons in silence. One flight ends with an engine stalling midair. The pilot glides over black forest, praying the trees will part just enough. They don't. Another lands short of the field, the plane tipping nose first into snow, soft as a shroud. They dig the wreck out with numb hands, laughing so they won't cry. Loss becomes a language, and they speak it fluently, but so does endurance. When a comrade doesn't return, someone hangs her scarf on the barracks wall. When the mission list grows thin, they volunteer before being asked. Each name scratched off is replaced by another who steps forward. The regiment begins to build a legend, not from victories, but from persistence. They are invisible by day, relentless by night. Their enemies curse them, invent stories to explain them, and in doing so, feed the myth. The wind returns each evening, faithful as hunger. Engines start, then die, then start again. The sky grows accustomed to their sound, the earth to their absence. Some nights, when the missions run late, they see the dawn rising over the steppe, a grey fire spreading across frost. In that light, their planes look almost translucent, like bones held to the sun. They are tired beyond words. They are alive beyond belief. One by one, the planes lift again into the dark, small and sure. The war still stretches ahead, wide as the horizon, cruel as the cold. But the night witches have learned the truth the steppe has always known. You don't conquer the sky. You learn to belong to it. Chapter 3. The First Raids. The sound of feathers burning. The first night they fly into enemy territory. The moon is a sickle of brass, and the air smells of snow about to fall. The ground crew stands in a loose half-circle around the planes, boots buried in frost. They don't speak much. There's no ceremony, just nods, gloved hands tightening straps, quiet checks of bomb fuses, a scarf knotted against the throat. You're standing a few steps back, close enough to feel the prop wash ripple against your coat. The engines cough awake, 2 at first, then 5, then all of them. A shiver runs through the airfield. The sound is small, not a roar but a heartbeat multiplied, the fragile rhythm of persistence. A flare arcs high, blooming into pale light that makes the frost glitter. Then the first purr. 2 rolls forward. The pilot keeps her hand steady on the throttle, her eyes fixed ahead where the dark is deepest. The little plane gathers speed, rattles, bumps, and finally lifts, a sigh made visible. One after another, they follow, tails lifting, wheels shedding snow. Soon the sky is full of invisible wings. Engines hum low, then vanish. The night takes them in. The women fly in pairs, pilot and navigator, over forests black as ink, rivers frozen to glass. They keep low to the ground to avoid radar, trusting instinct more than compass. Beneath them, faint lines of light mark roads and trenches. Somewhere ahead, the target, an ammunition depot near the dawn. It feels impossible that these fragile machines could hold so much intent. Yet inside each, the air vibrates with quiet determination, and something else softer. Wonder, perhaps, that they are really here in the sky at war. They climb, then glide. The wind smooths the noise away until only silence remains. And then, the first whisper of bombs falling, soft as feathers burning. The name the enemy gave them. On the ground, German soldiers hear it first as a breath against the treetops, a hissing, sighing sound, like the broom of a witch sweeping the night. They look up, eyes wide, but the sky is empty. Then the explosions come, sudden and precise, tearing holes in the dark. Panic spreads faster than reason. They shout, stumble, fumble with rifles. Searchlights swing through the blackness, slicing cones of pale light that find nothing. By the time they lock onto a silhouette, the plane has already banked, cut its engine, vanished again. Later, in reports and fearful rumors, they will give these women their name: Nakthexen, the Night Witches, a name born from terror and awe, and a grudging respect. Because how could something so small, so slow, so seemingly fragile, strike with such precision, night after night, and disappear like smoke? The soldiers will say the witches fly on brooms, that they see in the dark, that bullets pass through them like ghosts. The truth is simpler, and far more haunting. The witches fly on courage and calculation. They see in the dark because they've spent half their lives inside it, and bullets don't miss them because of magic, but because they fly so low, so slow, the aiming instincts of gunners fail. The nickname sticks. They wear it like armor. Olga's fire. Somewhere in the formation, Olga and her navigator Yevdokia share a cockpit barely wide enough for two shoulders. The altimeter flickers faintly. The engine sputters like a smoker's cough. Frost has crept along the edges of their goggles. Olga checks the time. 2 minutes to target. She nudges the control stick, gliding lower. The wind finds every gap in her coat, sharp as glass. Yevdokia leans forward, eyes scanning the ground. She spots the dark cluster of warehouses, the faint glow of trucks unloading munitions. "Now," she says, and the word vanishes in the slipstream. Olga cuts the engine. The sudden silence is enormous. The plane becomes a whisper. Below, she can hear the faint crackle of fire, the clank of metal, even voices carried up through the cold. She releases the bombs. A heartbeat later, light blooms, orange and terrible, reflected in her goggles. She doesn't linger to watch. The plane banks hard, the wind howling through struts and wire. For a moment, gravity and grace share the same breath. Tracer fire claws at the dark behind them. Wild, panicked. Bullets snap through air and nothing else. They vanish into the night, wings trembling but whole. When they return, the airfield is waiting in silence. Engines sputter to rest. The crew moves in slow, deliberate gestures, checking damage, refueling, reloading. Someone hands Olga a cup of tea so strong it tastes of smoke. She nods once, then goes to help the next crew prep their plane. There will be no celebration tonight, only continuation. The rhythm of fear. The raids become a rhythm. Take off, climb, silence, glide, return. The hours blur. The sky becomes routine. Each night is a test of patience and nerve. The planes are easy targets for flak, if seen, so they never fly straight, never twice the same way. They weave through darkness like sewing needles, stitching confusion into the enemy's map. Sometimes they are hit. Sometimes they don't come back. One night, a plane is struck over the Kuban. The fabric catches fire instantly, orange ribbons curling through black air. The pilot stays at the controls long enough to steer clear of the others, her last act a gesture of protection. When her plane falls, it leaves no sound but a sigh the wind carries for miles. The others fly on. They must. They return with eyes rimmed red, with frost in their hair, with silence in their bones. But they return. And soon something shifts, imperceptible at first. The fear that once clenched their chests becomes a kind of focus. They no longer wait for luck. They make it, one flight at a time. What the night remembers. By spring, the Night Witches have flown hundreds of missions. Their base smells perpetually of oil, smoke, and wet wool. The air is never still, always humming with repairs, with laughter that sounds like defiance, with the occasional curse when an engine refuses to start. At dusk, they gather for briefings under a canvas tent. The light flickers from a single bulb, swaying like a heart. Maps are unrolled, targets assigned. Some missions are close, others stretch far beyond comfort. No one asks why. The question is too big, the answer too simple. Because someone must. Before takeoff, they share small rituals. One ties a piece of red ribbon to her control stick. Another slips a pebble from home into her pocket. A third whispers to the plane, a conversation only the night can hear. Then, one by one, the engines cough awake. The ground shivers, and the darkness opens its arms once more. They climb into the same sky that has swallowed so many, yet still feels vast enough for faith. They follow rivers and railways, tracing the world by touch and instinct. When the moon hides, they navigate by memory alone. Each flight leaves a mark, invisible to the world but carved into the air. The night remembers every path they take, every heartbeat spent between light and shadow. By the time the sun rises, frost clings to their lashes like tears that never fell. The barracks are quiet except for the sound of boots thawing by the stove. Someone hums a lullaby, low and cracked, a song from before the war. Outside, the sky blushes faintly with dawn. The planes rest under blankets of frost, wings glistening as if dusted with ash. They look small again, too small for what they've done. But if you stand close, you can feel something in the air, a tremor that doesn't fade, the echo of flight, the hum of defiance, the quiet heartbeat of those who flew not to be seen, but to remind the night it was never empty. Chapter 4. Firelight over the steppe. The winter that wouldn't end. The wind never stops on the steppe. It crawls under doors, sleeps inside boots, gnaws at wood and bone alike. By December, it's lesser weather and more a presence, something you live beside, like hunger or memory. The airfield lies half buried in snow, a patchwork of frozen mud and canvas. Tents sag under frost. Engines refuse to start until they're coaxed back to life with fires built from broken crates. Everything smells faintly of smoke and fatigue. You stand near the hangar that isn't really a hangar, just tarps stitched together and propped by willpower. Inside, the planes sleep like tired animals, their wings lined with frost, their wheels half frozen into the ground. Mechanics work with bare hands despite the cold, breath steaming in pale ghosts. The women move through it all with a kind of stubborn grace. Their cheeks are red, eyes rimmed with exhaustion, hair stiff with cold. They laugh often, maybe because not laughing feels too close to surrender. There are no days anymore, only cycles of dark and dim. They measure time in sorties, not sunsets. When dawn comes, it's grey and reluctant, light filtered through smoke, not sky. They eat soup that tastes mostly of water. They sleep where they fall. And at dusk, when the lamps are lit and the frost glows faintly blue, the field begins to hum again. Another night, another climb into nothing. Sparks in the dark. The enemy has learned by now. Searchlights guard every depot. Anti-aircraft guns trace invisible fences in the sky. Still, the night witches fly. The P-2s are too slow to escape fire, but that slowness becomes an advantage. The guns are calibrated for faster targets. The shells explode too soon, bursts of flame lighting the sky in brief, terrible beauty. From the cockpit, it looks like flying through constellations that want you dead. Sometimes the light catches on the frost along the wings, turning them gold for a heartbeat. The pilots call it firelight over the steppe, That strange, almost holy glow before the world remembers what it is. Below, explosions ripple across enemy lines. Bridges crumble. Fuel trucks burn in neat rows. The night smells of cordite and scorched snow. Each mission is short, brutal, and precise. Drop, dive, disappear. Repeat until the sky forgets what quiet means. When they land, the airfield feels different. Charged, trembling, alive. Someone hands around a flask. Someone else starts to sing, voice cracked but steady. For a few minutes, warmth returns in laughter and smoke. Then the cold takes it back. The shadow of loss. One night, Cottier doesn't return. Her plane was last seen banking low over a ravine near Rostov, fire trailing from the engine. The radio is silent. The sky, indifferent. They search the next morning, if it can be called morning, wading through snow and silence. They find nothing, not even wreckage. Just a single glove caught on a branch, stiff with frost. Back at camp, no one says her name for 3 days. Then, one evening, someone ties a length of red ribbon to the barracks door. No words, no ceremony, just color against white. That night, the wind changes direction. It carries her memory across the field like a song without a singer. The next flight feels heavier, not from fear, from absence. Every empty bunk becomes a shadow they carry into the sky. Yet they keep flying, because to stop would be to admit the loss matters more than the mission. And in war, grief must fly alongside you, never behind. Letters from nowhere. When the weather grounds them, the barracks become a hive of quiet rituals. They write letters that will never reach anyone. They mend gloves, polish boots, argue softly about poems. Some have started keeping diaries, though they'll never call them that. Notes, they say. Just notes. The entries are short, factual, stubbornly alive. January 12th. Fuel frozen again. Took off with one engine coughing. Saw dawn over the river, pink like blood diluted with milk. January 14th. Dropped bombs blind through fog. Navigator swore she could smell the city before she saw it. January 15th. Lost Cottier. Ribbon still on door. In one corner, a small fire crackles. Its light makes the frost sparkle, turns faces soft and golden for a while. Someone tells a joke about how the Germans must think they're witches indeed. Who else would dare fight winter itself? The laughter doesn't last long, but it doesn't need to. It's proof of life. The return of spring. By March, the snow begins to retreat, leaving behind mud and broken earth. The air smells faintly of thaw and gunpowder. Birds return, cautious, silent, as if testing whether the sky is safe again. The missions grow longer now, their targets farther west. The front is moving, inch by inch. Each flight feels like pushing against the edge of a great frozen tide. New pilots arrive, replacements for those lost or too injured to continue. They look impossibly young. The veterans teach them with a gentleness that comes from fatigue, not patience. The airfield hums with purpose again. Engines cough, propellers blur, maps unfold. The war feels endless, but motion itself is victory. One night, the sunset is clear for the first time in months. The steppe glows copper. The planes rest in long shadows, wings outstretched like weary arms. The pilots sit in silence, watching the horizon. No one speaks of peace, only of flight, of the next night's target, of who will take the dawn shift. The first stars appear, faint and kind. Someone murmurs a line from a poem. We are the wind's daughters. We carry light into dark places. The others nod. They understand. The night falls slow, generous, forgiving. Engines start again. Small fires reborn. The planes rise one after another, trailing sparks from their exhausts like shooting stars. The sky swallows them whole, but not without remembering. For every trail of flame, every breath held between silence and storm, the night keeps a record. And if you listen closely, long after the last engine fades, you might still hear it, that faint, fluttering sound like pages turning in the dark. Firelight over the steppe, the sound of courage written in air. Chapter 5. Under Enemy Eyes. The enemy awakens. By the summer of 1943, the darkness is no longer their ally. It's a hunted space. The Germans have learned. They have begun to watch the sky the way wolves watch the forest edge. Patient, silent, certain that prey must return. Searchlights now guard every crossroads. Flak batteries line the rivers. Fighter patrols sweep the night in pairs, engines prowling for sound. The night witches know they are expected now. Their paths, once invisible, have become predictable, so they change the rhythm. They fly in threes instead of pairs. 2 planes draw fire. The third dives low, silent, unseen. They trade altitudes, swap routes, scatter chaff, thin strips of foil that shimmer like snow to confuse radar. Their survival becomes a choreography. Danger measured in seconds, escape in instinct. Still, the risk multiplies. Every flight is a dialogue between luck and skill. Every takeoff, a negotiation with death. You can feel it in the airfield's new silence. Not fear, but awareness. The kind of quiet that exists only when every breath has learned its own fragility. The trap over the Kuban. It happens in the south, over the Kuban bridgehead, a night so clear the stars seem sharpened. 3 planes leave the base after midnight, carrying small loads, 2 bombs each, destined for a supply convoy rumored to be moving at dawn. They fly low, following the serpentine gleam of a river. The air is cold enough to sting tears into their eyes. Halfway to the target, the sky erupts. Searchlights snap open like eyes. Beams cross and tangle, their light thick as wire. Tracer fire stitches upward. The first purr, 2 jerks sideways, hit. It tumbles, 1 wing aflame, spinning slow and silent until it disappears behind a hill. The second banks hard, climbing, drawing the fire. The third cuts its engine, dives for shadow. 4:30 eternal seconds, there is nothing but wind. Then, the second plane's bombs drop true. The convoy below ignites, turning the valley into a mirror of flame. The surviving pilot, Lilia Litviak, pulls away, eyes raw, lungs burning. Her navigator whispers something. A name, a prayer, maybe both. Back at the airfield, only 1 plane returns. They stand around it in the pale light before dawn, faces hollow. No one cries. No one speaks. Someone writes the names on the blackboard by the mess tent, wipes away yesterday's weather notes to make room. War measures its progress in absence. Under watchful skies. After Kuban, the raids become a contest of patience. The Germans set traps, fake depots, false roads, dummy lights. They build decoys meant to lure the night witches into empty fields, waiting flak. The women adapt again. They fly lower, slower, stranger. They study the shapes of shadows, the way real buildings cast softer edges than painted ones. They learn to recognize the geometry of deceit. Some nights, they glide so close to the ground the frost from their propellers settles on the grass. They can smell the smoke from soldiers' cigarettes below. They can hear the bark of dogs. It's a kind of intimacy. This war fought in whispers and glimpses. They have become part of the night's language, half-seen syllables carried on the wind. When dawn comes, they land with mud spattered on their boots, with eyes bloodshot, with hands shaking too badly to unbuckle harnesses. And yet, before breakfast, someone always laughs. Not out of joy, out of defiance. Because laughter is still flight, just without wings. The navigator's art. If the pilot is the body, the navigator is the soul. She reads the land as if it were scripture. Rivers, spires, railway lines, all written in a secret alphabet of distance and angle. She must know, at any moment, where the invisible lies. Inside the cockpit, the cold is absolute. Breath crystallizes in seconds. The instruments fog. The compass needle quivers. The navigator leans over her map, tracing lines with a gloved finger that's lost all feeling. A good navigator doesn't need to see. She remembers the land, its texture, its scent, the rhythm of the engine over certain fields. Sometimes, when clouds swallow everything, she closes her eyes and listens. The tone of the propeller changes when they pass a river. The sound deepens over forest. Her ears replace her eyes. In those moments, faith becomes mathematics. They fly blind and land by miracle, though they never call it that. They call it discipline. And when the mission ends, they fold their maps like letters, tuck them into pockets, and write nothing down, because memory itself has become classified. The weight of glory. By now, their fame has spread across fronts and languages. Enemy reports speak of night phantoms. Soviet newspapers praise their heroism, printing names that sound almost mythical. But glory is a heavy uniform to wear. At the airfield, there are no medals, only frostbite. No parades, only sleepless eyes and broken engines. Still, letters from home begin to arrive, addressed to the witches. Children write in crooked handwriting. Dear witches, I heard you fly faster than owls. Dear witches, please bomb the Germans who took my father. The letters are pinned to the barracks wall. They flutter when the door opens, soft wings of paper echoing the planes outside. And sometimes, before takeoff, one of the pilots touches a letter lightly, as if asking for luck. The night accepts their request. The war is changing now. The front moves west. Every victory costs a little more of what they have left. But the sky still opens for them, even under enemy eyes. Even when the searchlights bloom like white flowers, they keep rising. You can hear it if you listen long enough. The rhythm of engines cutting through distance, the brief pause of silence before a glide, the faint hiss of cloth against air. The enemy watches, the guns roar, the night burns, and yet somehow they keep flying. Their wings are threadbare, their bodies thin, their hearts enormous. They have become what the war could not have imagined. The softest hands delivering the hardest blows, the quietest voices shaping the loudest echoes. And as dawn breaks, pink, merciful, exhausted, the world below begins to believe again in impossible things. Chapter 6. Between Fire and Frost. The long middle. There is a season in war that has no name. Not the beginning, when shock is a kind of clarity. Not the end, imagined like a distant shore. It is the long middle, where days repeat until they erase their edges and purpose must be chosen, not felt. You are inside it now. The airfield is mud braided with ice, a tapestry of ruts that remembers every wheel. The tents breathe in and out with the wind, canvas lungs asking patient questions. Stoves tick and sigh, offering heat no bigger than a hand. The ground crews move with a practiced slowness that saves strength. Lift, secure, check, and check again. A rag stiff with fuel becomes a flag of persistence on a nail. The women wear their fatigue like a second coat. It fits too well to remove. When they smile, it's with the eyes. When they laugh, it happens close to the chest, as if not to spill anything needed later. They do not talk of victory. They talk in units of flight. 3 sorties, good wind, bad searchlights. Engine 5 is sulking again. Between fire and frost, endurance becomes a craft. At dusk, the sky takes on the color of worn copper. Somewhere far off, the front mutters to itself in distant artillery. The Par-2s sit low to the earth, wings bandaged with tape the color of old bone, numbers flaking at the corners. If you listen, each plane keeps a tiny music under the skin, wire singing, fabric settling, wood answering weather with a faint, stubborn creak. A hand brushes frost from a leading edge. A pencil draws a line on a map that has been folded and refolded until it feels like cloth. A scarf is tied, not for style but for silence. The ritual is the point. The ritual is what keeps the world from coming apart. They lift again, thin silhouettes rising from a darker ground, and carry the middle of the war into the night. Fuel, bread, light. In the ledger of survival, 3 entries matter most: fuel, bread, light. Fuel is the first argument every morning. Barrels arrive late or not at all. A corporal with hands black as lacquer taps a list against the drumhead and calculates who flies now, who waits for a rumor to turn into a truck. Sometimes the fuel smells sweet, sometimes sour. Sometimes it carries the taste of distance, as if it already remembers where it will burn. Bread is second. The loaves are dense as tools. They break with a noise like old wood. Someone trades a pair of wool socks for an extra slice. Someone else saves her share for the navigator who cannot shake the chill from her hands. Tea is poured so strong it stains the spoon. Sugar is a holiday. Light is last, the rarest. A bulb strung over the briefing table swings and writes a slow circle on the maps. The bones of the women's faces are carved by it, cheekbones shallow as riverbeds in drought. They learn to read by darkness anyway. The tilt of a chin, the angle of a wrist, the way quiet gathers around a bad thought. Candles are hoarded, saved for worst weather and best news. When the sun does rise clear, once, twice a month, it feels like a mistake the world forgot to correct. For a few hours, the plains look almost young again. You can see the grain in the wood, the careful stitches in the fabric, fingerprints in old varnish. A mechanic runs her palm along a strut, the way a person might graze the bald head of a beloved statue for luck. In that light, you remember that machines, too, have biographies. Repairs you do with your heart. Night flying shreds aircraft the way winter shreds hands. There is always a cable that's too slack, a seam that puckers, a magneto with a superstitious temper. The workshop is a hymn to scarcity. Tins of screws sorted by prayer, a bench made from the lid of a crate, a grease gun that works only if you flatter it first. They mend with the patience of tailors and the blunt force of carpenters. Needles as long as knives punch through linen with thunks you can feel in your elbow. A storm lantern throws a small wilderness of shadows over bent backs. Glue breathes its bitter perfume. The ribs of a wing are held together under heated clamps like a patient with splints. When the engine is opened, it looks like a small city cut from iron. Alleys of fins, courtyards of gears. Someone jokes it's a Moscow where nothing is late. Someone else replies that even Moscow's engines need to sleep. Names pass from mouth to mouth, not gossip but inventory. Nadia's rudder, Zena's prop, Reisa's cowling. Each repair carries a story scar. The planes learn them and keep them. When they fly as many lives at once. Hands that cut fabric, hands that tied knots, hands that tightened bolts until they felt like certainty. On a shelf above the workbench sits a tiny shrine without icons. A broken altimeter, a bent nail, the cap from a barrel of oil, 3 spent spark plugs. It is everything they have saved from becoming nothing. The things they don't say. Camaraderie is not loud here. It moves like groundwater, unseen but carrying whole fields on its back. There is the way boots appear by a bunk while the owner sleeps, sized right, dried, polished with the last clean corner of a rag. The way someone lingers at the stove a little longer, pretending not to notice she is warming another's hands by proxy. The way jokes are told in threes, gently, so even the tiredest will catch the third and feel included. There is the way news is carried, not shouted, never hoarded. A birth in a village 1,000 kilometers east becomes a candle in a storm. Word of a lost cousin is folded small, placed in a pocket with a stone to keep it from blowing away. And there is silence, the oldest language in the barracks. The silence after a name is read in morning orders and not heard at night. The silence when 2 return and the third does not. The silence that is not emptiness, but a full bowl set carefully on a grave you cannot find. No one says, "Be careful. It is already in the air, heavy as weather." Instead they say, "Mask secure. Map dry. Wake me if the wind turns." Love, when it appears, looks like a scarf shared on a gusty runway, like the last cigarette broken cleanly in half, like the hand that steadies your shoulder while you do not look down. The half-world at 200 meters. There is a particular altitude where the Earth is too close to trust and too far to help. 200 meters. A half-world. Here the Partus float between map and memory. Villages are necklaces of dim pearls. Rivers are tin knives in a velvet drawer. Forest is a thought you can enter and never leave. Searchlights comb this half-world now with furious tenderness. The cones bleed into one another like white rivers. The pilots read their edges the way a chess player reads danger, by the spaces not yet taken. Engines cut. The plane becomes a leaf in a breath. At this height, sound is a second pair of eyes. The navigator hears a change beneath the wings, a shallow hush that means water, a deeper hush that means field, a broken hush that means town. She presses a thumb to the map where the paper has gone thin from hope. "Here," she says, and the pilot trusts the word more than any instrument. They are instruments too, one tuned to listening, one tuned to response. Anti-air claws upward. The sky blooms white and red and then remembers it is black. The P2 shrugs at physics and moves through the spaces between. A bullet drills the fabric, a neat hole no bigger than a button. A hand reaches back mid-glide and covers it with tape, as if pressing a bandage to a child's scraped knee. Below, men shout in a language the wind chews to pieces. The bombs lift their small arguments into the air and drop them carefully into fuel and timber and certainty. Then the engine returns, a living thing, and carries the 2 women home on its small, proud back. The altimeter breathes again. 200 becomes 100, becomes 50, becomes a wheel touching earth as lightly as a palm on a sleeping forehead. Midpoint. This is the midpoint of the war for them, not by calendar, but by feeling. They have flown enough to know what can kill them. They have survived enough to know what cannot. Exhaustion is a geography they could draw from memory. The low marsh of the hour before dawn, the high ridge after the second sortie, the dry riverbed at noon when the body goes on strike and the soul defaults to habit. Yet there is a grace to the middle. Beginnings are clumsy, endings heavy. The middle is where craft lives. The body and the machine have settled into a quiet agreement. I will carry you if you will carry me. Awards have come. Guard titles, citations, the occasional star pinned with hands that do not understand how to be ceremonial. The letters from home have multiplied. A stack tied with string sits in a mess tin by the door. No one reads all of them at once. They are seeds for sterile days, medicine rationed to last. News moves along the front like a rumor with good shoes. Stalingrad, Kursk, places that are not yet stories but soon will be. The night witches do not fight those battles. They gnaw at the edges, worrying bridges and depots and nerves until the larger teeth can bite. It is not heroic the way legends imagine. It is more necessary than legend allows. Sometimes, in the hour most people use for sleeping, they step outside and let the sky look at them. Stars like the heads of nails press into the dark. A fox crosses the field as if late for an appointment. Breath rises, becomes history, disappears. Between fire and frost, they stand very still and remember they are alive. A day that breaks its pattern. Every so often, the war misplaces its rhythm and something like gentleness happens. Morning comes warm, a word they had forgotten the mouth could make. A truck arrives early with fuel and potatoes. The cook invents soup that tastes faintly of dill. A parcel is passed out. 2 ribbons, a bar of soap perfumed like a memory, 3 buttons with nothing to fasten. Laughter lifts the roof beam by a centimeter. Training flights are ordered for the new crew. The veterans sit on crates and watch the takeoffs with the quiet vanity of old professionals. Advice is doled like sugar, sparingly, without cruelty. Then an engine coughs the wrong way, and the day decides to be a day again. The training flight waddles home with its tail between its legs, and a seasoned pilot trades her brief rest for a wrench. By dusk, the warm morning has withdrawn its offer. Wind returns, a creditor. The mission board fills one column, then another. An airframe fails a test. A message arrives on damp paper. A supply dump has moved. The target moves with it. One of the veterans ties her hair with the new ribbon anyway. Small rebellions matter most when obedience is the only road. The candle and the compass. Night briefing. The chief lays a compass on the map, and the compass looks like a coin that has learned to point. Circles are drawn that cut villages in half and leave forests whole. The navigator for Crew 17 notes a curve where others see a line. Wind 30 degrees cross, she says. Someone nods. A candle gutters on the table and flares back. An argument it keeps winning. Shadows of hands travel across the paper like birds. The word bridge is said without drama, the way you might say bread or boots, and yet the room leans toward it. When they step out, the cold has sharpened to glass. The planes wear rime along their ribs, glittering like a cheap necklace at a good party. The moon is a disciplined officer. The stars, enlisted men at attention. Engines. The first thrum is small and intimate, like a secret between 2 friends. The second makes it public. The third decides the question. By the 5th, the field has a pulse again. A hand closes over a compass with the tenderness of closing a child's book. Another hand tucks the candle end into a pocket. A superstition, a spare, a promise. They taxi. They rise. The ground remembers them and is grateful for the remembering. The return with nothing to say. There are nights after which words do not fit. The mission held, the bombs fell, the searchlights groped and failed. A line of flame walked a rail yard until it learned to run. The engine made a new noise at altitude and then forgot it. A flare drifted in an arc no one had predicted and painted each face for an instant with a softness not seen in months. They land into a wind that wants to keep them. Wheels kiss earth, then settle. The field rushes forward and then stops as if embarrassed by its eagerness. Back at the tent, tea is poured. The kettle makes a small applause against the iron. Boots come off with sounds like truth being told. No one asks, "How was it?" No one answers, "Fine." They accept being together as the only sentence the night requires. Someone writes 3 numbers in a notebook. Someone else draws a small square and darkens it in. A depot no longer there. The chief marks a map with a thumbprint that dries into a faint print of swirls. Bodies lean against canvas, and canvas leans back. One pilot stares at her gloved hands as if they belonged to a different century. When she finally speaks, it is to say, "Tomorrow's wind will be from the east." Everyone nods as if she has told a joke worth saving. The candle end comes out of a pocket and sits on a crate. No one lights it. It's enough to know it's there. A quiet image. Before sleep, she steps outside to breathe a private breath. The sky is a black field stitched with the thinnest thread of silver. Somewhere a horse moves in its sleep and becomes a shadow changing its mind. Frost has rimmed each blade of grass the way a patient hand rims a cup. The planes stand in a crooked row, tails to the wind, like animals that have agreed not to leave. She reaches out and presses her palm to the wing she flew. The fabric is cold, the wood underneath warmer by a whisper. For a moment, the skin of the plane and the skin of her hand do not know where one ends and the other begins. Far to the west, the front murmurs, a city speaking in its sleep. Between fire and frost, she closes her eyes and lets the night hold her upright. The candle on the crate does not burn. It glows anyway. Chapter 7. Crosswinds and Crossroads. The river that divides the world. The Dnieper is a wound stitched with ice. Wide, slow, and cruelly beautiful. The kind of river that remembers everything. On one side, the land they have bled to defend. On the other, the promise of return. To the west, to the lost towns, to the ghosts of familiar streets. By autumn, orders come down. Advance the regiment. A new base will be carved from mud and timber near the crossing, west of the river. The move takes days. Trucks crawl through thawing ruts. Planes leapfrog between rough strips, guided by hand flares and instinct. The wind changes scent. Smoke becomes damp soil, pine, and something like hope. You stand at the riverbank at dawn. The water moves like mercury under the first light, carrying branches, bottles, half-melted snow. A bridge, temporary, trembling, spans its breadth. The sound of boots and tires is steady, like a heartbeat refusing to die. On the far bank, artillery mutters somewhere unseen. The war has followed them west, but so has the sky. The gunner's sky. He is 20, maybe 21. A Luftwaffe gunner stationed near the front. His name doesn't matter, not because it's forgotten, but because it's the same as hundreds of others. He doesn't hate the witches. He fears them. Each night, they come without sound. He has learned to hear silence now, the moment when the forest holds its breath, when the night changes texture, when something unseen crosses the edge of comprehension. He sits at the flak gun, wrapped in a grey coat that smells of machine oil and regret. His hands are blistered. His eyes sting from the cold. The searchlights sweep the heavens like interrogators. Do you hear it? someone whispers beside him. He shakes his head. Then he does. It's faint, a sigh, a shiver, the sound of cloth rubbing against air. He tightens his grip on the trigger. Tracer fire cuts upward, red threads sewing nothing. The light catches a glimpse, a shadow, a wing, the ghost of a plane made of thought. He fires again and again, until the barrels glow faintly orange. The sky remains silent. Then, from somewhere distant, a low bloom of sound, an explosion too precise to be chance. He closes his eyes. When he opens them, the stars have rearranged themselves. Later, in the morning, he will write to his sister. They call them night witches. But they are not witches. They are patients with wings. He folds the letter carefully, seals it, and leaves it on his cot. The mail truck never comes. Civilians of the night. A small Ukrainian village lies near the new base. Its houses lean like weary listeners. Its streets are more mud than path. The villagers have seen soldiers come and go for years, but never like these. At first, they watch from windows, unsure what to make of the women in flight suits. The sight of female pilots feels like a fairy tale told wrong. Then, slowly, trust grows. Over shared bread, over borrowed tools, over laughter that bridges the gulf between fear and admiration. Old women bring buckets of milk. Children sneak to the airfield to touch the planes, whispering charms against bad weather. Someone carves a wooden sign, the Witch's Field, and nails it to a birch post at the road's end. The nights become communal. When engines start, lamps flicker in windows. When planes return, lights flash twice, once for greeting, once for thanks. One evening, during a raid, stray shells fall near the village. Roofs collapse, animals panic, fire licks through straw and snow. The witches return at dawn, landing in fields still smouldering. They walk among the ruins quietly, helping pull debris, fetching water, patching walls. A child hands a pilot a single daisy pulled from frozen earth. The pilot tucks it into her flight jacket without a word. That night, she flies again, the flower still pressed against her heart. The letter found in a tree. Weeks later, after a heavy bombardment, a scout finds something strange. Halfway up a birch near the river, a letter caught in the bark. Its paper is weathered, but the ink survives. To whoever finds this, we fly when the sky forgets how. Our wings are cloth, our engines cough, our hands are stiff as the river's edge. We are told the war will end soon. I do not believe it yet, but I believe in the night, and in the way it listens to us. If you read this, know that I was not afraid. The signature is only an initial, the letter N. They leave the letter there, pressed in the tree's skin. Some things belong to the wind more than to hands. Crosswinds. The new base is better, which is to say, less impossible. Runways are longer. Fuel arrives on time. There's even a radio tent now, its antenna swaying like a tall reed against the sky. But with the progress comes danger. The enemy's counterattacks intensify. Patrols circle nightly. Sometimes, flares turn night to false day for minutes at a time. Flying now is like threading a needle during an earthquake. Crosswinds over the Dnieper make takeoffs treacherous. The little planes bounce, shudder, threaten to overturn. More than one pilot breaks her ribs on the dashboard. Yet none ask for rest. They adjust, compensate, learn the new rhythm. One plane is hit on landing, its wing sheared off, the fuselage spinning like a coin. Both women crawl out, laughing breathlessly. "I told you," the navigator wheezes. The wind just wanted a ride. The wind always wants a ride. Crossroads. As the front pushes westward, the regiment finds itself stretched thin, flying longer missions, supplying reconnaissance, even dropping food to partisans deep in forests. Every path now feels like a crossroad. Which bridge to destroy, which convoy to risk, which life to save. War has 1,000 doors, and every one of them opens to another night. One mission takes them over a small town the enemy has occupied. The streets below are dark, except for a church still burning from the inside out. Through a gap in the roof, you can see the altar's gold glint in the firelight, beauty refusing to surrender completely. The pilot watches it for a heartbeat before banking away. Her navigator whispers, not to her, but to the air. Maybe we are all just keeping the light from going out. The pilot nods. She doesn't trust words anymore, but she trusts flight. 2 shadows, 1 sky. That winter, the regiment gains a strange ally. A squadron of male bomber pilots stationed at a nearby field. They exchange fuel for spare parts, stories for cigarettes. At first, the men are amused by the witches' ragged planes and small stature. Then they watch them land after missions, frostbitten, smiling, engines wheezing, and the amusement dissolves into respect. Sometimes, their paths cross in the air. 2 silhouettes, vastly different, one heavy, one light, sharing the same moonlit corridor. From the ground, they look like twin stars in slow motion. Later, the men begin painting small white moons on their own planes, calling it the witch's luck. War has many languages. Reverence is one of them. The woman who refused to land. Her name was Tatiana. During a mission west of Kiev, her engine took a direct hit. Fuel leaking, flames licking the fuselage. The order came through the crackling radio. Land immediately. She didn't. Instead, she stayed aloft long enough for her navigator to drop the payload. The target, an ammunition train, went up in a roar that tore sound from the air. Only then did she attempt to land. The plane touched down in a frozen field, burning as it skidded. They pulled her from the wreckage alive, half conscious, skin blackened but eyes open. She lived 3 days. Her final words, "Don't waste wood on a coffin. The air already knows me." They buried her in the steppe, under frost and wind and silence. Her plane's propeller stands as her marker, a windmill of memory turning forever. The long walk home. Months later, when the front moves again, the night witches pack up once more. Engines wheeze, tires sink, ropes creak, the familiar chorus of departure. The river glitters behind them like a scar healing too slowly. They walk a while beside their planes before takeoff, boots sinking in thawed earth, eyes on the horizon. Every step west feels like reclaiming a heartbeat the war had stolen. When they finally rise, the landscape below seems to breathe differently. Fields green again, rivers full, villages stirring. Smoke from the front drifts farther now, thinner, uncertain of its place. They fly low over it all. Guardians, ghosts, witnesses. The sun climbs, hesitant but present. The wind moves around them, softer now, as if remembering old promises. And though the war still waits beyond the next hill, there's a whisper in the air tonight that wasn't there before. Something fragile, impossible, almost forgotten. It sounds like peace, rehearsing. Chapter 8. The Edge of Victory. The year that forgot to end. It is late 1944. The war has been dying for months, but refuses to lie still. Each dawn comes too early and too grey. Each night arrives late and too loud. You're standing near the new airfield in Poland, the mud still soft from yesterday's thaw. The plains are lined like bones along the horizon, patched, pitted, but faithful. The regiment has crossed the border now, chasing a war that runs ahead of them like an animal unwilling to be cornered. The air smells different here, heavier, sweeter, tinged with smoke and the ghost of burned fields. The ground trembles sometimes from artillery rolling east to west. The sky, once clean, is now a fever, yellow by day, bruised by night. The night witches fly more now than ever. The targets are closer, the enemy desperate, the missions endless. Bridges, railways, depots, retreating convoys. The same words, repeated like prayers that have lost their meaning. They no longer believe in luck, only in rhythm. Engines, maps, takeoffs, landings, each one a heartbeat in a body too tired to stop beating. They live on caffeine, courage, and something colder. Momentum. The edge of victory feels nothing like triumph. It feels like frost in the lungs and fire under the ribs. The ruins they pass over. The West is a graveyard that keeps pretending to be a country. They fly low over towns without roofs, rivers full of wreckage, forests blackened to skeletons. Once, over the Vistula, they pass a column of refugees walking along a frozen road, thin figures dragging carts, wrapped in blankets the color of ash. The pilot looks down and sees a child waving a stick as if saluting. For a heartbeat, she considers dropping the emergency food packet tied behind her seat. Then she sees soldiers in the distance and decides against it. War teaches the difference between help and danger. Sometimes they are the same thing. At night, when the raids begin, the horizon flickers like a dying film reel. Towns vanish. Roads twist in new directions made by bombs. Even the rivers seem to change course. From above, the world has become a palimpsest, one story written over another until neither can be read. The navigator draws lines on her map, pencil trembling, then laughs quietly. Even the earth is tired of remembering where things used to be. The pilot says nothing, but when they land, she will keep the torn map folded in her pocket, proof that the world once had borders. Shadows over the Oder. By February, the regiment reaches the Oder River. The front has become a living storm. Columns of tanks crawl across the ice like insects. The night sky flashes with artillery, silent from this distance but endless in its pulse. The night witches are ordered to harass enemy crossings. They fly 6, sometimes 7 sorties a night, returning just long enough to refuel and reload. Their faces are hollowed by exhaustion. Their hands tremble too much to hold spoons. Still, they fly. The river below is a mirror of fire and ice. Searchlights crisscross it like blades. Tracer rounds climb, red and white, bursting into brief flowers before dying. They dive into it, not through bravery anymore, but because it's all they know how to do. The planes buck, rattle, scream. Holes open in fabric wings. One loses her engine mid-glide and crashes into the far bank. Another lands with one wheel gone, skidding sideways into the snow. Every night they return fewer. Every morning they stand for roll call, names swallowed by wind. And still, at dusk, the engines start again. It isn't courage now. It's gravity in reverse. The sky pulling them upward because the ground no longer knows what to do with them. The letter that was finally sent. Some nights, between flights, they write again. Not letters for delivery, just words for survival. One pilot, whose handwriting has grown shaky with fatigue, finally addresses her letter properly. Mama, the war is ending. We can feel it like a storm receding, though the thunder hasn't stopped. My hands are cracked, my face older than it should be, but I am still here. I have seen so many things fall, and still the night holds us up. When this is over, I will come home, if home remembers me. She folds it, slides it into her boot for safekeeping, and flies her next mission. Weeks later, when her plane is shot down over the Oder, the letter is found, half-burned, still legible. The paper smells of smoke and air. A mechanic will keep it in her coat pocket for the rest of the war. A fragment of someone else's promise becomes a compass for all of them. The night the wind turned red. April 15th, 1945. Their orders: fly west of Berlin. The enemy's lines are collapsing, but his claws are still sharp. The weather is treacherous, low clouds, crosswinds, the smell of rain that hasn't yet decided to fall. The pilots climb anyway, their planes staggering under heavy loads. Below, the land burns in 1,000 small places: barns, bridges, towns, the debris of retreat. The wind carries smoke and screams alike. When they cut their engines, the air is alive with echoes. They glide over a line of trees, drop their bombs on a column of fuel trucks, then bank sharply toward home. But the wind shifts. A sudden gust grabs the wings, flips one plane sideways. The pilot fights, corrects, dives. For a moment, everything steadies. Then anti-air bursts bloom like red flowers all around. She lands hours later with holes through both wings and blood on her sleeve. She laughs as she climbs down, saying simply, "The wind finally noticed us." That night, the regiment writes her name on the blackboard, but this time in chalk the color of rose ash. Berlin at the edge of sight. The horizon changes again. The glow is no longer just fire, but something else. A pulse of light that seems to come from within the earth. Berlin. They can see it now from altitude. The silhouette of a broken city, burning and black. Its rivers molten, its avenues gone to dust. Even the stars above it seem dimmer, as if afraid to look too closely. Their missions now are brief, almost symbolic. Final strikes against resistance, supply lines, pockets of stubbornness. The Germans no longer believe they are human. The witches glide over the ruins like omens, the last sound the war will ever hear. Somewhere below, in a bunker, the man who began all this is preparing to end it. But the women do not know, and would not care if they did. Their war is with the night itself. They fly their last sorties through air thick with cinders. When they land, the dawn is silent, too silent. No orders, no targets, no sound but wind. They wait for hours, unsure what to do with stillness. It feels wrong, like a missing step on a staircase they've climbed too many times. Then, through the radio's static, a single voice. Cease operations. The war is over. No one cheers. No one speaks. The planes cool. The frost begins to melt on their wings, sliding down like tears. Aftermath. Victory doesn't arrive with trumpets, but with the slow sound of breathing returning to bodies that had forgotten how. The witches walk the airfield in the pale morning, touching wings, ropes, tools. Everything looks smaller now, as if the night had been keeping it large. They wash their hands in cold water and stare at the dirt swirling away. It feels indecent to be clean. Someone begins to hum. Another joins. The song isn't about war, or peace, or even flight. It's about rivers, about grass in spring, about walking barefoot in the dark without fear. For the first time in years, they hear birds. For the first time, the wind carries no orders. They remove the red ribbons from their cockpits, and tie them to a single birch by the field's edge. The tree shivers as if waking from a long dream. The ribbons flutter like tongues of quiet fire. When they sleep that night, no engines wake them, and for the first time, the silence feels like mercy, not loss. A quiet image. Weeks later, the field is abandoned. Grass grows where tire tracks used to be. Rain washes the soot from the wings of the few planes left behind. A shepherd boy finds one in a meadow. Its propeller is broken, its cockpit filled with leaves. He climbs in, sits at the controls, and pretends to fly. From a distance, it looks like a child commanding the wind. But if you listen closely, you might hear something else. The faint creak of wood remembering flight. The ghost of laughter carried in a gust. The hum of courage that never fully lands. The boy grows up. The plane rots. The field forgets its name. But on certain nights, when the wind comes from the east, the villagers still claim to hear a strange, soft sound drifting through the dark. The whisper of cloth against air. The echo of witches riding the night. Chapter 9. The Last Flight. The room where the wind waits. The museum is quiet in the morning, before footsteps and school groups, before the glass learns all the faces it will hold. You stand in a room washed with pale light. Dust floats like retired snow. The air is cool and smells faintly of wax, old paper, and metal that forgot its heat years ago. In the center, on narrow landing gear that seems too shy to carry history, rests a Polikarpov Per-2. Its fabric is new, but the stitches look like memory. Its ribs and spars are clean, but the wood still hums if you listen close enough. A tonic note, the pitch of persistence. A placard whispers facts that do not breathe. Span, weight, speed. A rope guides you where you may not touch. Beyond the rope, a small red ribbon is tied at the base of the control stick, a quiet defiance of curators and time. The ribbon's color has softened into something like dried cherries. It trembles when the air conditioning sighs, as if the room were remembering wind. A volunteer rolls a cart of folding chairs into the corner. He nods to you as if you belong. Perhaps you do. A sign by the door promises a talk at 10. Night witches, a pilot remembers. You sit. You wait. You think of frost and tarps, of lamps hidden under tin cups, of the breath of engines at dusk. You think of maps folded thin by hope. You think of night, not as darkness, but as a place that learned to listen. When she enters, she is smaller than the war. She walks with a stick, careful as a fox. Her coat is plain. Her eyes are not. They are the eyes of someone who has flown enough to know that the ground is the more dangerous country. She sits, inhales, and the room leans forward. Her voice is low and level, the kind of calm that occurs when terror has already been spent. There was no last flight, she says. There were only the flights that learned how to stop. Everyone smiles, then grows quiet again. You feel the museum change temperature by a thought or two. The story she keeps folded. She doesn't begin with dates. She begins with weather. The last winter was damp in the bones, she says, not the good dry cold that holds you together. We were west by then, river after river, airfields that only existed when we said so out loud. The audience writes nothing. They just keep what she says. She tells them about a night in April when the wind forgot its manners. Cross quarters over a strip cut from a farmer's field. Searchlights stitched into a net whose knots were shells. The smell of cordite and thawed manure. War's absurd grammar. She and her navigator lifted slow, then climbed inside a darkness that did not wish to share itself. The route was a geometry of risk learned by heart. 2 degrees left at the birch grove, shallow climb over the river that pretended to be sleep, glide when the mill road turns west. The target a rail junction coughing up men and ammunition together, as if the body and the bullet were kin. We cut the engine early, she says, because the night prefers secrets. In the steep quiet, she heard boots on ballast, the clank of a coupler, one man's laugh with too much fear in it to be mean. They dropped 2 small truths into the dark. Gravity's handwriting, precise and unadorned. The junction curled into fire. Tracer reached for them. Bright syllables in a language that never meant well. The engine coughed back to life like an old ant insulted by the cold. They flew through the seam the searchlights left for those who respected the difference between arrogance and luck. We landed crooked and whole. Zoya kissed the wing. Ridiculous woman. I told her not to waste kisses. Then I touched it too. The room laughs softly, as if taught. Someone asks about fear. She shrugs. Fear is just a weather. You dress for it. The ones who stayed aloft. She is not sentimental. Her affection arrives like good bread, dense, useful, shared in equal slices. She speaks of the ground crews first. Hands black with oil that never quite washed out. Women who could listen to a hot engine and say what it wanted to confess. Men who learned to sew linen like tailors of bone. A mechanic who kept a shrine of broken altimeters and bent nails on a shelf. Proof that even failure serves when you ask it nicely. She lists names the way a navigator lists landmarks. Nadia with the tape that stuck even to weather. Anya who could find a draft in a closed room and chase it out with a joke. Marina, their compass, who died the way compasses live, pointing toward the thing that called. We owe the sky, she says simply, to those who never left the ground. Then the navigators. Souls with maps. Women who could read the earth by sound, who could tell water from forest by the timbre of the prop wash, who folded charts with a tenderness you reserve for letters from the dead. We kept no diaries, she says, but our hands learned the minutes by heart. She pauses. Her eyes drift to the Pertu. The plane forgave us more than once. The gunner's letter. They bring it out with the white gloves and the cautious posture of archivists who know paper can be a live thing. A letter, in German, stained and folded again and again. A translation sits beside it, typed, modest. They call them night witches. But they are not witches. They are patients with wings. The pilot nods when she sees the line. He understood more than most, she murmurs. Not kindly, not unkindly. Simply true. She tells a story not from her cockpit, but from the other end of the gun. A night outside a town without a name anymore. A flak battery crewed by boys who had run out of summer. They fired until the barrels glowed, until the light from their own fury blinded them. One of the witches, not her, flew low, lower than doctrine, lower than superstition. She escaped on the grammar of angles alone. I like to believe the gunner kept both his eyes, the pilot says. We kept ours by not making a habit of thinking about theirs. The letter returns to its folder. Paper sleeps with the living. The village that lends its silence. She gestures with a small hand, and the volunteer dims the lights. A short film, the color of memory, sepia with the faint green of older truths. You see a village, Ukrainian or Polish, the way the earth writes when it is tired. Low houses, crooked fences, a birch too brave for its own good. A pearl, 2 schemes low. Windows flicker awake, 2 pulses each. Greeting, gratitude. A woman in a headscarf lifts a bucket to the road and leaves it there. Tea, perhaps. or water, or bravado. Children hold hands, faces turned skyward, not in awe, in participation. The plane is a cousin, passing through. Then an image no camera caught, but the room agrees to imagine with her. A daisy, the last of its kind in a cold field, pressed into a pilot's palm by a child who could not have known what it means to offer flight a flower. "I carried that daisy into Berlin," the pilot says. "It was brown by then, but it had not forgotten how to be a daisy." The lights return carefully, as if they had been borrowed. The flight that learned how to stop. They ask about the end, of course. Endings take up too much room in the curious mind. She does not say victory. She says cessation the way a doctor says a pulse has steadied. The radio said stop, so we did. Later, we learned the reasons. But in the moment, there was just the wind, and it had nothing left to instruct. She tells of taxiing to a halt without the next sortie nested inside the current one, of stepping down and finding the earth too compliant, of hearing birds and not trusting them. The last flight, for her, was the one after the order, a ferry hop to a meadow that wanted its grass back. No bombs, no flares, no reasons, just altitude that belonged to no one and the sound of an engine at peace with itself. "We turned the fuel off on downwind," she says, smiling. "Let the plane remember gliding for pleasure." They landed into a hush that moved like a new animal through the field. They parked in a crooked row, as if they had been designed to look that way when finally at rest. Someone tied the first ribbon to a birch. "You never plan a last of anything," she says. "It arrives the way rain does, inevitable only in retrospect." After flight. The room breathes with her. You can feel the audience want to ask about medals. She spares them the trouble. "They pinned stars," she says. "We pinned laundry. Both are signs. One is cleaner. There were parades, some. There were speeches by men who had not learned how to talk to silence. There were photographs of faces already moving away from the lens toward grocery lists and roofs that leaked and the strange task of sleeping through midnight. We married, some of us. We did not marry, some of us. We worked with our hands because they had never learned idleness. We taught our daughters to change tires and our sons to sew. We kept our maps. We lost our maps. Both choices were kindnesses. Letters arrived late, sometimes decades late, sometimes not at all. A scarf turned up in a parcel from a city that had changed its name 3 times. Some nights, the old engine note returned to the ears just before sleep and became a kindness rather than a summons. "I grew small," she says, smiling at herself. The plane stayed the size it was. The archivist's box. After the talk, while the others queue for autographs on programs and guidebooks and a child's model kit, you drift to a side table where an archivist has placed a shallow grey box. Inside, fragments, a brass buckle greening at the edges, a pencil worn to the size of a thumb with a map's faint grid still smeared into its wood, a rectangle of linen patched twice, the stitches not neat but unable to fail, a compass that points faithfully to a north no one in this room will ever need to find. On top, a sleeve of plastic with an index card, ribbon, cockpit, red, provenance uncertain. You don't touch it. You let your eyes be the hands that know how to keep. The pilot stands beside you quietly. She looks at the ribbon and tilts her head. "We tied them for the ones who did not land," she says, "and for ourselves, so we remembered we had landed." Her hand hovers above the box, then withdraws. Some gestures you finish only in your mind. The walk to the door. It takes her a long time to cross the room. Not because she is weak, because the past has learned how to pull, and she has learned how to let it without surrendering her direction. She stops by the PO2. The guard watches, then chooses to study the floor. The rope remains a line, not a wall. She leans close, as if to tell the wing a secret. Perhaps she does. A breath goes out of her that you can almost see, an exhale that has been rehearsing for 80 years. "We thought we were very small," she says to the plane, to you, to the dust. "We were correct. And we were enough." She laughs, the kind of laugh that has no sound but which modifies the air. At the door, she turns back once. The ribbon stirs without hands. Light lies along the upper wing like a benediction. A quiet image. Outside, late morning has decided to be kind. A breeze moves leaves in a language that requires no alphabet. Traffic murmurs. Modern engines, civilized, domesticated, none of them having learned silence at altitude. You sit on a low wall. The pilot lowers herself beside you without asking permission, which is the same as being invited when life has earned its liberties. For a time, neither of you speaks. A child passes with a paper plane, immaculate in its intentions, its creases brave and precise. The child throws it poorly. It turns, tumbles, finds a strange balance, and glides farther than its thrower deserved. He chases it, laughing, and the paper returns to his hand as if the sky had learned forgiveness. The pilot watches with a look that could be mistaken for sorrow and is not. "There," she says softly. "A good landing." She stands, thanks you with a nod as if you had done something for her, and walks away into a day that grants her the dignity of distance. You close your eyes. For an instant, the air grows thinner, sharper. A ribbon touches your wrist, though no ribbon is there. A map that does not exist folds itself neatly along creases your hands remember anyway. When you open them again, the world has not changed. It has merely decided to honor its quiet. Somewhere high, too high for sound, too close for forgetting, a small plane you cannot see finishes a gentle turn and lines up for home. The wind carries a faint breath across your face, not cold, not warm, simply present, as if night itself had come back to check the doors and was satisfied by what it found. The image holds. A ribbon in a museum, a paper plane over a sidewalk, a woman smaller than her story, walking like weather that has kept its promise. The sky does not speak. It remembers. Epilogue. The night belongs to memory. The sea at night is a sound before it is a sight. You stand at its edge, a thin border where the world forgets to separate sky from water. Waves turn in the dark, patient and endless, carrying voices too old to name. Salt brushes your lips. Wind curls through your hair. Somewhere, a gull cries and then reconsiders. You breathe in, and the air tastes faintly of iron and smoke, as if history has dissolved into it. Above, the stars hang low and deliberate, like lamps lit for travelers who never quite returned. Their light has crossed decades to reach you, soft and certain, proof that distance is just another kind of endurance. You think of them, the women who flew not for glory, not even for victory, but for the fragile thread of duty stretched between fear and purpose. Their wooden wings, their frostbitten hands, their maps drawn by memory alone. They flew when the night forgot its mercy, and in doing so, they taught the sky how to forgive itself. Now, the world they saved turns quietly beneath these same stars. The rivers run clean again. Fields grow where the runways once slept. Children chase paper planes through the grass, unaware that the air they move through remembers. Every whisper of wind carries a trace, a faint echo of canvas, of courage, of laughter wrapped in frost. Every breeze is a diary without ink. Some nights, when the wind comes from the east, the sound changes. You might hear it if you're patient. A thin, steady hiss, like silk torn very carefully. Not thunder, not machinery. Just a reminder that the night once had a heartbeat. And if you listen longer still, you can almost hear them counting the seconds between stars. Their voices soft as snow melting on glass. Their laughter moving just out of reach. Not gone, only higher. History will call them many things. Pilots, pioneers, soldiers, symbols. But the truth is simpler. They were women who learned to speak the language of air, who made fragility a weapon and silence an anthem, who took the world's most impossible hour and made it fly. Their story is written not in monuments or medals, but in the way the night itself bends a little when you pass through it, the way a gust of wind pauses, as if bowing its head. You watch the horizon shift, a slow bloom of silver where dawn begins to think about arriving. The sea breathes again, the air cools with promise, and the stars fade one by one, not extinguished but recalled, as if the heavens were gathering their centuries. You think of that old field somewhere in the east, now overgrown with birch and clover. A red ribbon still clings to one of the trees, frayed and sun-bleached, but stubborn. When the wind moves through it, the fabric flutters softly, like a wing remembering its purpose. It's easy to imagine one of them there, her hair white, her hands still smelling faintly of oil and rain, closing her eyes as the air moves past her face, whispering something only the sky would understand. Maybe she's not asking for remembrance. Maybe she's just checking that the world is still breathing. The tide slides forward, polite, insistent. You step back. The wind rises and falls, tracing invisible paths over the water. For a moment, you could swear you hear engines in the distance, low, even, familiar, and a soft gliding sound, as if the night were adjusting its wings. You close your eyes. The noise fades. The sea returns. But the feeling stays, because that's how echoes work. They linger, reshaping silence into something that listens back. Now, breathe in. Let the present dissolve. Let the air grow thin, the stars return, the frost settle again on the wings of memory. Imagine their planes rising once more, tiny shapes, patient and certain, stitched into the fabric of the dark. Imagine their laughter trailing behind them, the sound of home carried forward, and as the night folds itself shut, as the sea exhales one last hush, you realize the simplest truth of all. The sky never stopped keeping them. It only waits for someone quiet enough to hear. The sky that remembers. Morning comes slowly to the steppe. The horizon bleeds from blue to grey, from grey to gold. Frost melts into dew, dew into breath. The air smells of fuel and thawing grass. And above it all, the sky hums with what remains. Not engines, not gunfire, but the faintest pulse of memory. The planes are gone now. The night has folded its wings and drifted west. Only the scars in the grass remain, a scattered pattern of takeoffs and landings, lifelines scratched into frozen earth. A field once filled with motion is now perfectly still. You can almost hear the absence, a silence so complete it rings. The women who flew from here are older now, those who survived. Some lived long enough to see their medals tarnish, their stories rewritten or forgotten. Some died nameless, their remains never found. Others simply vanished into ordinary lives, returning to kitchens, classrooms, and villages that could not understand what they had been. Because how do you return from a sky that once belonged to you? How do you explain the weight of silence at 500 feet, or the way frost forms on your lashes at midnight while the world burns beneath you? They were called the Night Witches, but they were not witches, only women who refused to surrender what they could give. They took what little they had, plywood, cloth, courage, and made of it something vast. In a war that tried to turn them into ghosts, they chose instead to fly. Each night they rose from fields like this one, the smell of oil thick in their lungs, the frost tightening around their fingers. They flew without radios, without armor, without fear. When the moon was too bright, they flew in pairs, one to distract, one to strike. When the sky was too dark, they flew by instinct, by breath, by the invisible map of trust drawn between them. They learned to become part of the night itself, not cutting through it, but belonging to it. The wind was their camouflage, the stars their compass, and the quiet their greatest weapon. You stand where they once stood, and the cold still feels familiar, patient, endless, indifferent. A crow circles above the field, black against the pale sky. You wonder if it remembers their shape, those wooden wings whispering across the horizon. Perhaps it does. Perhaps the world itself remembers. In the way the air still holds the echo of propellers, in the way the grass still leans slightly east, as if waiting for their return. Their stories, once dismissed as legend, have become something more solid now. Not myth, not memory, but a kind of compass pointing toward what human beings are capable of when all else is stripped away. They remind us that courage is not loud. It is not the shout before the charge or the medal after the mission. It is the steady hand tightening a scarf in the dark, the calm voice saying, "One more flight." Even the enemy gave them their name in fear, Nakthexan, the Night Witches. But beneath the superstition was respect, because every soldier who heard that whispering glide overhead knew death had learned to fly quietly. As the war ended, they were told to stand down. Their planes were grounded, their regiment dissolved. The world no longer needed them, or perhaps the world had simply forgotten how much it did. They went home with calloused hands and unspoken memories. The night grew empty without them, but history, like the sky, remembers. It keeps their flight paths written in invisible ink, lines of light across darkness, tracing what it means to endure. Every time a woman steps into a cockpit, a part of that lineage awakens. Every time someone faces fear with quiet resolve, the Night Witches rise again. You close your eyes and listen. There it is, faint, distant, but clear enough to feel. The rhythm of wooden wings cutting through cold air, the hush of wind stitched with purpose. They're still flying, somewhere beyond dawn. Remember them, not just for their bravery, but for their grace, for the way they carried death and life in the same fragile frame and called it duty, for the way they taught the night to sing. Now, let the noise of today fade away. Let the stillness fill the room, the heart, the hour. And if the wind taps gently at your window tonight, don't close it. It's just the night, remembering its witches. Thank you for listening. You've been part of Echoes of War, where stories rise on quiet wings, and the past still circles above us, refusing to land. You're listening to Echoes of War.